So once again, a good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are freshly walked in just now, we'll be commencing the proceedings in just a couple of minutes from now. All those who joined us online, wishing you a very good morning. At the lunchtime, you also please take a lunch break and be joined with us again after the lunch online. We had to stop registrations a couple of days ago when it crossed about 650 numbers because there were so many others who wanted to come, and we requested all of them to watch the program live. And all those who are sitting here, in case you want any of your friends, relatives, family to watch this program from any part of the world, all that you have to tell them is to log into MMA YouTube channel, and it's going live now. So that will be great help. We can see more people, and they can also post their questions on Mentimeter. They could be even as interactive as you are here. So that's the best part. So please do share that. And for the lunch, we have special counters, put up 3 counters. There is a separate soup and dessert counter. For the first 5-7 minutes, it may be look like a little crowdy, but let me assure you, we have enough time for the lunch, about 15 minutes. So please take your time, a little bit of patience will get you a grand lunch today. So these are some of the things that I thought I'll share with you. And once again, request you all to share your feedback and the questions as the session is on. We will try and take as many questions as possible. So waiting for one chief guest, and maybe we can get the proceedings going. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having this annual convention 2026 on the theme India at 2035, driving progress in a changing global paradigm. So it's always a pleasure having you all with us. You're having a lineup of speakers about which you will be knowing very shortly. To begin the proceedings, may I now request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. President of MMA, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, is also the Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance Limited. Yes, let's welcome all the dignitaries on the dais with a good round of applause. Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan, Senior Vice President MMA, Managing Director Saint Gobain India Private Limited. Mr. M.P. Surya Prakash, Honorary Treasurer MMA and ED Ponpure Chemicals India Private Limited. Lieutenant General Shokin Chauhan, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, SM, VSM, a highly decorated army officer, former DG Assam Rifles. Indeed, a privilege to have him with us this morning. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, may I request you to accompany the dignitaries on the dais. Very soon we will be joined by Mr. Gopal Srinivasan, Chairman and Managing Director, TVS Capital Funds Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you, we have some best of the speakers, a galaxy of speakers to address you all this morning, in fact, the entire day. Please stay with us and enjoy the sessions. All good things have to begin with the blessings from the Almighty. So let's invoke the Almighty's blessings this morning with a song from Ms. Padmaja. May I request Ms. Padmaja to come and present an invocation song. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise for the invocation song, followed by Tamil Thai Vaalthu. Please continue your position. After the song, we'll have the Tamil Thai Vaalthu, and then we can settle down. Ms. Padmaja.
Shantakaram Bhujangashayanam Padmanabham Suresham Vishwadaram Gaganasadrisham Mekavarnam Shubhangam Lakshmikantam Kamalanayanam Yogi Hridyanagamyam Vande Vishnum Bhavabhayaharam Sarvalokaikkanatham. Hari Hari Narayana Hari Govinda Narayana Hari Hari Narayana Hari Govinda Narayana Hari Gopala Narayana Hari Gopala Narayana Hari Hari Narayana Rishikesha Narayana Partisha Narayana Rishikesha Narayana Partisha Narayana Hari Hari Narayana, Hari Govinda Narayana, Hari Gopala Narayana, Hari Hari Narayana.
கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் திலகமுனே
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja. May I request all of you to settle down? Thanks to all the dignitaries who are on the dais. As a token of appreciation for the very energetic song that you have sung, may I request the chief guest and the dignitaries to present a floral bouquet to Ms. Padmaja. Thank you so much, Ms. Padmaja. You have been, you started the program so well with such a great energy. I think the energy flows through the day today here. Please. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Padmaja. That was a wonderful song that she rendered, followed by support to the Tamil Thai Vaith as well. Thank you so much, Ms. Padmaja. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan is the President, MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Lakshminarayanan D is the Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance Limited, with over 30 years of experience in financial services, spanning risk management, operations, and strategy. Mr. Lakshminarayanan has held senior leadership roles at Sundaram AMC, G Capital, India, Australia, and began his career with Citibank.
Lakshmi sir, you seem to have a lot of fans here. May I request Mr. Lakshmi Narayan to deliver the welcome and introductory remarks, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my privilege and honor to welcome all the delegates to this MMA's flagship event, the MMA Annual Convention 2026. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, invitees, past presidents, delegates from corporates, industry, management professionals, my colleagues on the managing committee, members of the media and viewers watching this convention live from across the country and the globe. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to our theme, India at 2035, Driving Progress in a Changing Global Paradigm. I take great pleasure in welcoming our chief guests, Lieutenant General Shokin Chauhan, retired, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, SM and VSM, and former DG Assam Rifles. And Mr. Gopal Srinivasan, Chairman and Managing Director, TVS Capital Funds Private Limited. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to other distinguished speakers who have graciously agreed to join us today, and a special welcome to Dr. Rangarajan, former RBI Governor and Chairman, Economic Advisory Council, who will advise our plenary session. For the benefit of guests from various organizations, let me mention that MMA is India's largest management association, a fountainhead of managerial excellence for over 69 years, serving over 8,000 members. In recognition of our contribution to management education, MMA has been awarded the Best Management Association in the country by IMA for 15 consecutive years. Our theme-based annual convention today remains a high point in India's management calendar, renowned for quality and excellence, attracting delegates from across the nation who represent the cream of industry and business. I am delighted that over 650 delegates have joined us here today, alongside thousands of global viewers online. Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan, Senior Vice President MMA and Managing Director Saint-Gobain India Glass Group, will soon provide a convention overview. This year's theme reflects a transforming global economy, geopolitical shifts, AI advances, climate imperatives, and supply chain changes, creating new opportunities and risks. Discussions today will highlight India's unique position as the world's growth engine, demonstrating leadership in technology, sustainability, diplomacy, and economic resilience. The expert perspective shared today will prove invaluable to everyone present here. On behalf of MMA, I deem it a privilege and honor to welcome all delegates, distinguished speakers, past presidents, invitees, media, managing committee colleagues, and live viewers. Wishing you a truly enjoyable and enriching convention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmanaran, for setting the tone for the convention. Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan is the Senior Vice President MMA and the convention chair. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan is the Managing Director of Saint-Gobain India Private Limited Glass and Glass Solutions business, with over 31 years of experience driving growth and leadership in the glass industry. A recognized thought leader in sustainability and policy, Mr. Unnikrishnan holds several leadership roles across CII and industry bodies.
May I now call upon Mr. Unnikrishnan to present an overview of the convention, please.
Good morning, all the dignitaries on the dais, distinguished speakers, members of MMA, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow members from the management committee, a warm welcome to the convention. As we were waiting for the convention to begin, we had the opportunity to interact with Mr. Suresh Narayan, of the past chairman of Nestle, and he mentioned that this convention is I think the biggest and the brightest management convention, around this part of the country. So when you have that kind of a reputation for this event, choosing the topic, choosing the theme becomes even more challenging. So in the past, we have had several topics, some very topical from that particular context. So here and then from a short-term point of view, and some topics which are really long-term. For example, we looked at India 2047 as a theme. So when we deliberated this time, so I wanted to, let me also thank President and the past presidents and McKinsey, our knowledge partner, for really contributing to the theme and the contents of what is going to happen during the day. So when we deliberated, we said, okay, now let's not look at it too short term, not too long term, but something in the medium term. Therefore, we chose this 2035 as the theme and driving progress in a changing global paradigm. I think it's more relevant now than ever, because I think it's time. Now we can't always be worrying about the uncertainty from technology, uncertainty from geopolitics, and what will happen. There are things which are in our control, there are things which are not in our control. So given what the context is, how do we plan? How do we plan the next, in the medium term, say 5 to 10 years, for the country, for the state, for our businesses, our sectors, what we need to do? So that is what this convention is probably going to throw light upon. We are really delighted to have Dr. C. Rangarajan coming over a few minutes later, and he'll be talking to us in this convention. We have many distinguished speakers. So broadly, we have categorized today's convention into 4 tracks. One is on the talent and skills for the future, which is going to be extremely important. The kind of talent that you want, the kind of skills that you need is going to be very different. Many of the jobs which are existing today did not exist 10 years back. We did not even envisage that such jobs would exist. So it's very important to look at it from that angle. Resilience is going to be the most important quality that any business, any leader, any country would need at this point in time. So building a resilient foundation for the future, that is the second track that we will have. One area where India is really lagging behind when you compare with many developed nations and also some of the nations who really become developed in the last maybe couple of decades is on the R&D and innovation. Our investment as a country is only 0.6% of the GDP. Ideally, it should be at least 2.5 to 3%. So there is a huge thrust in terms of what is required on the R&D. Government has come out with a 1 lakh crore fund for boosting R&D in the private sector. So the money is going to be available to the private sector. We are not going to talk about that, but I think really R&D and innovation is another very important pillar when you're looking at 2035 time horizon in the development of our country. So that's the third track on which we'll have several speakers. All this is fine, but MMA is a management association. Therefore, it's important for us to look at it from a management and the leadership perspective. So the fourth track that we will have is on the DNA of future leaders. What is really required from the leadership point of view as individuals? What is that we need to really take away from this convention and be ready for 2035? So that's broadly the 4 tracks that we will have today. I really want to thank Varun and team from McKinsey for really helping us to put together all the topics, all the themes, and also the speakers. I also want to thank Group Captain Vijay Kumar and the team for really organizing this convention in a always in a fabulous way, and also getting the right kind of speakers. So I'm sure the day is going to be very enlightening, very insightful, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unikrishnan, for sharing the overview of the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Group Captain Vijay Kumar. We all know him, but still always a privilege to introduce you. May I have his AV, please?
Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, retired, VSM, is the Executive Director of the Madras Management Association and a highly decorated former Indian Air Force officer, awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal for Distinguished Service by the President of India. Under Group Captain Vijay Kumar's stewardship, MMA has been ranked India's best management association by IMA for 15 consecutive years.
May I now invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar to make a special announcement regarding the release of a special issue of the business mandate.
Thank you, Venkat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a proud privilege for me to do this year after year. We launched a business mandate. As you are all aware, MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine called Business Mandate with the readership of over 90,000. Our leadership includes leading business groups in South India, dynamic medium-scale companies, and reputed professionals from various industries in India. In addition to the members of MMA, Business Mandate is also circulated to notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior government officials, multinational groups, management students, and host of distinguished personalities. It's indeed my privilege to have been associated with this magazine as its editor for the last 19 years in a row. MMA has adapted to leveraging technology with a variety of unique online initiatives, including the state-of-the-art digital magazine. The Business Mandate, which features embedded videos and much more. The digital magazine is also MMA's as distinctive features of MMA to showcase our technological advancement in MMA. On the occasion of MMA Annual Convention 2026, we have brought out a very special issue of the magazine consisting of interesting articles for the benefit of our readers. I urge you to, it's already been embedded video and it's already scanned code is given in your schedule. You can just scan the QR code. And I urge you to watch the cover story. It's going to go Indirajan's talk on innovation, a 3-box innovation. I really advise you to read that article. It's outstanding. May I now request your attention to the screen to know more about our business mandate. May I have the AV, please? Thank you, dignitaries. Copy of the mandate has already been delivered to your inbox. Additionally, you can also scan the QR code, as I mentioned earlier, provided in the convention agenda, which has been shared with you and along with the delegate kit. Kindly read on, enjoy, keep sharing it, and thank you so much once again to dignitaries.
Thank you, Group Captain Vijay. I'm sure the audience will go through the business mandate released today. Some special articles, wonderful articles, don't miss them. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to invite one of the distinguished guests today, Lieutenant General Shokin Chauhan, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, SM, VSM, former DG Assam Rifles. May I have his AV, please?
Lieutenant General Shokin Chauhan, retired, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, SAM, VSM is a highly decorated former Director General of Assam Rifles with over 4 decades of leadership experience in counterinsurgency, strategic planning, and military diplomacy. A scholar soldier and former chairman of the Ceasefire Monitoring Group, General Shokin has played a pivotal role in advancing peace processes and national security in India's strategic neighborhood.
It's my privilege now to invite Lieutenant General Chauhan to deliver the keynote address, please.
Good morning. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Madras Management Association, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, all the panelists, Group Captain Vijay, for inviting me and giving me this honor to speak to you. It's indeed such a privilege to see everyone on time. Been such an excellently organized function. Everything was fabulous. From the beginning, from the time I was received at the airport to this moment, everything's gone absolutely fine. And I must say that as a former soldier, I must tell you this is a sign of an excellent organization. My congratulations. As we were driving down from the airport, the young lady who was accompanying me asked me as to what I would be speaking about today. And I asked her, I said, what would you like to hear? And she said, would you like to hear about my reflections and also the story? And she said, no, tell me about, let us know about what India would be like in 2035. Now, forecasting is difficult. But what I can say is that India in 2035 indeed will be a very different place. As I look across this wall, this hall, I see many gray hairs like me, but I also see a lot of young people. And it is to them that I say that when I look across there and I see you all, you have all decades of decisions, decades of risk, decades of building and becoming. The long arc of your professional life is still unfolding. All those years now lie behind me. I have spent many of these years on distant frontiers, on the Siachen Glacier, in conflict zones, and finally, post-retirement, in negotiating rooms with the insurgent leaders, and the long, silent responsibility of command. That's why today I stand before you to speak not of my ambition, but of the consequences of it. We often look at 2035 as though it were a distant horizon. In reality, it's just a decade, less than a decade away, roughly 3,000 years, 3,000 days. In strategic planning of any organization, it's actually just one cycle. In command terms, it's just one tenure. But in a soldier's life, that can be the difference between stability and chaos. I must add here that India of 2035 is actually already being shaped, not by the rhetoric of the politicians, but by the decisions taken in the boardrooms, ministries, campuses, and in institutions like yours today. India is no longer an emerging economy, watching the world from a periphery. We are today and will be in the future an economic power, a central technology hub, a pivotal diplomatic voice. Our influence will carry weight because growth will bring scrutiny, visibility will bring vulnerability, and vulnerability can end in chaos. Today's growth, security, diplomacy, and technology no longer operates in silos. We have to understand that we are one integrated whole of nation approach. A cyber breach can unsettle markets. A border incident can influence investor sentiment. A technological breakthrough can alter geopolitical balance. So the question before us is actually simple and difficult. Can India convert its large scale into strength and its opportunity into stability? Let me speak about the changing nature of power. We've all seen over the last 1 year that the rules-based order is moving towards a negotiation-based order. All the norms that we thought of for the last 50 years post-World War II are being contested. All agreements today have become transactional. Influence is asserted, tested, and recalibrated. Is it okay? Okay. Power itself has changed shape. It is no longer just military. It is no longer just economic. It is technological. It is informational. It is digital. As you're aware, a single line of a malicious code can disrupt more effectively than troops on the border. A startup algorithm can influence markets faster than any traditional institution. Supply chains are being rewired. Efficiency is no longer enough. Resilience is equally important. After the pandemic, there have been a lot of geopolitical shocks. Donald Trump provided one. The Russia-Ukraine war continues and doesn't seem to be ending. And there is so much more that happens on a daily basis that's almost impossible, as I told my young friend yesterday, to predict what might happen in 2035. The world has realized that dependence on anybody is vulnerability. Perhaps most importantly, risk as we know it is not episodic. It will be a constant. For leaders like you all in front of me, this changes everything. Strategy can no longer assume stability. And you must plan for the occasional shocks. Strategy must assume disruption and build adaptability into its core. Now, when we speak of security and growth, because that was a part of what the MMA sent me, allow me to speak a little personally for just a moment. While in uniform, I spent many years on India's borders, in Kashmir, in the Northeast, in places where maps were not abstractions, but living realities. I have seen my young soldiers stand guard at minus 35 degrees on the Siachen Glacier, in snow waist deep, far from their families. I have written letters to their parents, to parents who would never see their children again. I have stood at funerals where a mother's silence was heavier than any weapon I have ever carried. I have cremated my soldiers as a father would cremate his sons. So life has been extremely challenging because we faced over the last 50 years of my career so many difficult situations. When I was commissioned in 1979, we had just won the 1971 war, and we thought that maybe we would get stability in the future. But soon enough, Pakistan started the insurgencies, and that reflected into terrorism. So the Northeast insurgency was continuing from 1956, and into these cauldrons of violence, me being from the infantry, I was constantly thrown into these situations. So let me just reflect and tell you a small story of why leadership is important and why you have to stand for the right. In Kashmir in the year 2000, I was commanding my unit, 2nd 11 Gurkha Rifles, in the mountains of Banihal. We were at 14,000 feet. We had just had a violent encounter with 7 Pakistani terrorists who had infiltrated into India. And I had lost 3 of my soldiers. And at that moment, there was a village about maybe just about 200 yards away, where we had been ambushed. And very likely that village had probably been complicit in our ambush. So my soldiers were understandably angry, frustrated, hurt, and wanted to vent their anger at that village. But I said, no, we're not going to touch anybody innocent. That's not what soldiers are. That nearby village seemed an easy target for our misplaced rage. I stood before my soldiers and I said that no innocent soldier would be harmed, no innocent civilian would be harmed. Not while I was their commanding officer. And if they had to go there, they would have to go over my dead body. Suffice to say that none of us moved. So leadership is not about just giving orders. It's about absorbing emotion. It's about channeling anger into discipline. We reorganized, we trained harder. 15 days later, I brought them back to the same place. And we eliminated the same terrorists who had killed my soldiers. So we returned not just victorious, but honorable. Trust for me was earned that week, not by force, but by restraint. Similarly, when I was the chairman of the Ceasefire Monitoring Board in Nagaland post my retirement from 2018 to 2021, I often sat across the same insurgent leaders whom I had been hunting for decades. And I remember during one of these conversations on my first meeting, I was bluntly told by the head of the Naga Socialist Council, the National Socialist Council of Nagaland, that they hated the Indian Army soldiers and they would not cooperate with me. So that was my start of a negotiation career. But after 3 years of constant conversations, of constant interaction with them, when I was leaving, they went to the government of India and said, if General Chauhan leaves, we don't negotiate with you. So what changed? Listening changed. Stability is not softness. Consistency changed. These are strategic investments. So let me say this clearly. Peace is not a weakness. It's a strategic investment. Economic growth cannot survive without internal stability. And when our Prime Minister talks of Viksit Bharat, there can be no Viksit Bharat without Surakshit Bharat. That is something that we all must need to imbibe and understand. Citizens must seek fairness. Employees must seek trust. The price of instability is always paid in economic currency. So on the frontiers, the clarity of intent is everything. Orders must be simple. Objectives must be unambiguous. Complexity in direction leads to paralysis in execution. The same applies, I'm certain, to business. Empower those closest to the problem, decentralize execution within a clear strategic framework. In the armed forces, we call it mission command, or as the Germans used to call it, Auftragstaktik, directive system of command. Intent at the top and initiative at the bottom. Strong nations are built on institutions, not personalities. Strong companies endure because of systems, not charisma. In the army, commanders change, the institution remains. Doctrine, training, culture, they outlast individuals, always. The true test of leadership is not how you perform while in office. It is how your organization performs after you leave. India's rise, therefore, to 2035 will depend less on individual brilliance and more on institutional depth in governance, in regulation, in corporate culture, and in academia. Legacy is what continues without you. I've often spent a lifetime watching the neighborhood in front of me. What is India's neighborhood like? What is South Asia like? If you start from Myanmar in the northeast, you see continuous strife. You see almost 16 to 18 insurgencies eating the vitals of that country. That strife enters into our northeast because the borders are open and our tribes from Myanmar are more or less linked to their kith and kin in Myanmar, and our tribes in the northeast also go through the same episodic violence situations. You come further southward, you come to Bangladesh, which has its elections tomorrow or day after, where we expect once again a lot of violence. You come further west, you have Pakistan, which has been in a continuous state of violence for the last 60 years. You come to Sri Lanka, you come to Nepal, the same instability is there too. You see Maldives continuously in a state of strife. So in every situation, India is surrounded by nations that are unstable. We are actually the only miracle, only political, stable, economically a success story. And it is to this India that we must strive and hope, that we must protect and we must continue to protect. Because without India being stable, 2035 will just be a dream. So therefore, security and business are not separate lanes. A stable neighborhood multiplies growth, an unstable one taxes it. For the industry, strategic foresight must extend beyond domestic markets. Regional engagement is not a strategy, is not charity, it's a strategy. So, where are we today? India's democratic dividend, over 65% of our country is at the age of 65 or 35 and below. This is often celebrated, but demographics are potential. It's not a guarantee. Untrained youth can become destabilizing forces. Trained, disciplined youth become a national strength. So it is to those youth I address this. In the armed forces, we train relentlessly. We sweat in peace so that we bleed less in war. Repetition builds instinct. Discipline brings cohesion. Ethics build trust. Long-term competitiveness depends not merely on capital, but also on culture. Culture compounds, and I have seen that with my own eyes, faster than any capital can. So in a reflection to the young, I'm 68 years old, almost as old as the MMA. As I said in the beginning, when I look at you all, I feel a quiet envy. You will shape the India of 2035 much more than my generation will. I have seen war. You will see, hopefully, technological revolutions. I have defended our physical borders. You will defend our digital ones. You will guard our supply chains, data flows, and institutional integrity. But one principle remains unchanged. Character matters. Clarity matters. Coherence matters. So what is the India we choose? The India we choose is the India that we get, that we vote. India's rise, my dear friends, is not inevitable. History is full of nations that remained or appeared ascendant and then faltered. Capability we possess, talent we possess, opportunities we possess. The challenge is alignment, aligning leadership, institutions, and intent. When I stood with my soldiers in those freezing nights on our frontiers, they did not ask me if the task was easy. They only asked if it was necessary, and then continued to stand guard. Today, that task before India is not easy, but it is necessary. If we align growth with stability, ambition with ethics, power with responsibility, then 2035 will not just be an aspiration, it will be an outcome. And when India stands tall, remember, It will not be built by slogans or by one generation alone. It will be built by our choices today. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Chauhan, for the soldierly and thought-provoking address. Let's give him a big round of applause. Taking his time all the way to be here with us this morning. A highly decorated soldier. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now once again invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar to announce the winners of the 29th MMA Young Managers Competition.
Once again, back here, I always find it a privilege for me to announce the results of Young Managers Competition. This is one competition which MMA takes a lot of things, and this time we are really, really privileged. We also were surprised. More than 100 young managers participated, and we got 6 outstanding jury. We got the feedback from the jury. This time is the finest research work done by the participants. So even selecting the winners is really, really difficult for the juries. And MMA has been organizing a competition for young managers since the year 1996. This competition is held every year as a prelude to the MMA annual convention on the same theme of the convention, restricted to young managers below the age of 40 years. We checked the date of birth before they do the presentations. The MMA competition for young managers platform for young managers to exhibit their talent, leadership skills, thereby win recognition for their potential and exceed to excel and lead. This competition provides a unique opportunity to young managers to demonstrate their knowledge, creativity, experience, professional prowess, and become the leaders of tomorrow. The competition for young managers was held at MMA Management Center on the 6th of February 2026 as a prelude to the annual convention on the theme India 2035, Driving Progress in a Changing Global Paradigm. About 105 young managers participated in the competition, both written and oral valuation have been evaluated. The panel of judges from the corporates, management professionals, and evaluated the entire written as well as the oral presentation. I now request the chief guest and the other dignitary to step forward and do the honor of presenting the award to the winners of 29th MMA competition for young managers. May I, sir?
Thank you, sir. As I call upon the winners to the stage and request them to receive the award, please do walk into the stage, please. Let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, like Group Captain Vijay said, over 100 participants were there. Let's give them a big round of applause when they come and collect their awards. Let me begin with the runners-up. Mr. Rohan Raju Ramachandran and Mr. Satvik Kumar, both of them representing BASF Catalyst India Private Limited from Mahindra World City. May I request you, gentlemen, to please walk up fast and collect your reward, a certificate, and a check for rupees 25,000 from the chief guest. Yes, it's been a hard way for them, fighting it through. They first had to present a written presentation, then follow it up with an oral presentation, competing with close to 50 teams, and they have been the runners-up. Well done, Rohan Raju and Satvik. May I now request you to stay back on the stage later on for a group photo. Now the winners of the Young Managers Competition 2026, represented by Mr. Shivashankaran and Ms. Miyamai from Tata Consultancy Services. May I request Mr. Shivashankaran to come up on the stage and receive the prize on behalf of both of you. Once again, a certificate, a memento, and a check for rupees 35,000. Well-deserved prize, the best young managers team. May I now call upon Rohan to come back on the stage. Mr. Alex, let's welcome Mr. Alex, who heads TCS at Chennai, to cheer up his team here. May I request the prize winners to stay back on the stage for a group photo. And the prize of this year, the Best Young Manager 2026, goes to Rohan Raju Ramachandran from BASF Catalyst. So come back, Rohan, for receiving the Best Manager Award of the year. He gets 20,000 rupees cash award, plus a certificate and a trophy. Well done, Rohan. May I request other prize winners also to please walk up to the stage for a group photograph, please. Shivashankaran, would you please come to the dais? Satvik, please. Let's have a group photo. Yeah, please walk up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud them. A hard effort that was awards well won, well deserved. Thank you so much. Thank you, dignitaries, for presenting the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gopal Srinivasan once again is not a stranger to the audience in Chennai, but it's always a privilege to introduce him as well. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Gopal Srinivasan is the Chairman and Managing Director of TVS Capital Funds, India's largest domestic capital growth private equity platform, with investments in over 30 leading businesses including Nykaa, NSE, IX, and Godigit. A third-generation TVS entrepreneur, Mr. Gopal Srinivasan is a key leader in India's startup and PEC ecosystem and serves on several national policy, academic, and innovation boards.
May I now invite Mr. Gopal Srinivasan to deliver the inaugural address, please.
A very good morning to all of you. And I think I would like you to join me in giving Lieutenant General another hand for his most inspiring speech. For all of us, I'm sure, the only true inspiration is India. And to hear such an inspiring story about how India's borders are being defended with such raw and fantastic leadership just made my entire day of coming here. Thank you, Lieutenant General. It's always a pleasure to be at MMA. I have very few regrets in my life. One of them is not taking up the leadership at MMA in the 90s when the wonderful Mr. Raj Tyagarajan offered it to me, simply because I was completely ignorant of the power of management, I would think, and certainly the power of MMA. So I'm glad I came here in some other capacity as an accidental chief guest or inaugural speaker. MMA has been a great inspiration. It's as evergreen as Group Captain Vijay Raghavan is. It's been there for a long time, and it's been something that Chennai loves. Your auditorium that you built has been an inspiration, in fact, to many of us at Chennai International Center. We said if MMA can have an auditorium, we need to build another auditorium, another part of the city, so all the auditoriums can spread. So thank you, and I'm very happy to be here on this occasion. I also could not say no because my most favorite person is Mr. Mahalingam, or Mali as he's known. And another favorite person of mine, Shyam Srinivasan, both spoke to me, so I didn't really have any choice in coming here in addition to wanting to be at MMA. This morning, many of you might have just glanced at the news and you would have seen that this year the total AI expenditure in the world is expected to be $700 billion. That's a lot of money. It's about, I don't know, maybe 25 times what India spends on R&D each year, I think, just that one number alone. All of you also know, as all of you are using your phones and using ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever your poison is, that India has 10% of the usage of AI bots in the world. 42% of code written in India is written on AI. And yet, we only have 0.2% of the world's GPU capacity, and I'd like to speak more on that later. Changing global paradigm is now a permanent change, right? It is nothing new. Every year you could have the same thing and it'll be absolutely valid. How do you progress in a changing global paradigm? If you look at one paradigm that India, I think, is about to grasp and about to grasp very convincingly, but has failed to grasp in the past, it is pure R&D innovation. It's the one area that we have missed. If you just read all the Nobel Prizes in economics for the last 7 years, what is that one common theme? Whether it's Paul Romer, Joel Moker, Philip Aghion, and Peter Howitt, it's all about the fact that only those countries that invest deeply in technological innovation have the ability to create a strong, sustainable, scalable economy. If India is going to be the world's second largest or first largest or third largest economy in 2050, it's going to be because of the fact that Indian talent innovated and created that technological edge which is today absent in India, but clearly a part of the future of India. I'm going to repeat the fact that was just repeated before. India spends 0.75% of R&D, one-fifth of our GDP in R&D, one-fifth of the US, more than 60% is with the government. You've heard these facts many, many times, but I think it's worth hearing once again. We also know that every other country in the world, like South Korea or China, overspends us like crazy. We also know that our entire R&D expenditure is 1/3 of what Amazon spends each year. It's 1/2 of what Google spends each year. We also know that despite the fact that we had record global patent filings last year, our entire patent filings are only twice that at a global level in terms of global patents filed versus domestic patent files of Google. So we know all these things. We read it every day and we say, oh my God, what are we going to do? Why come we don't have a Google? I just think that we are in the very doorstep of going in that direction. And that's what I want to speak about today. Every day, one more fact that completely overwhelms us is the fact that China has done this, China has done that. I mean, after a long time, I also gave up and bought a Chinese phone because it is just so good, right? And not having Chinese phones. And I'm thinking that everybody then laments as to what is India going to do to get there. And this is exactly what I want to speak about today. Just like the Nobel laureates have clearly indicated in their speeches, in their talks, in their thesis, it is only government impetus that creates national momentum in R&D. In the US, it was a National Science Foundation. It was a US investment in non-defense R&D through universities that spurred their economic growth. I think India is starting in the same direction. We all know about the great jam trinity of Jandan, Aadhaar, mobiles. We all know about UPI, which we use, I guess, close to 1 billion times a day right now. But I just also want to emphasize what I think Mr. Unnikrishnan spoke about, and that is the R&D Innovation Fund. Rarely in the world has a country seen a 1 trillion rupee commitment. 1 trillion is a lot of money. We have a 400 trillion GDP to be given across 5 years, 20,000 crores a year, which will probably get multiplied by a factor of 3 to 5 when in actual use it's blended with private capital. Interests or loans at 3% to be given only for R&D innovation. I happen to be in one of the investment committees of one of those funds giving those monies, and I can tell you that what we palpably see there is quite fantastic. Yes, it's a lot of young ideas. Yes, 8 out of 10 companies we invest in might probably fail. But the other 2 are going to change this country and inspire many others to change this country. Today, India has about 40,000 GPUs. By 2030, we will need at least 1 million GPUs if we are going to reach our goal of just 2% of the world GPU capacity. These are early green shoots in India. A 10,000 crore fund that started in 2016 called the SIDBI Fund of Funds for Startups has created 50 new venture capitalists in the country. The same 10,000 crores has resulted in more than 50,000 crores of blended capital being invested in startups and growth in this country. 5 times. For every rupee the government put, 5 rupees came, 4 more rupees came from other areas. Similarly, the 1 lakh crore fund will create a minimum of another 2 to 3 trillion rupees of private capital pouring into innovation in this country. And by the way, this money is not just for startups. We always think startups are going to make a difference. This can be given to largest Indian companies who are willing to go out and buy, let us say, buy a patent portfolio, buy intellectual property, put a very large R&D project on the ground. This is game changing, and I feel that this is the beginning of a new India where government spurred initiatives are going to inspire innovation across the world. Innovation is not only for giants, right? For example, if you take Sarvam AI, I'm sure today with the AI conference coming next week, everybody is waiting for announcements. Sarvam AI has built a 200 billion parameter model for just 450 crores. That's the total amount of money they've raised. And that's got 11 Indian languages and a vision engine. And as you might have heard, the ability to recognize Indian voices even if you're in a bus, right? That's what they've been advertising last week. Just 450 crores. That's not a lot of money. Innovation is about this. It's not about the wallet. Bharat Gen, which is probably going to become India's foundational LLM very soon, it's a trillion parameter model, has just spent 1,000 crores so far, plus whatever little money the government gave them through 10,000 GPUs. This kind of innovation, I think, is what India is at the very edge of. So all of you, when you use your chat GPTs or Geminis, you will soon be using, in a year's time, Indian foundational models that are going to be very, very different and very, very secure for sovereign data. But one thing does trouble me, and I must be very frank in sharing that. Over the last 5 years, Indian IT services companies have returned 72,000 crores to share buybacks. When I see 1,000 crores for Bharat Gen, 450 crores for Sarvam, I also went and said, how much did DeepSeek spend to get their movement? They claim $5.6 million, but that's bullshit. The real answer is 2 billion, right? They spent about 15,000 crores because they bought 50,000 GPUs. But at 15,000 crores, they created a DeepSeek moment. It's become a word, right? Like a WhatsApp moment. It's a DeepSeek moment. And yet we gave back 72,000 crores through share buybacks in IT companies. What is it that we are missing in the past? What is that confidence that Lieutenant General spoke about that India at a corporate level is missing when we could have spent just a fraction of that and created India's foundational LLM models for the same IT companies? I think this WhatsApp moment is what today the R&D Innovation Fund, the confidence that India has today in itself is going to create. You know, out of the 120 unicorns we have created so far, I'm so happy that on this Monday, there was an IPO of India's first AI unicorn, which is, as you know, Fractal Analytics. So I believe I come here with a lot of inspiration and hope that we are going to shed that past that India can't innovate, that we can't do R&D, that we only spend 75 bips of GDP on R&D. Government spends all the money. To this new India, seeing by the fact that only one idea, and that is that India's Got Talent is not a TV show, it's a reality show. And this talent is sitting all over the back rows, and I applaud all of you to build this new India. So with all our STEM graduates, with stellar organizations like IIT Madras, I see somebody from there, I see Mr. Gautam Rao there, who are actually spearheading innovation. India's got a very, very bright future. And so many examples around us. I saw somebody from, I think somebody said somebody had come from Marai Nagar, where we have Mahindra Research Valley producing these amazing new cars that are zooming up the car sales ranks. We have our own Agnikul in Chennai, which has launched a suborbital space vehicle. So many such startups are coming. So I think this cultural shift is at the very beginning, and this theme of driving progress in a changing global paradigm, or a permanently changing global paradigm perhaps, India is now very well set to seize this. I urge all of you to do only one thing. If 12% is the profit of a BSE 500, roughly, right? 12% margin is what the BSE 500 makes. We give 50,000 crores a year to CSR, roughly, at a 2% level. Why can't every single member of MMA think about spending 1 or 2% of that 12%? So make it 10% profit instead on something innovative in whatever business that you're doing, whether it's serving coffee, making idlis, doing AI, making auto parts, making construction materials, making plastic, making glass, whatever it may be. That can we get ignited by this larger idea of the R&D Innovation Fund, of the fact that startups are innovating in AI, the fact that we use AI every day just to spend 1 or 2% of our revenue more in R&D. That's all we have to do. Change starts with each of us. Change does not start by looking at the screen and saying, "Arey yaar, ye to India mein hota hi nahi hai." Instead of that, let us make that small change of spending that 1 or 2% of our profits. And let us go from Jai Jugad, which has been the motto of India, to Jai Anusandhan, systematic innovation. Because each of us can do it. We don't really need to go to any government program or wait for a grant or wait for some boring venture capitalist or private equity guy like myself to show up, right? We can just do it by ourselves. And we made that change at TVS Capital. This year, we will announce next week our first large investment in AI infrastructure, because we think that's the future of this country. We obviously think we're going to make a lot of money doing that. But I would urge each of you to do that. And just like the Gita tells us, we have to elevate ourselves by our own effort, right? We can either be our best friend or we can be our worst enemy. If you remember that line, Atmaeva hyatmano bandhur, Atmaeva ripur atmanaha, I think it's 6-5 or some such number. So I would urge all of you to get into innovation in every single thing that you do in your own small way and be one drop in that great giant flood that is going to be the future of this country and the future of India in the place in its world as an innovative leader. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a really thought-provoking and a very, very inspiring address. Yeah. So we have maybe a couple of minutes. If somebody wants to have a question for the panelists, we can hand over a mic. Keep the question short and keep it only as a question, please. Anyone interested? We just have time for 1 or 2 questions. There's one hand that's gone up there. And ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, may I request you, there are some chairs which I can see vacant. There are a lot of people waiting for their seat. May I request you to remove, keep your folder or a bag or something on that and give the place to the new entrant. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Boya from Cholamandalam General Insurance. Just a question is, we are using Microsoft operating system. Do India don't want to produce an operating system, or we don't have the capacity?
The past is that you can keep explaining it away and nothing is going to happen. So what we don't have today, I think as Lieutenant General talked about, that the future of India is being made in rooms and policies and investments. So this will sort itself out. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I would just worry about what I, as a company leader or as a business person or investor, am doing today to spur investment. This will solve itself. I wouldn't worry too much about the past.
Anyone else? Anyone else with a question? Yeah. Please hand over the mic. Please, may I request you to stand, please, so that the person can look at you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the distinguished speeches that both of you have given. But I would just like to ask and also point out that very different sides of the picture have been presented by both of your speeches, sir. One talks about being disciplined and being accountable and resilient, whereas the other side, the other speech from Gopal sir talks about innovation and making an innovative mindset and thinking forward. In the organizations of today, sometimes there is a reluctance to take ownership and try out new things. That is a big, let's say, roadblock or a barrier at the moment to innovation. We are happy to lend out to services who can do innovation for us. But if somebody comes up in an organization and says, I might not be able to innovate now, but maybe in a year's time, if I put some effort, I can. Do you think that's valuable in terms of India's growth story, or is it something to not be highlighted as much? That's my question.
The idea that discipline, authority, taking responsibility and innovation doesn't go together is not right. It's only through the fact that you have discipline and that you have planned for yourself a particular way ahead and you follow that through, which includes the innovation, is what I was talking about. That when you're looking at something at 20 to 35, that can only happen if you, the young people, decide for yourselves that you're going to create something more than what we've been able to create, and you're going to keep this country secure as well as moving ahead. There can be no security without the armed forces looking at your borders and you ensuring that the armed forces have enough money and have enough technology to fight tomorrow's war.
I think, basically discipline and controlled anarchy, which is what you're seeking, will exist and coexist. You need one for the other. Without that discipline and organization of being committed to a path, you cannot allow innovation to take place at a bottom. Is China a place where there is, you think, discipline and innovation are only one of them exists or both of them exist? Both exist, right? And both can exist. When people see the opportunity, they will make those necessary adaptations and change. So I would not be too worried about what is taking place. When people see around them or what is happening, organizations will also be compelled and impelled to make the necessary changes within their own organization. So I wouldn't worry about too much. I would just worry about, again, what can I do as an individual in a company or as a leader to make those changes happen. That's the only thing that I can actually control. In a country that is changing at this speed, look at the speed of our change around us, right? When the government is saying, I will put 10,000 crores into renting GPUs, or I'll put 1 trillion rupees into spurring innovation, I think the message is very, very, very clear that we must do what we can to follow those footsteps and not worry about the past.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has been fabulous, and they've been kind enough to take these questions as well from the audience. Let's give them a big round of applause before I invite them to come and receive a memento. May I request Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, President MMA, Mr. Unni Krishnan, and Mr. Surya Prakash to honor both the distinguished guests, please. Let's give them a big round of applause as we present a memento to Lieutenant General Chauhan. Is that right, sir? Mr. Gopal Srinivasan. Yeah, please, let's give him a big round of applause. He's taken his busy time off his busy schedule today and been with us. Given some wonderful takeaways saying this, India has got talent. That's the first confidence that he's given us. And it said, now, so nice that the government has started spurring R&D. And he's also talked about, he's given us a thought that why can't we spend just 1% or 2% of our profits for R&D? A lot of takeaways there. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today. And of course, Lieutenant General Chauhan, all the way flying to us from Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us this morning. Such a great decorated soldier, you've done so much for the country. And he said that, along with Viksit Bharat, we must also look at Surakshit Bharat. And he's talked about the peace being the strategic investment that we need to do, despite all these wars that is going around. Thank you for all the parental care that you talked about for your soldiers. We'll keep it in our mind. Thank you once again, both the dignitaries, for sparing your valuable time and being with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar to make a special announcement now.
Again, you all agree with me, the convention of this magnitude cannot be organized without the great support of a leader who puts together all the speakers, sponsors, content, committee, and taking it along and give us a lot of things. I know a couple of speakers drop out last stage. Not to hear, there's no panic, and we always could get another speaker. So in that connection, this year we had our outstanding convention chairman, Mr. Unni, who is managing director of Sengobain, who is the chairman of the convention committee, and it's always our privilege to, we work under him. I now request Lakshmi Narayan and chief guest to please present a memento on behalf of MMA to Mr. Unni for being a chairman of the convention committee. May Unni, can you do the honor of accepting the thing? One more pleasant announcement I have to make is you're all aware MMA has been collaborating and partnering with Conrad Nusrifting for the last 40 years. We are the only partner to KS for the last 40 years in the world, actually. That is a recognition what MMA gets. We are indeed privileged, and today CAST has nominated the program executive from New Delhi to come all the way from Delhi to be part of with us, and we're indeed privileged to have Kanishk with us. Kanishk, may please do this, come forward and take a memento from us.
Thank you so much for Kanishk for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to Conrad and Stiftung for being with MMA for so many decades. They're a stable partner for us, helping us organize so many programs every year. Thank you so much, Mr. Kanishk, for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this brings us to the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Mr. Surya Prakash, Honorary Treasurer, will deliver the vote of thanks. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Surya Prakash is a second-generation entrepreneur and executive director of Pon Pure Chemicals, who has led the transformation of the group into a global specialty chemicals company driven by innovation and R&D. An alumnus of BITS Pilani, Mr. Surya Prakash also spearheads the fast-growing eco-friendly D2C brand Wookie and serves as honorary treasurer of the Madras Management Association.
Yeah, may I now invite Mr. Surya Prakash to deliver the vote of thanks, please?
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege and I'm honored to deliver the formal vote of thanks during the inaugural session of the flagship event MMA. Indeed, grateful to our distinguished chief guest, Lieutenant General Shokin Chauhan, retired PVSM, AVSM, YSM, SM, VSM, and former DG Assam Rifles. Mr. Gopal Srinivasan, Chairman Managing Director, TVS Capital Funds Limited, for their inspiring address. I think for me, if you look at the most important takeaway today is discipline and innovation can coexist. I think sometimes, no, both of the things have to exist. I think both the speaker has explained it very well and set the tone for today's discussion. We also thank McKinsey and Company for support as a knowledge partner for the convention for the last 13 years in a row. I thank eminent invitees, past presidents, and senior executives and corporates who encourage MMA in its new initiative and quest towards greater service to the managerial fraternity of this part of the country. I particularly acknowledge the debt owed by us to the convention sponsors and partners who have come forward and assist financially in making this convention reality and grand success. And especially at this time when in the industry we are all tightening our belts, it's a special thank you for all of our sponsors. Thank you very much. I wish to thank all the distinguished speakers and moderators of special session of this convention who has graciously responded to our invitation in spite of their pressing engagements to join us from different parts of India. Our special thanks to Dr. Rangarajan, former Governor, RBI, and Chairman, Economic Advisory Council, who will be addressing the delegates during the plenary sessions. We are thankful to the members of the media for their presence and covering the event. We are also thankful to the Hindu group for being the media partner of this convention. Our thanks to the management of Hotel Taj Coromandel, Chennai for their support. Finally, I would like to thank our delegates and corporates for sponsoring the executives to participate in this convention 2026. We are sure that you will find your participation beneficial and memorable. We also thank Ms. Padmaja for rendering the excellent invocation. Our sincere thanks to the team from MMA Secretariat who have put in a tremendous effort in putting together this great convention with an array of great speakers from all over India. Thank you once again all of you and wish you a great convention ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Surya Prakash. Ladies and gentlemen, one pleasant duty for us. I think the young lady from TCS who has won the award this year, Miss Mia Mai, she just got a little delayed. Now she is here. It's she doesn't. All of us don't want her to miss the wonderful opportunity of receiving it from the guests on the stage. Please come walk over. Miss Mia Mai, she has been the partner for along with Shiva Shankaran. Please come over. Just join her on the stage. You both have done so well. You have both been partners for presenting. Yeah. Please, please, please. So let's give it up to her. Let's give it up to the team once again. Great effort. Yeah, Mr. Alex, please do. She's been the best manager of the year, but I think she couldn't manage the traffic that well. So let's give it up to her. Well done, Mayamaya and Sivashankaran. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of the inaugural session. Very soon we will be walking to the plenary session. May I request you all remain to stay back where you are. Thank you, dignitaries, for making us all proud and adding value to us, to all the delegates this morning. Give us a couple of minutes while we set the stage for the plenary session, and then we'll be back very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. C. Rangarajan is already here. Please settle down. May I request all the delegates to please settle down, please. The stage is all set for the much awaited plenary session this morning. The plenary session is on a very, very wonderful theme, growth in the changed world context. And we have two luminaries who are going to address this topic today, Dr. C. Rangarajan and Dr. N.R. Bhanumurthy. May I request all of you to settle down, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please settle down. As we get into the plenary session this morning, it's my privilege to invite to take their place on the dais Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Governor IBI, Chairman Economic Council of India and former Governor of Maharashtra. Along with them, I also invite Dr. N.R. Bhanumurthy, Director, Madras School of Economics, Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. C. Rangarajan, for being with us this morning, despite your busy schedule. Takes a lot. Thank you for being with us this morning. Students, please settle down. Students to my left, please settle down. 30 seconds. May I request all the delegates to settle down fast, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome both the dignitaries on the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here, sir, this morning. May I have their AV, please?
Dr. C. Rangarajan is one of India's foremost economists who played a seminal role in shaping India's economic reforms as Governor of the Reserve Bank of India and Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. A distinguished academic and policymaker, Dr. Rangarajan is a Padma Vibhushan awardee and currently serves as Chairman of the Madras School of Economics. Dr. N.R. Bhanumurthy is an eminent economist and director of the Madras School of Economics with extensive experience in macroeconomics, fiscal policy, and development economics. A former Vice-Chancellor of Bayes University and a Padma-level awardee, Dr. Bhanumurthy is a prolific researcher, policy advisor, and a widely quoted voice on the Indian economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a big round of applause for being here this morning, taking the time off their busy schedule. The format is, we'll request Dr. Rangarajan to address the delegates first, and then there will be a conversation between him and Dr. Bhanumurthy. It's my privilege to invite Dr. Rangarajan to the podium. Sir, may I?
Close that. Is it all right? Good morning to all of you. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you all this morning as the Madras Management Association has organized this program on drivers of economic growth. In fact, the topic has become very critically important because of certain developments. In the last few years, the world economy has faced many shocks. First came the Russian-Ukraine war, which shattered the smooth movement of the chain of transmission of goods. Have you yeah, right. The supply chain, so to say, was broken, and even the traffic routes were broken, and it made many people to think about how and whether some of the critical inputs like chips should be manufactured at home. Then came the unilateral actions of President Trump, which shattered the multilateral trading system that has evolved since the end of the Second World War. Weaponizing tariffs in order to achieve non-economic objectives was a great shock. It is against this background we have to see what India can do in order to achieve a higher rate of economic growth. It is the aspiration of every Indian that India should become a developed country. They call it Viksit Bharat by 2047. That is when India completes 100 years of independence. There is no unique definition of a developed country. Analysts use what the World Bank uses as a criterion for high-income countries. And that is the cutoff of $14,000 per capita income. That is, any country which has a per capita income of $14,000 and more is treated as a high-income country. Now, by 2047, if we want to become a developed country, we need to know what the cutoff will be. Several people have estimated it, and I have also done, and it has to be about $14,000 now, and it has to be about $18,000 per capita income in 2047. Some have estimated it at a higher level of even $21,000. But the higher the per capita income, the higher the rate of growth of the economy has to be. So the question that we ask ourselves is, can we do it? Our per capita income today is around $3,000 US dollars. This has to go up to the level that I mentioned, $18,000 per capita income. Calculations show, on certain assumptions, that we need to grow between 7 and 8%, perhaps closer to 7.5% to achieve this. Therefore, the question is whether India can grow in a sustained way at a rate of growth of 7.5% or close to it between now and 2047. There are countries which have achieved it. For example, South Korea, per capita income in 1950s was exactly equal to our per capita income in the 1950s. But South Korea today is a member of OECD, has been a developed country, achieved the criterion of developed country several decades ago. Therefore, it is possible. Now, I would like to place before you some ideas regarding what needs to be done in order to achieve this rate of growth in a sustained way, and come back and say a little bit about what we would have to do even without some of the changes that have occurred in the recent period. And then in the context of the recent changes, what is it that we need to add to it? First of all, I think we need to increase the investment rate, or the technical word for it is the gross fixed capital formation rate of the country by 2 percentage points. India's gross fixed capital formation rate in the last 3 or 4 years, I've been hovering around 33.5 or 33.6. The calculation for the current year, according to the national income accounts, is 33.8%. Now, there is a simple formula which tells you that the growth rate of the economy is equal to the investment rate, or the gross fixed capital formation rate, divided by what we call I call the incremental capital output ratio. The incremental capital output ratio recently has been in the range of 5. So this 33.8 or 33.5% of GDP gives us something around the 6.5%. That is, our present gross fixed capital formation rate allows us, in fact, some comfort to grow at 6.5%. But if we really want to grow at 7 to 7.5%, we really need to raise the investment rate by another 2 percentage points. In fact, in the recent period, the last few years, the gross fixed capital formation rate has been increasing because of increased capital expenditures by the central government. This started immediately after the COVID-19, and in 2023-24, the capital expenditures of the government of India increased by 28.3% in that year. But then it has been coming down from that. Next year it increased by 10.8, then 4.2, and according to the budget presented, it will increase by 11.5%. To put it in summary, the government capital expenditures do contribute to the investment rate to the extent of 3%. Now, this cannot go on. I think private investment needs to pick up. I would, at this conference, I would like all of you to address this issue as to why private investment is not picking up in the recent years. What is it that is holding back private investment? All of you assembled here have a lot of experience, have been in institutions, have been in corporations which have been investing. Now, you have to look back and see why this is happening. I would say we need to address this issue at two levels. We need to address the issue at the aggregate level of how to raise it by 2 percentage points. And we also need to address the issue at the level of individual industry or sectors of the economy and why and how that investment can increase. I think it is the duty of the government to examine it and introduce such measures as are necessary to augment the investment rate. But I would also urge people like you who are assembled here, who have such rich experience, to really analyze as to why the investment rate in India has not picked up strongly in the last few years. I hope some of the developments that are happening now will help us to raise the investment rate, but I would urge you, all of you, to introspect on that. So the first is to raise the investment rate by 2%. The second is to absorb new technologies. Arrival of new technologies has been a common feature since industrial revolution. New technologies have been the ones which have been driving growth everywhere. Interestingly, this year, the three distinguished economists to whom Nobel Prize have been given have been the ones who have been working in the area of what drives innovation and how much innovation leads to growth. But to come back, that the arrival of AI or Gen AI has been welcomed with both enthusiasm and trepidation. Enthusiasm is very clear. The application of AI will necessarily lead to increase in output and will lead to increase in productivity. But the concern is, what will the application of AI to the production of goods and services result in terms of employment? This is something on which people are not fully agreed, but that's a concern. One might ask that this has been the concern since the dawn of industrial revolution. People always felt that the new machines and the new technologies were replacing the need for labor to some extent. But why this issue was not so dominant earlier? It is essentially because the increase in output, the magnitude of that, was so high that it did not bother. But what is really causing concern in the minds of many people now is that whether this will lead to the employment of less number of people. There is no clear answer. There are many people who have written on it, but the point still remains. Even a populous country like India cannot afford to ignore AI or Gen AI. We have to get used to them and have to apply these to the various sectors. AI is a good example of a horizontal innovation. A horizontal innovation is something that affects all sectors of the economy or most of the sectors of the economy. There are innovations which apply only to specific sectors. That is not the case in the case of AI. Therefore, it will spread. It has to be applied to almost all areas of economic activity. So, if India has to remain competitive, we have to absorb the new technology. We have to become capable of applying AI. In some sense, India is in an advantageous situation. This country has done a great deal in the area of computers and communication technologies. And it is therefore in a position to absorb the new technology and communicate it to other areas. Therefore, it is quite possible for India to live up to this. But we really need, at the same time, to handle the other problem, to which I shall come. But the point is, absorbing new technologies is a must. And you, as the leaders of industry, leaders of various economic activities, will have to find out in what areas AI can be applied, how that can be utilized. We cannot afford to ignore it. We cannot, because then we will be non-competitive and we will not be able to compete in the world. Third, I would say that focus on relatively labor-intensive activities. India, strangely enough, is a country in which technologies of different centuries coexist. Look at transportation. I still see some bullock carts. It is not as if bullock carts have disappeared. Therefore, in a sense that there are industries or the manufacture of products where the labor intensity is relatively higher. And therefore, we need to identify such industries and really make use of them. Now, what do I mean relatively labor intensive? The per unit of output or per rupee of output, how much labor is involved? That is, in the case of variety of commodities, we can look at and see which area in which there is a greater employment of labor per unit or per rupee of output. This can be done. The annual survey of industries gives you the information to do it, and we are shortly coming with a paper on that. But certainly, it stands to common knowledge that, for example, leather and leather products is one area in which the employment of labor is higher than apparel, and so on. So there are number of sectors, and if you look at it in terms of sector, the hospitality sector employs more labor. So even as we do and compelled to do the application of AI and other technologies, we should also try to identify sectors and industrial segments where the relative labor intensity is higher. For example, I think when we talk about sunrise industries, we really need to look at sunrise industries in terms of not only the output, but also in terms of employment. A typical example is, food processing industry. The food processing industry is one in which there is involvement of agriculture. There is a great demand for it, not only within the country, but from outside. And therefore, the employment of labor is also expected to be higher, but remember, the food processing industry also involves the canning of the products, and that is also partly capital intensive. The point that I wish to put before you is that we can still manage the employment situation if we can identify such industries and such sectors of the economy in which there is a relatively greater labor utilization, and really work on them. Having third, and the fourth one that I would like to put before you is that the strategy of development cannot be unidimensional. We cannot just say we will develop exports, we will develop services, and so on. I think it has to be multidimensional. It is true that in the early years after the Second World War, unidimensional approach also worked. The classic example of the East Asian countries, which focused on exports. The focus on exports led to the faster growth of South Korea, Taiwan, Thailand, and other countries. But that, I think, is no longer possible. Look at China, is a latecomer to that club. China also focused attention on exports. In 1973, China's exports constituted 1% of the world exports. Believe it or not, by 2021, by 2021, China's exports constituted 15.2% of the total exports. Look at the big jump of the total world exports. And that is what pushed China forward. So people seem to cite these examples. I must also say that India's growth during this period was not very great. India's share in world exports was 0.5 in the early period in 1973, and it became only 1.6% in 2021. Therefore, There are periods during which this has happened where can be unidimensional, but I think those days are gone. We are having problems today even on normal export trade, and the possibility of countries focusing only on exports and pushing the economy is not there. But certainly, in the case of small countries, where the market is very small, they necessarily have to look outside in order to be able to expand their economic activities and the total output. So I would say that given the present situation, we really need to be, the approach has to be multi-dimensional in the sense that we need to concentrate on agriculture, exports, manufacture, and so on. So we need to bear in mind both in relation to the growth of output, but also in terms of any other trade deals that we do. And finally, the fifth one, which I want to mention, and that I don't want to talk very much about it because that's not totally relevant to today's discussion. Invest more in health and education. The point is that if you want to absorb new technologies, naturally, higher education becomes critically important. Skill training is an integral part of the development process. And for that, we really need, I would say that the higher education becomes necessary. And health, many studies have clearly shown that not only health is wealth, but also health is something that healthy bodies create the ability to work better. Through subsidies or even cash disbursals may relieve the problems of vulnerable groups for a short period. But fundamentally, if you want to have a very strong country, we need to pay attention to health and education, and the investment in these areas become critically important. India's demographic profile is such that now that the younger dependency, that is the number of people below a particular age who are dependent, is higher than the higher age dependency. And that critically means that we need to pay more attention to health and education. Now, I have just said what needs to be done if India is to grow faster. I put forward before you 5 important directions in which we have to move. First direction is raise the investment rate by 2 percentage points. Second is absorb new technologies. And third, focus on relatively labor-intensive activities. Third and fourth, the strategy of development must not be unidimensional, but must be multidimensional. And fifth, that invest more in health and education. Having said this, I'll come back to say a few words on how do we respond and how do we work towards in the context of the changing world. When I talk of the context of the changing world, one important development I have already mentioned, that is a new technology. That is one change that has happened. But more recently, what has happened, which I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, is the imposition of tariffs, which cut at the root of the basic strategy of development and the basic idea which underlies the growth process. What the developed countries used to teach to the developing countries in the early period was that we need to have free and fair trade, and it is that which will really deliver us the best results. Theoretically, it is very clear. why free and fair trade enhances the total welfare of the world. Free trade essentially means that each commodity will be produced in that country which has the best advantage. And therefore, if world as a whole does it, as a consequence, the overall welfare can increase, even though it is subject to certain caveats, namely that developing countries which have not had the experience do not know their full potential, and therefore, until they achieve the ability to be able to produce the commodities, certain commodities, we have to give them the time. So that is why the word fair. So free and fair trade was considered to be the fundamental basis of the development process. That has been cut. And what we are now seeing is a situation in which those who preach to us on the advantage of free trade are the ones who are now coming in the way of free trade and putting various blocks. I believe that if I were talking to you about a few weeks ago on the same subject, I would have ended with a gloomy note. But things seem to have somewhat changed in the last week or 10 days. And there is some change in the attitude. The new trade agreement between US and India is subject to many concerns also, but at least makes one good move towards creating a situation where free trade can be present. I think the trade agreement with the EU is a very good one, because that has given us the opportunity to export goods to these countries almost at zero rate, and some of the countries like jewelry, textile, and leather goods, which are the critical exports on which we want to focus. But there is still not yet full clarity on what the US-India trade agreement will be, but hopefully that it will take into account the concerns of India. It looks reasonable and balanced as of now, but details will have to be worked out and see what their implications are. But on the whole, it is necessary to move into a situation where the growth of India can be facilitated. I think a very hostile environment prevailed in the United States against India, and that has to change. It is important to look at not only the specific actions implied in the trade agreement, but also what it does to the overall environment. In the overall environment, not only the trade in goods and services, but also what happens to investment becomes critically important. Bhanumurthy and I wrote a paper some 2 weeks ago about what is happening to the value of the rupee. The value of the rupee actually was falling, not essentially because of economic factors. The factor which was responsible mainly for the fall in the value of the rupee was the capital outflows, which were influenced, again, not by economic considerations, but because of the concern about lack of agreement between India and USA. And I think that the title of our article was "Diplomacy is the only answer to the fall in the value of the rupee." Since then, I think after this agreement, which is not fully cleared out, has helped the rupee to gain. What I'm saying is that look at what will happen to the overall environment. If the absence of a hostile environment leads to, in some sense, a better investment climate, that is something to be welcomed. So I will stop here and I will have a conversation with Dr. Bonamurthy. But the point is, I wish to say is that India has built up the capability. I want to mention one fact before I go, and that is today, a growth rate of 6.5% per annum is almost assured. If you look at our growth rate, that is there. That is why we would say that the potential rate of growth as of now is 6.5. All our efforts should now be directed towards increasing the potential rate of growth from 6.5% to 7.5%. And that is where your minds and your thinking will count a lot. I do hope that as a result of the discussions here, we will all go wiser and better so that the country can get on to a path of achieving a growth rate of 7 to 7.5%. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, sir. I think you have given 5 lessons today in the morning for the people who are here. And let me thank MMA for this opportunity. And it's a very rare opportunity for me to converse with my boss. So I think we do converse every day in the morning, so we are doing that here. Sir, you have done so much to the Indian economy. For almost 3.5 decades, I think your contributions to Indian economy was so amazing that you have not really left anything for people in terms of economic public policy. One of the things that you have been arguing for some time is that, as you rightly pointed out, that we need to increase the investment rate to 2 percentage point right now. But we also know that large part of these investments are the 2% investment. It has to come from the domestic savings, right? If you look at India and China, I think large part of investments actually came from the domestic savings. Now, to attract that 2% investment, I think we need to mobilize through the domestic savings. But if you look at in the last few years, we also see that the domestic savings are actually coming down, you know. So the causalities from savings to investment and then the investment to growth. So the trigger has to be on the savings side. So what is that you think that we need to do to really improve the domestic savings in the economy? Because we cannot depend on the foreign savings much.
You know, savings and investment are two sides of the coin. The savings rate is influenced by a certain set of factors. And investment is influenced by certain other set of factors. First of all, we need to create a situation in which the demand for investment increases. That is what I have been talking about this morning. What is it that has to be done? That the investment rate goes up from whatever the current level is by another 2 percentage points. So that really comes out of the perceptions of the investors regarding whether India's growth rate can be maintained at that particular level. So the first thing we need to look at is what is it that we have to do in order to raise the investment rate, and in what way in which the investment rate can go up. Is it government capital expenditures or is it private investment expenditures? Government capital expenditures also have to go because they go up. I mean, there is really no doubt about it. After all, the large part of the social infrastructure and more particularly the physical infrastructure will have to be provided by the government, and therefore the investment expenditure or the capital expenditure of the government also has to go up. But my point the point that I made a little while earlier is that the ability of the government to increase the capital expenditure is also reaching its limit. I mean, I think in some sense it did increase in the last few years after COVID, but it is, and therefore the private investment has to pick up. That is what what Keynes calls the marginal efficiency of capital. That is the rate of return on capital, so to say, must be attractive enough for you to invest. Therefore, that has to be addressed. Now comes the second question, namely, if that investment is forthcoming, where are the savings in order to support it? I mean, in a sense, you are right. I mean, that the savings have not been picking up. In fact, savings are going down. In fact, the government savings are a little better now. I mean, I won't say little, a shade better than before. Therefore, the question will arise at one point that once the investment demand picks up and it becomes ready to be operationalized, then we will have to turn to the question that you asked, namely, how will it be supported and where are the savings? At that particular point, some critical questions will also arise. On the other hand, one can also say that part of this increased investment can be supported by what we call foreign savings in the sense of inflow of resources from outside. But there is a limit on that also, because the inflow of resources from outside is essentially equal to the current account deficit, and we cannot let the current account deficit also to go up. Therefore, the point that you make regarding household savings within the country also need to rise. And it's here some questions will arise about what is the role of interest rate. Because everybody, particularly the community here, assembled here, will also support the lowering of the interest rate. Because everybody thinks that the lowering of the interest rate is the prime mover of investment. Not always so. I mean, it is only the rate of interest in comparison with what the rate of return is the critical importance. So at that particular point in time, we will have to decide whether the rate of interest can be lowered beyond a particular point because it has an adverse effect on domestic savings. On that also, all economists are not completely agreed. Some people think that aggregate savings is not affected by interest rate, but its composition is affected by interest rate in the sense the investment or the savings in financial assets is influenced by interest rate, but savings in other forms may not be. But the point is well taken that as investment picks up and as the environment for investment picks up, we also need to look at what we do with respect to the resources that are needed, and the critically important is the domestic savings. As I said, there are limits to our current account deficit, so we'll have to know it. Therefore, we will address that issue as investment picks up.
Yeah, I think private investments not picking up has become a major concern. I think even Honorable Finance Minister kept on asking why that private investment is actually not picking, even after 125 basis point reduction in the interest rates, and also there's so much of public capital expenditure is happening. So I think we need to get answers from them rather than we answering why the private investment is actually not picking up. Sir, in terms of I think a lot of times we keep comparing ourselves with Asian countries as well as China, particularly in terms of the structure of the economy. Now, we know that we followed a service-led growth and we did reasonably well, I mean, for the past 3 decades. And we have seen the average growth of GDP going up to 6.5%. Now, if you want to go from here, from 6.5 to 7.5%, I'm sure you remember that one of the aims that we had was to increase the share of manufacturing sector to 25%. So right now, what we are seeing is there is a decline in the share of manufacturing sector. Is there a way we can relook at that particular in reviving the share of manufacturing sector? Now, on the factor markets also, during your period in RBI, you started so many reforms on the capital market side, on the banking sector side also. On the labor, we have seen recently there is some initiative on the labor reforms. Despite all that, why are we not really improving the share of manufacturing sector? Because it has huge implications on the employment, as you rightly pointed out. So how do we address this particular issue of almost stagnancy in the manufacturing sector share?
This has been a concern. I mean, that for a long time people have been saying that what is happening to the share of manufacturing in the total output, and the advantage of manufacturers is that it not only leads to increase in output, but also it is more employment intensive than the other activities, and this has been talked about. But I really want to make 2 points here. One is that the share, as we call it, is essentially how the cake is growing. Today, the services sector dominate the economy in the sense that they contribute more than 50% of the total output. Therefore, when we talk of share of manufacturers, we are essentially talking about the relative growth rate of manufacturers and the other sectors. In some sense, growth in service sector is also not a bad thing. I mean, in some ways, the distinction between service and manufacture is also not very clear. Some activities which were treated as manufacturers earlier are now treated as service sector, because people say that previously the company produced the commodity, packaged the commodity, and sent the commodity. And therefore, that was the total value of manufacturers. But now, many of them only produce. Packaging is done by something else and somebody else, and the transportation is done by somebody else. Therefore, there is a problem about the definition between the distinction between service and manufacturing. Certainly, the need for enlarging the base of manufacture, yes, I agree. But I am not quite concerned about the share, because the share we have to take a view that whether we want the services sector to expand or not. And perhaps we have the capability and the training now, and therefore the service sector will continue to grow. But the base of the manufacturer, I certainly agree, will have to expand, because you look at it in terms of employment. In terms of employment, it is very clear when manufacture grows, or let us say a factory grows, then it absorbs employment or absorbs people with different skills, from the top managerial skills to the skills needed in order to keep the factory clean. So it is therefore in the advantage of manufacture growing as against the high quality services growing is there, and the wide absorption of labor is something associated with manufacturers, and we really need to widen the base of the manufacturer also. But at the same time, we have built up the skills. We cannot give up our ability to compete more efficiently in terms of the services, and that we should also do it. I think, as I mentioned earlier, multidimensional, in which I would say yes, manufacture must grow, but also the service sectors also must grow. And I think really the Indian industry will have to seriously think about what they can produce and what they are not producing, and why they are not producing. I am surprised, for example, I think we talked about it some time ago, that how China is really intruding into the entire economy and producing things which you would think is not rocket science, but which they are producing and we are not producing. I was also surprised, for example, during the kite festival, people are all saying that these are Chinese kites, and also what is that? The thread, which is also made in China. Why? I mean, we have such a long tradition, and why we are not able to produce this and we have to import it from China? I think Indian industry needs to carefully look at what are all the commodities that we are importing. I wish to make one more point anyway, which I forgot to mention, that when I say you do import substitution, I do not mean the import substitution of the type that we had in the 1950s and 60s. I want import substitution to be done on competitive basis, that we should be able to produce some of these commodities which are not rocket science, and which we can produce and produce it efficiently and competitively. So it is that we should do. I think the Indian industry has to introspect about this.
Thank you, sir. Related to that, sir, now that recently government has notified the new labor codes, there is some perception from the industry that it is going to increase their cost of production. I am not really sure about it, but some of the things which is relevant for the manufacturing sector, unlike the service sector, is the issue of land. Land is another factor of production, right? And if you look at the kind of investment some of the states are receiving, it's actually correlated with the extent of land digitization or land records. So what is your view on these two important factors like land and labor? Is that really constraining the manufacturing sector? And also, is that really leading to the regional disparity that we see in this country?
If you look back, and I remember those early 1990s when we were introducing reforms, the focus is essentially on a few things, and the focus was on commodities, tradable goods, and so on. But the question later on arose about labor and how labor also should be, the labor reforms are critically necessary. So in the capital market, we did quite a bit in order to be able to attract capital and use capital. So that much we did on one factor of production, capital. Then I think at that particular time, we did not have a free hand, so to say, to deal with labor. In fact, half of our time was also spent at that time to convince people that we are not against labor, we are not against the reforms are not against labor, I mean, and so on and so forth. And in those days, we used to say more market does not mean less government, but different government. So the changes had to be made slowly. But I think the labor code, I'm not an expert on labor codes, and all of you assembled here deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis. But by and large, it is the concern that it increases the cost of labor or the payment for labor will have to be carefully looked at. I mean, I think this is, after all, in the days when minimum wage law was introduced, then it was also opposed on the ground that it will increase the cost of labor. But certain things have to be done from from a larger viewpoint. On land, see, on land we had very different views. In the early years after independence, for example, we actually introduced, in the case of agriculture, Land Ceiling Act. Yes. Actually, we did not want large farms. And now what has happened at the end of it all is that our land is all fragmented now, and the average size of land holding is so small that it is not even economically profitable or productive. The people talk about what you call land monetization, in the sense that the land that is available with the government, but which is not being utilized, can be sold, and that monetization can help actually in the government to expand its investment, expand the infrastructure. It is beset with many problems. Any sale of something like land, it can lead to a lot of controversy. There can always be an issue that we sold it at a lower price, and the rents have been taken away by somebody, and so on. The point that I wish to make is that the angle from which the problem is to be looked at has to be noted. If it is for the government to have larger resources at its disposal by disposing of land which is available with them, there is some logic to it. But that is something that has to be done with great care. Otherwise, it can lead to a lot of corruption and so on and so on.
Yeah, thank you. I think right now there is a land tokenization is also experimented in the country. So I think there's some reforms happening on that state. So is this a question? So there are some questions online, and one of the participants is asking, we are witnessing suboptimal utilization of critical resources. Sir, you can see there.
I can't read it from here.
Yeah. So
how does the question?
Yeah, I think it's very good.
Yeah.
The question is, we are witnessing a suboptimal utilization of critical resources due to, it's at the back, it's on the screen.
Oh, here, is it? We are witnessing suboptimal utilization of critical resources due to.
Come on, Mentimeter.
It looks like a AI generated question.
Democracy and human undermined by political. No, in fact, this is a very. This is a much larger question. I mean, I think this is not nearly related to economics. I mean, this is the critical resources. We are just now talking
about the land, yes.
Yeah. And that's a problem, because to whom does the land belong? But if center and states have similar thinking, we can certainly utilize some of those resources better. But the question is not actually very clear. I mean, in the sense that what is the problem that we are really addressing? The center and the states certainly need to work together and really maximize the benefits to the country. There is no doubt about it. And in this center-state relationship, it is equally important that the center also realizes what the states need and how that should be, and what the role and what the center should be doing in order to facilitate the states for functioning. And it is also important on the part of the states to cooperate with the center. I mean, there is no doubt. I mean, there can be no difference of opinion, so to say, that it is the joint efforts of both the center and the states that will finally see our better utilization and efficiency.
Yeah, coming to Tamil Nadu, now that we are here. So Tamil Nadu has been a pioneer in the manufacturing sector for a very long time, historically also. Now, as you rightly pointed out in your speech, there are so many new economy sectors are coming up, new emerging areas. And what it takes for the Tamil Nadu to adopt those new, what are the things that they need to do really to get into that new economy sectors?
Now, Tamil Nadu has done extremely well in terms of overall economic growth, in terms of industrial performance, in terms of absorbing new technologies, in terms of the production of services. That is without doubt. I mean, I think this is, obviously, there are newcomers, and there are other states which want to compete and take a larger share of the cake. But there are areas in which the Tamil Nadu can utilize its capabilities and move ahead. In fact, in our report that we had given to the government some years ago, we had identified some of the sectors. Now, certainly, the service sector is very well organized, and in terms of AI applications, Tamil Nadu must really play a big role. The other area was that the one industry that is growing very fast is pharma industry, and the pharma industry is not that strong as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, and the new opportunities, what they call biopharma and so on, are opening up, and that is one area in which the Tamil Nadu government can go in. Then we had also identified many other specific sectors in which Tamil Nadu can grow up. For example, automobile, take it, is a strong base in Tamil Nadu, and perhaps with competition increasing in this area, particularly from abroad, it is really a strong a state with a strong base will be able to compete effectively with the foreign companies. And I think, therefore, the increased focus on that will become important. So I think the Tamil Nadu has not reached its limit. So Tamil Nadu has a much larger space to grow up, and it certainly can absorb and work more in the new areas and take care of the competition from others.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think we ran out of time now. And first of all, let me thank all of you for patience listening. There is a full report by Dr. Rangarajan that has been submitted to Tamil Nadu government in terms of what needs to be done, and maybe you want to look at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Professor Bhanumurthy. What a treat it has been to topmost economists with us this morning. Thank you, Dr. Rangarajan, especially. May I request Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, President MMA, and Mr. Unikrishnan, Senior Vice President, to come up to the dais and present a memento to both the dignitaries. Dr. Rangarajan, ladies and gentlemen, a legend in his own right. Been really a privilege for us to have him this morning here. And he's accepted our invitation, has spent so much time with us. I think it's very rare to have such luminaries amongst us. So thank you so much, sir. Let's give it up to him, ladies and gentlemen. At this age, he's been with us this morning, accepting our invitation and sharing his thoughts, so very current with whatever he's shared with us. I think so many takeaways that he has given to us. He's talked about the private investments that need to pick up, and he's talked about the multidimensional approach that we need to take for growth, rather than either focusing on services or only on the manufacturing. And Dr. Bhanumurthy, thank you so much. I think your conversation with him made this special, even more special. Let's give him also a big round of applause. Director, Madras School of Economics. So I think we should have him more often with us, because there are so many questions that's come online Unfortunately, due to paucity of time, we couldn't take many of them. But I think most of them have been covered from his address and thereafter the conversation that we had. So, gentlemen, we are going ahead with our next session now, and that will be a special session 1. And a very, very important theme at us, talent and skills for the future. Particularly, there are a lot of young students here, young executives. I think we're going to address that. And give us a couple of minutes time as we set the stage for 5 people to occupy the stage of the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down for the next session, which is a very, very interesting session, as I said, on the theme talent and skills for the future. May I invite to take their place on the dais Ms. Parvati Karthik, Senior Consultant, Tata Consultancy Services, Chennai, Mr. Jerry Jose, Chief Human Resources, ICICI Lombard, Ms. Shilpa Rangaswamy, Consultant, Egon Zender, Mr. Hariharan Srinivasan, Chief People Officer, Hexaware. And to moderate the session, we'll request Mr. Abhilash Sridharan, Partner, McKinsey, to come and take his place on the dais. So, delegates, where's the energy? Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Great. As they settle down for this very, very thought-provoking, very interesting session, particularly for the youngsters who are here in this room, talent and skills for the future, may I now ask the AV team to present their AV.
Ms. Parvati Karthik is Head of Human Resources for Research and Innovation at TCS, with over 27 years of experience spanning technology, innovation, and people leadership. An IIT Bombay postgraduate, Ms. Parvati has played a pivotal role in building scalable, inclusive skilling programs such as the TCS National Qualifier Program, shaping India's future-ready talent ecosystem. Mr. Jerry Jose is the Chief Human Resources Officer at ICICI Lombard, with deep expertise in talent management and organizational development. Mr. Jose has held senior HR leadership roles at Hindustan Unilever across India and Bangladesh, and is an alumnus of Gokhale Institute, Ferguson College, and TISS. Ms. Shilpa Rangaswamy is a consultant at Egan's Handar, advising clients on executive search, leadership development, and board effectiveness across financial services, private equity, and family businesses. A former McKinsey consultant and TCS engineer, Ms. Shilpa holds an MBA from IIM Bangalore and is a strong advocate for diversity in leadership. Mr. Hariharan Srinivasan is the Chief People Officer at Hexaware, with over 30 years of experience in people management and organizational transformation, including 2 decades with the company. Mr. Hariharan leads progressive HR practices focused on learning, empowerment, and high performance, and holds a master's in social work from PSG College of Arts and Science. Mr. Abhilash Sridharan is a partner at McKinsey and Company, advising leading banking, insurance, and financial services institutions across India and global markets on growth, productivity, operating models, and AI-led transformation. Mr. Abhilash leads McKinsey's service operations practice in Asia and the insurance practice in India, and is a frequent speaker at industry forums.
Thank you, all the dignitaries who are on the dais. Thanks for joining us. May I now request Mr. Abhilash to take the session forward, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to be with our illustrious panelists. The topic for today's discussion is on talent and skills, right? There are 3 or 4 components which we constantly keep hearing about when we speak to clients and when we kind of get a pulse of the industry. One is, especially given the advent of AI and Gen AI and how institutions have started thinking about the disruption on talent, this has been a topic which has had enormous global precedence. And perhaps for the first time in the last many, many years, at least in my limited view, the topic of talent, skills, and how people need to get reskilled is of massive preeminence. The second component is this would have huge implications for how India thinks about itself, in particular as India aspires to become a $7-10 trillion economy over the course of the next 7 to 10 years. And we are also at an interesting inflection point, especially given the speed at which demographic changes are happening. Plus, for the first time, women employability in India has crossed the men employability in India as a statistic point. So we are at a very interesting juncture there. The third component is there are lots of aspects and questions which are in all of our minds, including my own. How exactly would AI impact the skills and talents that are needed? There are certain roles and areas which perhaps are going to get completely replaced by robots or agents or generative agents. There are other skills which honestly get augmented further. And then the third is there are newer skills that would get necessitated and created. For instance, the need to have a data ontology as an example. And then finally, given all of this, there is a huge cost and capital that is needed in order to build up these skills and talent. And it would be interesting to see how institutions and society as a whole is looking to invest in this. So those are a few things which we hear from our clients, from people in general. So perhaps would love to hear thoughts from the panel. And the way we'll structure it is we have a set of questions for our panelists over the course of the next 30-40 minutes, post which we'll open it up for audience questions across any areas of interest for you. Maybe, Jerry, if I may start with you. In India, financial services is a critical space. It's a huge employer, both directly and indirectly, right? Both in terms of third-party institutions, agents, etc. Right? And this is one particular sector where every day we read in the news about some large financial institution which is investing in completely transforming its skill base. I was just reading in the newspaper day before yesterday about Goldman Sachs, infusing a suite of agents to replace compliance and risk functions, etc. So, and ICICI as a group has taken a very disruptive approach towards managing talent, cross-pollinating talent, how you think about incentive structure, etc. As you're thinking about talent and skills for the future, both for, let's say, ICICIs and institutions, and when you take a financial services lens more broadly, what would be 3 to 4 critical areas of focus while taking the 2035 horizon?
Thanks, Abhilash, and good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be here amongst all of you. The important, lesson that we take from some of the rapid developments that are happening in technology and the AI space is that business models are getting disrupted. Obviously the value chain is getting re-engineered, and basically, there are new ways of basically doing business. And the rate of change at which it is happening is makes it so difficult to predict the future. Yeah, because you can't be crystal gazing when you really don't know what's going to happen in the medium to long term. But the good thing in such a glum situation is that there's a saying, the good thing about the future is that it comes one day at a time. Yeah, and therefore it gives you a sense of control. Yeah, and more importantly, I think so the larger focus in the industry or the sector is how do you keep long-term objectives in complete focus, and then work on short-term actions, yeah, or capabilities. I would call it capabilities actually, short-term and medium-term capabilities, which help you to meet those long-term objectives. And it is about really course correcting as we go through the short-term and the medium-term. That's the only practical way of dealing with such a future. And in that context, obviously, what needs to be done is still a big question mark, because obviously, there are so many rapid changes happening. It's very difficult to put your hand on the what. And probably there are some fundamental questions, and which is what we do as a group in order to basically ask certain questions relating to capability. Yeah, and we keep building on that in the short term as well as the medium term in order to basically drive our objectives. So the first important question that we ask is, do we have adequate in-house tech and digital talent, and how well are they integrated with the business? Because it gives you a lot of flexibility if you're not dependent on players in the external market. This industry, insurance industry particularly, as well as banking, is getting disrupted, and there's a lot of reliance on external partners. So obviously the important thing is that how do you build in-house talent, yeah, both for digital, data, tech, and how do you integrate them with the business? Because at the end of the day, a lot of the work is going to happen from people within the business. They are going to spot the opportunities. They are going to look at what is really possible. So that's one big question we keep answering all the time. And obviously that's evident from data scientists that we build in-house. We integrate them with the business teams. They are not a standalone. For example, product teams which are there within the company, they are cross-functional teams which have both technology as well as the business teams working together. So there are numerous examples of trying to see how do we build this capability at a scale. Yeah, because pockets can help solve the short-term problems, but then how do you build this as a long-term capability? The second question we ask is, a bulk of the rest of the organization is still not adapt at this new digital environment. Yeah, and therefore, how do you basically make it amenable for them to basically adopt the new changes which are basically coming in? So how do you create the environment in the organization so that people start engaging, communicating, doing their day-to-day stuff using digital and tech? Yeah, so it's not like it is something that they do separately or independently. It is integrated into their way of work. So that's how we basically look at it. How do you increase the digital fluency for people? How do people basically help look at data? How do you basically they look at leveraging data within the company? Because a lot of business teams sit on a lot of data, but they can't say that that's someone else's job. It is basically people who look at the processes, who look at the data, who have to basically reimagine how things need to be done. So most important thing is, things like cyber security. They have to be equally aware, as the organization becomes far more digital, far more tech oriented, they need to understand what are the risks that our organization, can have, and therefore what's the role that they play in doing it. So those are some of the roles, and that is some question that we keep asking in terms of integrating people into the larger digital environment that is coming. The third important thing is about, what is the value add that people can get beyond the automated systems, beyond the intelligent machines that are happening at the workplace. Because everyone may think that, I have no role to play in this. Yeah, there is something that is happening through digital and tech. What is the value add that I bring into the table? For which we basically focus on a lot of things which are important, which tech obviously and digital can't do, which is about strategic thinking. Someone has to see the big picture, connect the dots, drive meaning and sense into what we are doing. And that is important for an organization. So therefore, we look at that as a very important aspect of how we cultivate and build. And like you said, cross-pollination of talent, exposure to companies which are best in class. These are all helping to build that, strategic perspective for people. The other important thing is deeper critical thinking and problem solving. I think so that is fundamental. Machines can't do that as yet. I mean, they can probably do that in future. But that is probably something that we encourage in real world experiences on the job. How do you basically build and hone your skills on doing that? Building relationships. I think so. We still are a big distribution oriented sector, and therefore, how do you build relationships which are lasting? How do you basically drive collaboration between teams? Because you can't rely on individuals to deliver long-term objectives. You need people to team together. How do you make the environment far more inclusive, so that everyone gets an opportunity to contribute, to give their best? So these are, how do you ensure that your integrity and ethics are maintained? We operate in the financial industry. We manage other people's money. So how do we maintain that? We are in a regulated economy. These are fundamental skills which a tech, machine, automation can't take care of. And therefore those are some of the skills that we keep building, and these will be fresh skills always. These are time-tested skills that will be relevant at any point in time. And then the final part is about how do you adapt to these changes. Adaptation is a very important theme in the business, because at the end of the day, people are going to run all our systems and processes. They need to understand how to adopt these changes. There are ways of working which will get disrupted. How do you basically get new ways of working? People go, working on these things. There are going to be new roles. You mentioned one is about augmentation. The other thing is that roles may get redesigned. How do you basically pick up new roles and start adapting to those new roles and doing those roles? So these are some of the 3 or 4 big fundamental capability questions that we keep asking ourselves. There's no finite answer on the what, but we are very clear in terms of the direction and how do we go about this journey. It's an evolving journey. And whenever we get together as a leadership team, as a board, we keep asking these fundamental questions relating to talent and skill. And therefore, that gives us the direction in terms of how to proceed.
That's very insightful, Jerry. And in fact, it's very inspiring to see what Lombard's done in this space over the course of the last 18 months or so, bringing closely together the business function expertise with traditional technology and data with a lot of the newer age talent, which the institution is infusing itself with. That's very inspiring to see that. So perhaps transitioning from there to the ITES space in Parvati, this is a sector which has been has always been the darling of the Indian employment, right? And where there's been a huge focus. And it employs people across geographies, across generations, across different skill maturities, right? One question is, and this is also another sector where every day we kind of read about this particular sector in the news in some shape and form, especially as as there is a newer variation of one of the AI applications that gets launched. So what skills do you think look critical today, but will get substituted or consumed by AI eventually? And what are skills which you think are undervalued today, but might actually become critical 5-10 years down the line?
Thanks, Abhilash. A very good afternoon to everybody present, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here, to be connecting with all of you. I hope to share a few points from TCS the journey that we have embarked on, with the hope that it is something that resonates with all of you as well, as we are collectively in the same continuum of transformation. Abhilash, your question, if I may paraphrase it, I think what he's asking me is, what is it that AI can do, and what is it that AI cannot do? So let me start with what AI can do. Our CEO, Mr. Krithivasan, has already shared the TCS aspiration that we wish to be the world's largest AI-led tech services company. We are already on that journey. And as we have commenced, we find that there are certain skills, and I would like to call out 4 skills which are currently relevant, but AI is catching up very fast, and AI will soon take over those skills. The first and foremost being coding. So in services, there is a lot of coding that we have to do on development, maintenance, support projects. So the coding skill is something which AI will take over. Then if you look at the production support and maintenance kind of work, the L1, L2 support, query resolutions, ticket management, all of this are execution tasks. They come under the category of execution. That also will be taken over by AI. The third category comes in data analysis. So creation of reports, dashboards. This will be completely taken over by AI. And the fourth is content. So content creation, content synthesis, content compilation. This is another space where AI finds its relevance. So there are 4 predominant areas today which are still relevant, but are going to increasingly reduce in relevance. But does this mean that opportunity is reducing? Certainly not. Opportunity is not reducing. In fact, opportunity is becoming a force multiplier. And how does that happen? Now we look at what is it that AI can't do. In the future, there will be 3 areas, and I would like to specifically call out these 3 areas. The first one is managing ambiguity, uncertainty. Business and customer systems today are extremely large, partially integrated. So the ability to be able to look at complex architecture, complex systems, and arrive at very simple technical constructs is going to become the future skill. And I'm talking of what is likely to happen 5-10 years from now, and that's going to be the mainstay. So the ability to manage ambiguity of systems is going to become a very important skill. The second aspect is about judgment. So when you are having sophisticated AI tools giving you information, the judgment that you take from data, the inference, from inference, the insight, and from insight, the judgment capability is going to become a very important skill, Abhilash. And the third aspect, if I look at it from the holistic architecture and landscape point of view, is going to become systems thinking. Because if AI is going to improve your value stream, then it is going to expect inherently that you are going to be elite by design and capable of planting the right experience for the end user. So the 3 skills of the future where AI is not yet there but are going to stay, are going to be there, is about judgment, it's about being elite by design, and it's also about this whole aspect of being able to frame a problem. Because if coding is going to become something which an AI can do, does that mean that we don't need computer science graduates? Certainly not. Computer science is going to be the most important skill that we would need. But the computer scientist or the computer engineer is going to be one who is going to question AI, is going to review AI code, is going to ask AI to explain its rationale, which is the explainable AI component. So these are the things which are the skills for the future.
That's very helpful and very well articulated. Thank you, Parvati. Shilpa, you advise CEOs and boards on the topic of talent and leadership. What are skills which CEOs and CXOs think the institutions have, but boards think they lack? And how should they practically go about building those skills, both from a capability perspective and a mindset perspective?
Good afternoon again. I've been here through the morning, and it's been lovely hearing so many people speak and react to questions. Before I go to Abhilash's question, just one fun anecdote, right? I started my career at TCS, this is more than 20 years ago, writing code. And for many years after I left, did an MBA, moved to consulting, I kept saying going back to writing code was my backup profession, right? If ever this doesn't work, I know that's something I enjoy doing. I know it's something I'm good at. That's what I'm going to go back and do, right? And so a big question for me over the last couple of years at least has been, I don't have a backup profession now, right? What am I going to do next? But to the question you asked, I think and there have been eras of organizations, right? So if we think back to the Industrial Revolution, which got referenced earlier, organizations were built for efficiency, right? How can you do things faster? How can you do things with less error? How can you do things more efficiently, right? Then we moved to a phase where this whole strategic thinking became a big deal, right? And then you were looking for people who could predict a little bit the future, to the point you were making, Jerry, and then react to that, right? Or almost plan for it, if you may. I think as we talk to boards today, the leaders they're looking to train, the organizations they're looking to build are what at least we are calling sensing organizations, right? Because every day is going to be a new day. I don't know too many people who talk of 5-year plans and 10-year plans anymore. So the ability to sense, if you may, what's around the corner and to build the adaptability to react to that quickly, I think is what we're trying to build in organizational systems, right? And one example of adaptability is this thing of how do I in-house tech, digital, and how do I integrate it more tightly with business, right? That's an example. So that's, I think, one trait that we see organizations looking to build. Varying levels of success, but I don't think it's anymore under debate that that's what we need to do, right? The second trait is one of just eternal curiosity, right? Which is to say, how do you keep pushing yourself to learn more? So the era of, oh, we went to school and then we went to undergrad and then we went to postgrad and then we were done with our learning for life, right? Then you went and worked where someone paid you to apply that learning. I think that era has gone away again, right? And the push, therefore, to everybody in the room is to say, how do you keep that learning muscle constantly on? And keep the learning muscle on two counts. One is things that all of us need to know to be effective at work, right? So today, if I don't know how to engage with AI, that's a problem. It limits my efficiency at work. But also keep the learning muscle on something completely unrelated to work, right? Lots of research and evidence that establishes that helps you perform better. And so go learn a new language, learn a new art form, practice sport that you've never done before. But to make that learning just part of your routine, to say every few years, I'm going to pick something that I'm actually quite terrible at and get better at it. Right? So I think I'd call out those two. Sensing and adapting is one, and learning is the second.
Very helpful, Shilpa. Thank you, and probably we'll come back to that in one of the later questions. Maybe Hariharan, if I may come to you. You've worked for many years in the US, and then you moved back to India to take on the Chief Talent Officer role. Perhaps two questions. One is, how do you think about building a talent organization for the future? That's one. The second is, in particular, as you're looking at the talent infrastructure or skills infrastructure in India and compare it to what you have seen globally, what is one structural advantage that India has, and what is perhaps one blind side that India ignores?
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to panel members. Thank you, Abhilash. So the two questions which he asked, so let me take the second question first. What today I have seen in the last 7 or 8 months of being in relocated from US to India is the adaptability in India is much better than what I have seen in different part of the globe, which is mainly because one is our natural culture of learning, which she said about it, but that culture of learning is always there. You know, from the beginning, from the young days, we keep hearing that study. That learning is being imbibed into our culture. That's one part of it. Second part of it is the curiosity, which she also touched about it, which I have been talking about in my organization, is the curiosity to learn, curiosity to adapt, curiosity to check new things, which is very high in our country. Third, the demography wise, the group which is currently in the employment, their age group is extremely happy to learn and execute the new things. So these are the three important features I have seen in the last 8-9 months working with the different talents across the industry. I'm specifically talking about IT industry. Coming back to what I have not seen in our country, which I would like to see more, is the mindset from services to innovation to move. Which if I'll tell you my experience of walking into, I always love to go to Bay Area. Okay, when I walk into the Bay Area, I sit across with various startups. Right now here also the startups are there, but the hunger for the startups. If you walk into Bay Area in any place, sitting in a Starbucks, in a coffee shop, there will be a set of teams sitting across, brainstorming what they can do it, what they will do it. See, I don't see that in our generation right now. So we try to repeat things, we try to do that. So that has to move. We need to be an innovator, whether someone sitting in their broad cloud, which has literally took off the stock market in the last few days. The next one which is coming up yesterday, if you have seen, there is a new tool which insurance brokers are going to use it, and which has took the stock market by storm. All the insurance brokers lost their storm. So the tools, the technology, which is the innovation, which I think we need to work on. All our industries have to move from services into such innovations to come in. So that's what I would say in the difference between what I have seen in India is. Now coming back to what do we do to improve the talents. The important part is to learn. See, what we look for people is, we are not looking for a niche skills at the time of hiring. You will not get a niche skills at the time of hiring. If you want to look for a particular candidate, you will not. We would look for a candidate who has a right aptitude to learn. That's a critical metric we want to see. Whether he has learned, is willing to learn, is willing to adapt. So that's where we look at people.
Now, development. See, every organization invests a lot on training. We do have the training. We do what we have is one is a compulsory training, and also the training by you can join the program, and how you are going to improve, learn new skills. What she talked about it, we have a program called Clash of Titans, which we have implemented across the organization. That Clash of Titans, what it gives is, one is you learn what is in your field. And the other two factors are all what is not in your field, what you are not operational using it, which has to learn. So these people who have a Clash of Titans program, where we reward very substantially, to learn we reward. So that's the way we want it. One is monetarily also we want to reward. In the meantime, we also wanted to improve their learning in the areas where they are not used to that. Then third one, which we want to do it, what you learn, how are you going to add value to the customer, which we call it as a CVA, customer value awards, which we give it, and we wanted to implement that learning into the customer environment. So these are the ways we develop the talents in such a way that one is to learn, then other one is to learn new things. That's what we do that, Abhilash.
Very helpful, Hariharan. Thank you. Appreciate it. Perhaps now if I may follow up on some of the answers that each of you had given for questions. Maybe Jerry, if I start back with you. When we look at financial services and understand what different institutions have as culture, there are some institutions which take a talent-first mindset. There are others which take a technology-first, platform-first mindset, that what we offer needs to be fully platformized. As you take a futuristic view over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, how do you expect this industry to evolve? Or more broadly, would it be technology first or talent first? And what gives you more sleepless nights?
Okay, so I think so. I'll always keep talent and leadership. I'll extend this to leadership as well, as being the fountainhead. Yeah, because and the reason I'll do that, despite technology disrupting some of the business models, value chains, and all that, is that today a lot of AI is all pervasive. It permeates through every section of industry. You need people at a leadership level to make sense of it. Yeah. Today there are a lot of organizations who are shooting in the dark. They realize the potential of AI. They get into it. They basically implement a lot of stuff. And then they realize probably, this is not the thing, and the next big thing has happened already. I think so. Leadership is important from a point of view to form a point of view about the future and how technology will be a great enabler to drive the larger business objectives. Yeah. So and that is really about connecting the dots in the larger operating environment. Seeing how this will basically enable some of the key stakeholders in the operating environment. As a corporate, you are dealing with several stakeholders, and each of them are going to get impacted. So it is basically trying to see the big picture about how this can actually impact, some of your key stakeholders, and therefore, what's the point of view you basically build on that. And more importantly is, how do you make economic sense of the investments that you are basically, getting into in terms of tech and AI. At the end of the day, this basically needs to translate into business outcomes, yeah, in terms of growth, in terms of, that's really the big, thing that, so a lot of people do things because it's bright, shiny objects. They want to get into it. They want to impress certain stakeholders. But if the leadership doesn't have a clear point of view in terms of saying how this connects to the larger objectives of this organization, how it can be leveraged to the best of its ability, understand the context of the business in which it needs to be applied and leveraged, that takes a great amount of skill. So technology per se does not give you advantage. It is about the leadership which builds a point of view of how this can be leveraged. Therefore, I would place more emphasis on that. And then obviously is the talent. Obviously the people who are using the technologies, they need to adopt it. Obviously, a great talent can leverage technology in a much better way than a person who's not really adopting it and going. So let me give an example. For example, sales, in an insurance company is, how do you source business which is profitable? How do you look at risk pools, profit pools, which you should basically be selecting and, going ahead with. Now, if your salesman has a lot of tech and data with him in terms of which are the profitable pools where he needs to get in, if he's not leveraging that and he's only focusing on relationship building and, other things, this is not going to really help. Yeah. So talent plays an important role in terms of leveraging that technology. The learning doing gap. Today, there's a lot of good stuff there, but the problem is that people are not adopting it, not leveraging it in a better way. So role of talent is extremely critical in terms of how they adopt it and basically see the results and outcomes of that technology. So therefore, I would place obviously talent and leadership much above technology. Technology is an enabler. It's a tool. You cannot plan anything without it. It is an important component of how we go about it. The way I see it is that the future is about a co-pilot economy. Yeah, it is about both talent and leadership and technology working hand in hand in order to not only improve efficiencies and effectiveness, because that's really the basic function of what digital and technology does, but going beyond that in order to see how this can be leveraged for new business opportunities, for getting into niche areas which have not been explored because it was not humanly possible to basically get that kind of an analysis done to find out the pockets of excellence. So that's really it's basically about both talent and leadership and technology walking hand in hand. And both these give me sleepless nights because both these keep evolving. Talent and leadership, obviously for me is I see it as a long-term proposition. Technology will keep changing. There'll be new heroes coming all the time. Yeah, I think so. The organization capability we need to develop is talent and leadership, because that will ensure that whatever technologies come in are being basically identified. The opportunities basically captured, leveraged for organizational growth, and therefore that's what really I would prioritize. In it's a choice. It's a difficult choice. You have to choose both. I would prioritize on talent and leadership more. Yeah.
It's like a lemon and spoon race, basically. You'll need to win the race, but with the lemon in your spoon.
Correct. Exactly. Well put.
Helpful. Thank you for the context. Parvati, I think if I probably come to you, I loved the three paths that you had talked in your answer, right? Which is being able to drive clarity amidst ambiguity, elite design, and I think the third one was judgment, if I remember right. Those were the three parts. One question I have is, as we start using more and more co-pilots, right? What it does is it truncates a lot of the rote work. For example, I took 90 minutes to sit and write these questions. And just for fun's sake, I asked Perplexity, come up with 15 questions that I can ask the panelists, etc. In 45 seconds, it spit out a set of questions which was very similar to what I had come up with. And I was shocked, right? But as I was writing those questions, I was also thinking through them, and it gave me an insight into how I would run the discussion, etc. So my question to you is, a lot of the leaders in your organization are people whose judgment was developed over a course of time by doing a lot of the rote work. And Steve Jobs says the doer is the real thinker, right? Now you now have a generation of people who you're creating who are perhaps truncating a lot of the rote work that's being done with Copilot being deployed. How would you still be able to put in place the right judgment and curate and apprentice that in an organization?
Thanks, Abhilash. In fact, the answer lies in your question itself. Because you said that you jotted down the questions and then you asked your Copilot or whichever tool you used to generate a set of questions. Incidentally, I also jotted down my answers and then I asked Copilot to give me answers. Okay, so it's a paradox, isn't it? How many of us here use Microsoft Teams? Okay, so in Teams, if you want to have a group chat, you would go to the right-hand side and you'll say add members. Did you observe that you can also add agents? It's not just humans. We can add agents also to the group chat. So this interesting point on talent and leadership that we talked about, actually the definition of talent is changing. So talent till just maybe 5 years ago, we associate talent with only people, right? Human people. But talent today, by definition, is changing. It is talent is equals to people plus agents and systems. So we are looking at a future world, a future talent model where humans and AI are going to work together. We all know the traditional CAPA, causal analysis and preventive action. So in his question, he said, if AI is going to do everything in a near perfect way, how do we get the learning? How does the human learn? Because traditionally, we have always thought that a defect closure loop is where the learning lies. So you close a defect, there is a correction, a corrective action, and a preventive action, and through that, your next cycle of plan, do, check, act improves. But today, that whole thought process itself is changing. AI is taking care of a near perfect solution for you. So therefore, where should the judgment lie for the learning to occur is the question that each one of us here needs to fundamentally ask ourselves. Where should the judgment lie? And I think the answer is in being able to shift our focus from output to outcome. That's where the judgment lies. Because we have looked at work and work design in such a way that there is an entry, task, verification, validation, and an exit and an deliverable at the end of it, which may be your output, but not necessarily the end outcome or the success definition, as we call it, the definition of done or success. That success measure or outcome measure is where actually all the thinking is going to get redirected. And by trying to align to outcome measures, we will learn and we will have our ability to judge sharpened. So that's the first point. The second point is, of course, on these methods. So I'll give one more example. We ran a contest in TCS. So AI obviously is a very, very useful tool to actually look at the application submission. There are criteria for an application to get selected to next stage or not get selected. And since these are very objective criteria, AI becomes a very good assistant to actually tell you which applications can get shortlisted. Then these shortlisted applications go to a jury. Now, I had a discussion with our CTO and I said, CTO, look, as the AI assistant has given me the output. It's also told me where each of the shortlisted applications for next level are in terms of their level of completion to that particular category. So shall I give this to the jury so that then they can do their evaluation in an assisted manner? Do you know what he said? He said, don't. Don't give the AI output to the jury. Let the jury decide on their own. And then if the jury's decision is on the table, the AI's output is also on the table. If there is a mismatch, let's bring it up for dialogue. That's where the judgment comes. So we use AI, but we are not allowing AI to replace human judgment. We use it as an aid to sharpen the process, to speeden up the process, and to give better outputs in terms of quality. And that's how we can, work with AI so that while the AI ensures that to a large extent things which don't have to be done, which are repetitive tasks, that it will take care. But the judgment factor will be will still stay as the end point before a decision is taken.
I really like that answer. One is to avoid a lot of the junk miles that we might have end up putting in, and AI is essentially able to help us cut that. The second is, in specific places, it helps us with quality control, which may not have been the case. Really love that answer. Maybe building off of that, and Shilpa, one of the points which perhaps maybe 15, 20 years ago, since you talked about starting your career then, etc. We all studied growing up was on the concept of a well-rounded leader, a 360-degree leader, which is one of the reasons why many institutions had modeled their rotation programs around it, that someone essentially is well-rounded by the time person comes to the top. Is that concept now overrated? And are institutions better off picking and choosing spiky profile people to run organizations while finding a way of covering for their blind sides in other ways? Number one. Second is, and maybe as you're building up on that answer, it would also be helpful to give a view of how that answer might vary between a CEO role versus, let's say, the CXO roles.
I think great question, right? And every time I talk to somebody who understands AI well, I ask two questions. One is to say, therefore, what do leaders and organizations have to be able to do in future for them to be relevant and effective? And the other one is, what should our kids be learning? I'm still figuring out the answer to the second one. The first one, I think, a slightly firmer view, right? Which is the following. I think deep technical / subject matter expertise will continue to be important, because that is something that, at least AI in the way we define it today, may take some time to get to, right? So to that extent, jack of all trades is probably not a good answer at this point, right? And a long time ago, there used to be this notion of a T-shaped leader, right? So there was one thing that you knew really well, and you knew well from having done a little bit the hard yards on it, had a few fault cycles, if you may, right? So all of that learning has gone in there. But as you got more and more senior, you had to be able to connect the dots, right? And connect the dots in a manner that other people are not able to do, right? So the T capability continues to matter. I think it actually matters even more now, because that is where you will be able to generate delta as a leader. The third capability that I think matters much more now than before is the human element of all of this, right? So the core emotional element of being able to rally people in service of a goal, getting people to own an answer, do what it takes to get to outcomes. So being an inspiring people leader, and it means lots of different things, right? That's not one skill. It involves empathy, it involves servant leadership, it involves stress management, yourself, all of those. I think that is again like a second horizontal almost that we now draw, right? So there is people leadership as a horizontal capability, there is broad business leadership as a horizontal capability, and then there is one area that you know really, really well. That's the frame.
Love it. Sure. Why don't we take the questions on and then we'll come back to the follow-ups. Yeah. Oh, it's on the screen. Yeah. So, Shilpa, maybe do you want to give the question and the answer?
So the question is, what are the most common blind spots boards and CEOs have when planning leadership for an AI-driven future? I think at this point, two blind spots, as we've seen them at least, right? The first is a little bit not enough clarity on the pace of change, right? So what is this thing going to be able to do, and how quickly is it going to change the game, right? I think that's an open question, and we've heard it across sectors, across geographies. It's universal, right? And more often than not, I think it's underestimated. That's number one. And number two is, Jerry, you referred to this, right? The deep thinking to say, how do I separate out all of the bells and whistles from what is this really going to allow me to do in a manner that is differentiated, right? I think those two are what we'd love to see people do more of. There is an inherent conflict there, which is most of us are wired to operate and think in a very definitive way, right? If, then, else. That's the loop we're all trained to use. When you add 2 or 3 layers of ambiguity into that, right, there's a bit of the paralysis of, do I know enough to be able to commit money to this, right? What if I'm taking the wrong bet? I think building comfort with ambiguity and building that top down is the third blind spot or skill gap.
That's fantastic. I see the next question. What core skills do you believe will remain future-proof despite rapid technological disruption? I think our panelists have given a few answers on this particular topic. I think Shilpa talked about curiosity and building a learning muscle around discomfort. And then Parvati also spoke about those 3 traits, between ambiguity, elite design, and the third one was judgment. Any additional skills that the panelists would want to add here?
Add 2 more. So engineering, the core engineering, right? A lot of the business is also on, looking at domain. So in manufacturing domain or in Internet of Things, what we are working on, sensors, etc. So the core domain skills stay, and engineering and architecture, that will also stay to a large extent. It will just get assisted with AI tools, but principally to be able to study architecture, find loopholes, look at an integrated cloud-based higher order architecture, legacy modernization opportunities. So architecture and engineering domain skills will stay.
She talked about legacy modernization. The legacy modernization takes a larger roadmap today in any organization. So what the customer looking at is, how do we change my current operational model into the new model? So that's going to be the very critical. And also the other skill set is on the data, which has to be application of the data. How do we apply the data in various scenarios is which is going to be the stay for the next future.
I think so. Adaptability is something which is really, underscored as an ability. I think so. Like Charles Darwin said, it's not the strongest, it's not the most intelligent. It is the persons who adapt, the species which adapts, which is going to survive. And I think so. It is more about, resilience in a turbulent world. How do you basically continue to stay on course, change course whenever required, in order to basically survive, not only survive, thrive. Because, it's not a question about surviving, because that everyone will somehow manage to do. But to win in the future, it's really about resilience and adaptability.
Fantastic. Next question, I think it's to you, Parvati. Do you want to maybe?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
I think the question is up, so everyone can see it. I would say the biggest barrier, so I won't call it as a barrier, but see, in TCS, when we've looked at AI, we fundamentally started with training people on AI, a very fundamental training which we call as AI Dojo. So just this morning, I asked our global talent head, how many people have been through at least 1 or more trainings in AI in our organization? And he said it's more than 275,000 people have been trained over the last 1 year on multiple AI courses. So the barrier, if you ask me, is after training, it doesn't mean transformation. There's a long mile to cross. The internalization process. Internalizing and making it practical is where the next step is. So to do that, the second part of the question is, how do we do that? There are two ways to do that. We have to practice what we preach. So every function in TCS has a goal that we have to be early AI adopters in our own function, whatever be the function. So in recruitment, for example, we have something called a learning coach. So this learning coach is a bot which will automatically ask you questions so that the chances of getting a select by an interview panel will be faster. We have something called a Max bot. Max is a bot which you can ask policy related questions. So it will give you answers. So you don't have to always look for a person at the other end, the HR business partner. Simple questions can be answered by Max bot, which is available on your laptop. So like this, we have to embrace AI and become AI practitioners. The second angle is, the second point is that it is a movement. So on a large scale, we have to be hands-on. So we are doing AI hackathons across TCS. We have conducted the largest AI hackathon where the entire company can give challenges, build AI solutions, and participate. So this is, few steps that we take to ensure the adoption at scale.
That's fantastic. I think there was one last question which was there. I think I know the question. It was for you, Jerry. The question is, in a regulated industry like banking or insurance, how can leaders balance workforce agility with stability and trust?
So, the first important thing is that, in a regulated industry, particularly in financial industry, like I mentioned earlier, we are dealing with other people's money, and therefore, and it is in an environment in which the regulator is constantly trying to basically, obviously protect the interests of, the policy holders or the depositors, and more importantly, trying to see how, business development or this industry can grow. Yeah, there are two parts of it. It is protecting and serving. So that's really the delicate balance that happens in a regulated industry. And I think so the protection aspect, which is about compliance, making sure that all the not only the people within the company but also the intermediaries, how can the culture of compliance plus the the ability to take risks which are basically too wild, are basically controlled to a very large extent. So that is fundamental to our business. So I think so we don't compromise on that. So we don't say that there is a boundary which has been given by the regulator, we have to play within the boundary. Yeah. There are certain gray areas, obviously, where obviously the regulator may not have a point of view at this point in time. And that's where we basically look at opportunities where we can basically apply. But it is sacrosanct that we operate within the guidelines of what the regulator does. And it is within this framework or guideline is that we'll start looking for opportunities. So one is the gray areas, obviously where there is an opportunity, probably regulator has not at this point in time got into it and started thinking about it. So that's where we look at it. The other important thing is that there's a lot of, financial services industry is sitting on a gold mine of data. Yeah, we've been around for more than 25 years. So there's a huge amount of data which is still not mined. Yeah, and today we can use a lot of that data in order to get new insights about the business in terms of how to grow and how to basically look at new profit pools, look at new risk segments that we can get into where we can make money. So it's about leveraging all data technology in order to basically look at what are the growth opportunities happening there. So I would say it is not an either or here. It is basically, it is fundamental to, stick to, compliance, be within what regulation tells us to do. And more importantly, find pockets of excellence and opportunity through leveraging a lot of the data that we have already, through new opportunities that are coming. There are new business segments which are coming up. And therefore, that's really the opportunity for people to basically get in and, explore. So that's really so it's a delicate balance. Yeah, we don't see regulation as restricting growth, because the regulator also plays a very important role in developing businesses, opening up new channels, giving the insurer the opportunity to basically do business by designing new products, so increasing distribution within the larger ecosystem. So they do the enablement, plus there's a lot of opportunity we already have in order to basically get that done.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jerry. We are almost on time. Perhaps before we wrap up the session, maybe we have one fun rapid fire round with everybody. Maybe I'll start with you, Shilpa, if and then go across the chairs. If you had to summarize your thoughts on this topic, either in one line or maybe in a tweet, what would that be?
I'm going to paraphrase and borrow shamelessly. It'll be stay hungry, stay foolish.
Lovely. Hari.
I'll go last.
Sure.
Okay, I would say embrace AI and elevate your potential.
Yeah, I would say, reinvent yourself every time. That's really the way to survive in this, fast-changing world. Yeah.
I will say, in this world is very simple. We don't know what we don't know. So try to learn as new things. That's which is a new things that we learned. That's what I would call it.
Amazing. What a way to finish. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhilash.
Thank you, Abhilash, for a wonderful conversation there, and all of them are such senior people specialists there. So I think you made a lot of justice to the session. So on talent and skills, may now request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to accompany Mr. Annadurai, IOCL Managing Director, and Mr. Giridhar Gopal, Managing Director of Edison, to join us on the stage to honor the guest speakers. Ms. Lakshman, may I request you to join them, please. I think we need to give them a big round of applause because they kept up time as well, on time for lunch. So it's been a fabulous discussion. Thanks all of you. Yeah, please join Mr. Ashok.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we break for lunch, we will be back in this room by 1:55 p.m. Because we need to start the session at 2 p.m. sharp to keep up with time. So, we have enough time for lunch, I guess, as I said in the morning. There are 3 counters. Just a little bit of patience. The first 5-10 minutes will give us a very grand lunch. So, I hope all of you will enjoy the lunch. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank the panelists on the stage for being here with us. And let's break for lunch. Thanks a lot.
Please come.
I'm sure you all also had your lunch and rejoining us back. In a couple of minutes, we will commence with the special session 2. As you are aware, special session 2 is on the theme Building Resilient Foundations for the Future. We'll just give a minute or two for those who are having lunch and just they can walk in. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 p.m. now, and to keep up with time, let's commence special session 2 on the theme Building Resilient Foundations for the Future. And I would take this pleasure of inviting the distinguished speakers to take their place on the dais. Mr. Ashwin Parekh, Managing Partner, Parekh Advisory Services Limited. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, Professor MIDS. Mr. Gopinath Kotishwaran, and may I request Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, author and former Executive Director at Tata Sons, to take their place on the dais, please.
Okay. Just பண்ணிடலாமா? அது அப்படியே தானே இருக்கும். உங்களுக்கு பாஸ் லெவல் தான் பண்ணுங்க. சைஸ் பார்க்கணும். பண்ணுங்க.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the distinguished speakers with a big round of applause. Whoever has had their lunch and back to the room here, thank you so much for being here early. And I think just a matter of few minutes, the rest of us will join us here. And anyway, there are so many of them watching us live, so we have to keep up with time. So may I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan is a veteran business leader with over 5 decades of management experience across Unilever and the Tata Group, and a former executive director of Tata Sons. An accomplished author and sought-after speaker, Mr. Gopalakrishnan currently serves on multiple boards and is distinguished professor at IIT Kharagpur. Mr. Ashwin Parekh is a seasoned chartered accountant with over 47 years of experience across financial services, governance, and institutional transformation, and is the managing partner of Ashwin Parekh Advisory Services LLP. A former senior partner at EY and executive at Deloitte, Mr. Ashwin served as an independent director on leading boards and have advised regulators and policymakers across banking, insurance, and capital markets. Dr. M. Vijay is a noted development economist whose work focuses on labor markets, technological change, and political economy of development. A professor at MIDS and policy advisor to the government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Vijay is also the co-author of the Dravidian model published by Cambridge University Press. Mr. Gopinath Kotishwaran is a seasoned global business leader and co-founder of Disruptive AI, with prior leadership roles at Latent View Analytics, Philips, and Johnson & Johnson. An alumnus of IIT Madras, IIM Calcutta, and IMD Switzerland, Mr. Gopi brings deep expertise across strategy, analytics, and AI-led transformation.
To speak on this, discuss on the topic, building resilient foundations for the future, may I now invite the moderator, Mr. Gopinath Kotishwaran, to take the session forward, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to stall a little bit to get more people into the room. Can I have my presentation, please? Today's topic is building resilient foundations for the future, right? And I genuinely feel honored and privileged to have a panel of this nature, and I should thank Captain for organizing this because I have read R. Gopalakrishnan's books. I have a signed copy of one of his books inside the boardroom. He sits on multiple boards. Unbelievable person. It's just an honor to have you on stage today. Mr. Ashwin Parekh, he's on the board of one of our clients. And what I really like, he's on the board of multiple companies, ICICI Securities, multiple Birla companies, Nippon Life, quite a few companies that he's on the board of. But what I really love about him is he called us at Disruptive AI and said, can you do a 2-hour session for me to learn about agentic AI? And the three of us flew, the partners flew from Chennai to Bombay to do this session for him. And that 2-hour session went on for 3 hours. And the number of, I can assure you that some of the operating CEOs might not have the kind of knowledge he has on agentic AI at this point in time, right? So, phenomenal panel. Vijay Bhaskar, he's a professor at MIDS, Development Sciences, and he's on the State Planning Commission. And in the past few days, when I met him for this panel and I've interacted with him, I've learned so much about the changes that we need to make at a social level, at the, what being competitive nationalism is and how to go about doing this. So my job today is to make sure that they get enough time to share their knowledge with you. I'm going to take a few minutes to set this up. And then I'm going to invite Ashwin, Vijay Bhaskar, and then R. Gopalakrishnan to say a few words with PPT or without PPT. It's really up to you. 10 minutes each. And then I have a few questions that I've written down. I'll keep it as short as possible. But whatever questions you have, please make sure you raise it. And we would love to address all these. So having a panel of this nature is just unbelievable. So make use of it, give your questions, and make use of it. So I'm going to slightly challenge you a little bit. To start with, I just want to start with the Nelson Mandela quote, which is, do not judge me by my successes. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again. This is Nelson Mandela. Resilience, which is how do you get back again? The definition of resilience is you get hit. That is real life, that is real world. This morning speaker, he spoke about how he did his duties, how many funerals he went to, how challenging. It was like very challenging to hear that. But the resilience is the most important thing on this. And I'm going to touch upon 3 things. How resilient are companies? First, countries. How resilient are countries? How resilient are top companies? And how resilient are human beings? Right? These are the 3 things. And I'm just going to show you some graphs and figures. And I might ask you some questions. So be prepared to answer that. The first one is I just looked at what are the top 10 countries in 1920s by GDP, right? This is just GDP. And what are the top 10 countries in 2026 projection? India is number 4, which is just a projection. We will be at $4.5 trillion soon. But when I look at this, it's the same 10 countries. The order has changed. It's the same 10 countries, top 10 countries, right? So these countries are reasonably resilient, right? Obviously, the top 3 are changing. Hopefully, India gets into the top 3. And when you are a leader in this top 10, then you have to behave differently. But the resilience at top 10 countries level is fairly high. In 100 years' time, there's no new entrant into the top 10 countries and nobody's left the top 10 countries. Think about it, right? Next one, this is closer to us. Look at the top 10 companies in the 1990s. and look at the top 10 companies today. Any observations? If you have anything, shout it out. I know you guys have just had lunch. Any observations? Sorry? Go ahead. Products to services. Not true, unfortunately, but none of them are the same. Think of it that way. The top 10 companies, when I started my career in mid-90s, the people that I looked up to, I mean, the other day I showed a picture of Jack Welch. None of the younger people recognized him. At that time, we used to treat him like God. 20 years to become CEO, 20 years as CEO. Nothing in common. Lot of technology companies, right? There are a lot of it. Of course, given the India theme, not one Indian company. I would like to see in the next 30, 40 years more Indian companies come there. But here's the question to you. In 1990, what do you think was the average age of the companies on this side of the chart, on the left-hand side of the chart? Any guess? 80? Okay, good one. Your name, please. Ramesh, any other guesses? No? Okay. 135 years. On an average, these companies existed for 135 years in 1990, right? I did the math myself, so should be reasonably accurate. So this top 10 companies today, what's their average age? 50? 20? That's like really cutting it, because even Meta was launched only in 2004. It's 2026. Meta itself is 22 years now. The average is 43 years today. And if I look at six of these companies are less than 40, in their 20s or 30s. Think of it, right? The top 10 companies today are fairly young. What happened to the companies in the past? Resilience, what happened to these companies? And will these companies exist after 50 years? Good question. And that's what I want to ask the panelists. And here's human life expectancies from 1900s to today. And this was triggered by our panelist, Gopalakrishnan, phenomenal thinker. He's going to talk about some of this soon. If I look at the life expectancy in the 1900s, it was 32 years, 30, 35 years. That was the life expectancy. Today, it's 72 years. The conditions have changed. Lots of things have changed. And that's a big change. So three things we looked at. Country-wise, fairly good resilience. Company-wise, very poor resilience. And human being-wise, pretty good resilience. If you're going to live for 72 years, that's pretty good. And we might make it to 100 as an average in a 50-year time frame with all the genomics things that we're doing. So what are we going to do today? I have three panelists. So here's what I'm going to drill on. Our life expectancy has increased. What can we learn from the human body that we can apply to business? And this is something that I would love to hear Gopalakrishnan's views on this. To sustain one of the leading economies in the world, it's not just good to be in the top 3 or top 4. To sustain it, what are the strategic investment choices we need to make? And that's something I'd love to hear from Ashwin Parekh. And with the world becoming more unpredictable, how do we cope with these uncertainties, right? So what is the role of social coherence? How do we work as communities? And what is the role of competitive nationalism? What is the role of education? Here are the things that I would want Professor Vijay Bhaskar to deal with. So just setting the scene, I just want you to know this is as good a panel that you can ever get. I am so excited about it. So we are going to start with Ashwin Parekh, hear his views, then Professor Vijay Bhaskar, and then with you. So 10 minutes each approximately. And then I have a few questions, but more importantly, any question that you have, write it down. I'd love to get their views on it. Thank you very much. Please. You can. Okay. 10 countries.
10 countries, top 10 countries. No, just to continue with Dr. Gopi's point that he made. The second slide. There's something interesting about those 10 countries, and I thought I'll just point that out, and then quickly move on to my presentation.
But, okay, I mean, till you put it out, you see, I'll tell you, if you study last 100 years of development across Europe, across US and Asia, you will find that different countries, different economies had what we now call demographic premium, the age factor. So let's start with Europe. In the 30s, Europe had a tremendous advantage of demographic premium. People were young, industrial revolution was happening. Germany, Spain, Italy, they took a lead, and they were very rich nations at one point in time. What did they do with their demography premium? What did they do with it is everybody's, I mean, it's a history, everybody knows about it. They went into World War I, went into World War II, used up their premium, and what they could have gained tremendously otherwise by way of innovation and so many other industrial revolution or development, they wasted it. Then you saw, say, Japan on that. Japan had the demographic advantage. People were young, World War was getting over, they learned a bitter lesson out of the World War. And what they did do, they used that for very strategic investments. So, I mean, friends, US, one of the major sort of countries to develop semiconductors, chips as we call them, first went from US to Japan. In fact, people like Sony and the others gave a completely new twist to semiconductors. They started using it in vehicles. So you find a huge growth of auto industry in Japan. It found its way in entertainment, and you found those chips in in televisions and other entertainment. So they used the demographic advantage. Then came China, around 90s or 2000. China used its demographic premium. Young people deployed with proper direction, in terms of education, in terms of giving them proper jobs, high value jobs, value addition, became a supermarket for manufacturing in the world. China used the demographic advantage to the best possible extent. Now it's India's story. Friend, it's India's story now. I mean, the average age is absolutely, I mean, we still got about 15 more years, 20 more years to our advantage. So I thought I'll pick up from Gopi's point to develop on saying that the demographic advantage, you need political stability, you need institutional investment kind of zeal, and you need a lot of support from people to really get to the benefit that, let's say, some of the countries have benefited. I'll just move on to my presentation if it can be. I won't take more than, I've got 8 minutes left, so I'll just finish it off. But when I put up my thoughts, friends, I have borrowed a lot of my thinking from Alvin Toffler. People who, many of you may have read his work, but those who may not, those who have not, he was one of the greatest thinkers. In 1970, Alvin Toffler talked about changes that were far-reaching. People in 1970 wouldn't have even visualized. And he talked about one thing very interesting. He said that it's not the change, but the speed with which the change will hit us. We'll find ourselves totally grappling with that. Some people may take it well, they may want to move with the curve, many will remain behind the curve. And that's what Alvin Toffler said. Can the presentation be put up, or otherwise I'll read out of my presentation? Okay. Yeah, so first slide, please. Yeah, so future shock. It said some 7 things. It said it's a psychological condition. Then it sets acceleration of change, breakdown of traditional structures, need for anticipatory democracy. This is the most critical part, basically. The super-industrial revolution, information overload and overchoice. That's the one more thing. And then transient and instability is the other thing. So what the book talked about was a shock that would be chaotic. It would be upon people and nations to really make the most out of that chaotic kind of a condition. That's where he started with the opportunities in the shocks. Next slide, please. So, 10 years later, after 1970, he came out with another book, which was called The Third Wave. And what did he do? He actually described economies who are in different waves of growth. The first wave, of course, I mean, human beings have lived in the first wave for almost 1900 years, and that's the agrarian, rural, traditional kind of economies. The second wave is the industrial, urban, and bureaucratic kind of a wave, so the second wave. The third is the wave of digital, knowledge-based, networked sort of societies or nations. That's what he thought about in 1980, 10 years after he wrote the first book. There's something interesting about India. You know, whenever I go for road shows outside of India and people ask me to talk about India, I just say it's one of those places where centuries coexist. You know, you find that on the same road you have a Mercedes car plying and you have a bullock cart also, you know, and he has equal right to work on that road basically. So it's one of those places where you have different cultures, I mean ancient cultures, driving from so many years, and yet we imbibe everything. We just have we have inherent strength of just accepting everything. We don't throw away anything. We are not a throwaway culture people at all. We keep our parents with us. We, in as much as we use a dalda dabba, you know, and try and make the best out of it, don't discard it as well. We just don't like to throw away things. We just imbibe. We just absorb and take, basically. So we are in a wave collision. We are in three different waves living all at the same time, basically. We have one set of people like Gopi and the others who talk to us about advanced AI kind of a situation. And on the other hand, we have people who still are talking about fodders in the cattle market or whatever. Institutions are becoming more adaptive, or they need to become more adaptive. There is going to be an anticipatory democracy. People are still fighting out in organizations whether they should work for 72 hours a day in a week, or they should be. Anticipatory democracy will prevail, you know. I mean, in organizations and in institutions. The speed of change will be the main stressor. Information overload will become a major problem. People will have so many. Ask Google one question, it gives you several answers. You do not know what to do with those answers, basically. Resilience and not resistance. That's a mantra that, let's say, that's what India 2035. Next slide. So let's look at what we are going through. We are in the third wave. That is, the third wave has started riding. Demassification has started happening. We are a prosumer, which means we produce and we consume. This economy is distinctly different from so many other economies. We are a prosumer economy, basically. Decentralized and advocacy, information and central resource, national state under pressure but not dead. I'll touch upon this. If you study in the last 5 years, the amount of development that the government has done, the policymakers have done, it's just remarkable. I mean, the amount of, and it's all because of stability. One doesn't know which government, one is not talking about that. One is talking about stability in the thinking, in the policy making, and that is something which is there. So we are under pressure at this point in time because in so many areas we are far behind, and I'll touch upon that a little while later, but we are not dead. We are responding now, we're going to get back. Need for a new value system. There is certainly a need. I mean, we'll have to create a new value system. Some of the old institutions, old method of education perhaps will get challenged, you know. A 15-year-old boy today doesn't want to go about the same manner, the way in which his father or his grandfather studied in the class. So there is going to be a totally new, let's say evolving a new value system. And then the crisis of second wave institutions. I'll touch upon this because people who are participating in this seminar today, you will realize that institutions which are moving from second wave to the third wave will find it extremely difficult, you know, to really, because both these will coexist. You will still have people, senior people in the jobs. You will still have people, young people who will be very adaptive to AI. Age doesn't matter really. Quite honestly, age doesn't. At my age, I'm learning, in fact, and so is any progressive person. But to take care of those who are not at speed and to also take them with you is going to be the challenge of the second and the third wave, sort of. That's the point I was trying to. Next slide. Semiconductors was a big sort of opportunity. It all started in 70s and 80s in the US. We missed it somehow. I just leave. I'm not talking too much about it. I mean, at the moment, I'm now mindful that I have 3 minutes left. But I'll just leave a small thought in your minds. The first development of, let's say, semiconductors or chips in China happened on account of 3 young engineers, Chinese engineers who worked. I mean, this is something that was covered very well in Chris Miller's book, called Chip Wars. He's talking about 3 engineers, Chinese engineers, who were working in US companies, took technology to China. The government supported their ideas, and China got into what's now realized as one of the best sort of, wave in the semiconductors area. Something similar happened in Japan. Indians, I mean, in the earlier session, somebody did mention, we work, but we are not somehow the other innovative. He talked about the Bay Area where discussions on innovations happen. We don't do that somehow. So many, so many young engineers who would have worked in semiconductor business in US and would have come back and talked to Indian government or Indian state or Indian investors to really put some money into or put some resource into this. It didn't happen. Now it has started happening. Now it has started happening in a big way because the government has realized that there's a need to do something about it. That's the third wave, big third wave that's certainly going to happen in the Indian case. What will it involve? Huge amount of capital requirement, risk appetite, state industry compactor. There is to be a good connect between the state and the industry. You've seen already that the announcements Tatas have made, for example, along with the Taiwanese companies and all, with the support of the government. Then the brain drain versus the brain gain. We must get our engineers back from the US. Geopolitical and security calculus is the most critical part in the new dimensions that we have to look at. Next slide. AI is going to be the game changer. What's India doing right? These are some of the institutional developments, DPDP Act, India AI Mission. These are all government-led, let's say, infrastructure for AI. And this infrastructure will pave, to my mind, a long way in creating a good AI kind of deep-rooted AI into our corporates. Where it still falls short, it's still fragmented. Weak algorithm accountability, compute and infrastructure still lag. Cybersecurity and AI-specific risks are still existing. The more the AI, the more the cybersecurity guys use more of AI than the institutions themselves. And the skill and economic systems. So what are the next slide? Yeah, take the next one. The last one is for today's session. I thought I'll leave some thoughts. One is anticipatory or institutions, not just responsive. Adaptive, not bureaucratic managements. Technology must be treated as strategic infrastructure. China plus one is an opportunity, but it's not a guarantee. We have to make it, I suppose. Human capital is our real strength, so we must invest in deep skilling. This is true for all the institutions over here. Invest in reskilling people, Governance must be transparent, accountable, and India must manage this wave collusion. Before I move out, on the reskilling, one of my experiences, and then I'll conclude my part. I was invited by the World Bank to assist one of the Sri Lankan banks to carry out a VRS program. And I was utterly surprised when the program was conducted. A large number of almost 28% of the people from the bank decided to take the voluntary sort of retirement. And they were in the age group of about 35 to about 55, to my utter surprise, as I said. 7-8 years later, they all went away from the system. They took early retirement. 7-8 years later, when I went back to Sri Lanka as a part of a follow-up review, I realized that almost 7% of those guys, 70%, 7 out of 10 people, had once again rejoined banks, reskilled themselves. They had learned how to work on computers. They went back and took up their jobs. So age is not a factor. It can still be done. That's what I thought I'll just leave behind.
Sorry? I'm there, yeah, thanks. Can I operate it from here? I can do it here? Thanks, yeah. Fine, okay.
Moving forward,
Fine, great, yeah. Okay, no, so, no, I'm, okay. What's it? We start from the beginning, then I can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, good afternoon, and thank you, MMA, for this invite. In particular, to Captain Vijay Kumar for continued support, and of course to Mr. Gopi for making me think about what I have to speak much earlier than what I normally do. So I think at least 4 days ago he called and then he said, hey, what are you going to talk about? I need some ideas so that I can talk to other panelists as well. So in fact, he made me think. So yeah, so thanks Gopi for that. So as you would have realized, I'm not a managerial person. I'm not in business. I'm an academic. So my thoughts are essentially twofold. First, I would like to talk about two dimensions that we need to be extremely wary of, which I think are very critical, are very, what they do is essentially they undermine resilience, yeah? So we need to be careful about that, and I will tell you why. And then two, I'll talk about two possible pathways through which we can address these kind of dangers, that are kind of emanating, okay? Now, the first one is what I see as a aggregation problem. That is what as individuals at the micro level think as very rational, sensible decisions. When they kind of aggregate at a global scale, it's a crucial driver of fragility, uncertainty, and undermines resilience big time. So just give three examples. One at the individual level, as we all know, we all do air conditioning, we all drive cars. We drive cars because we want to go faster, because we need to go faster. We use air conditioning simply because we want to be comfortable. But I was told that in Chennai, the biggest source of heat stress is going forward is because of air conditioning, because apparently it's only 5% of households actually have air conditioning. And the more we use, the 5% uses, the more it's going to impact others, and everybody is going to follow suit. Yeah, that is one. Second, talking about an individual firm, clearly cost cutting is an important means of driving value, creating shareholder value. But at the same time, we do know what that means in terms of the firm's ability to invest in long-term capability of its workforce, one. And second, the inability to create redundancy within the system. And three, the fact that when you actually try to undermine the cost of labor, you are actually undermining the source of demand, right? So who's going to buy the products if you're not going to put enough money into the hands of the workers who work for you? But clearly for an individual firm, that may not be its priority. So when you kind of aggregate it, it kind of leads to a crisis in the demand, yeah? And finally, when you think of nations, when they act in some sense with narrow interests, and we have seen enough and more examples of it, especially in the last few years, as to what it can do globally, yeah? It can be about delaying emission cuts because it's in your own national interest, but the fact that all these things together contribute to global instability is something that, we can't kind of disagree. So the big problem is this: how are we going to regulate or ensure that how we act at an individual level, at the level of the firm, or at the level of the nation, actually aligns with ensuring resilience at the global level? Yeah, I think that's the key challenge. for which I think, one, we need to think in terms of coordination across multiple scales of governance. It can be at the state level, national and global. And this coordination obviously has to take place, can take place only when there are shared norms with actors that across all scales actually kind of, subscribe to. The norms should be about what should be the collective good, what should be the collective goal, yeah? And what kind of institutions are we going to generate? In fact, Mr. Ashwin spoke about the need for institutional resilience. And how do we ensure that institutions actually make sure that what we do at the individual level and everyday basis, at the home, at the level of the factory, in the workplace, and so on, actually contributes to and not undermine the collective good. And finally, I think it again goes back to what Mr. Ashwin said, this idea of epistemic humility. I think to acknowledge that we do not know enough. In fact, I think Mr. Ashwin would be aware of this. When Alvin Toffler wrote those two books, none of his peers took him seriously. It was a popular bestseller, but none of the sociologists of the generation actually thought that what he was saying was, particularly profound. So the other dimension, which I think is very, very important going forward, which is again a national level problem, is the growing inequality within countries. Yeah, it's just not true of India, but globally you find that kind of happening. And why inequality can undermine resilience? One, it concentrates adaptive capacity. The people at the top have the capacity to kind of adapt, leaving a large number of people actually vulnerable to the fast changing. It can be climate change, it can be loss of biodiversity, and so on, climate risks. And it also means that it prevents us from coming together. Yeah, so you can't forge a collective response when there are. We can see it again all around. One can again, on an everyday basis, one can think of how we look at garbage, yeah, and how people talk about traffic rules. I mean, one can think of any number of things as to why people at the bottom of the ladder think that they don't have to follow suit. When we think certain norms have to be followed, they think it doesn't need to be kind of adhered to. Yeah, so the key thing here is. On the one hand, there's a strong incentive for elites to exit the system. So elites might private kind of, we might just move into gated communities. Some of us might want to move to Mars, but that's the kind of a solution that one is kind of thinking of, right? So the sense of shared security again gets us contribute. Now, I'll just move on to two things which I think we need to kind of factor in to ensure that these, both the global commons issue and the inequality issue can be resolved. One is, of course, the importance of fraternity and social coherence. Why do I say that? Because that's the only way we can build societies, bring societies together. And it's also very, very important to realize that the extent of interdependence, it's not between human beings and men, but between human beings and nature and systems which kind of transcend globally, which transcends national borders, yeah? And the other important thing here is when you're talking particularly about fraternity, it introduces the element of moral obligation. They're not legally enforceable, but once you create fraternity in people's minds, then it creates a moral obligation which drives the way we act, not just every day, but also how we kind of relate to one another. So cohesion and fraternity, they're slightly different things. We can probably talk about it, but one thing that I want to say is that cohesion can be in some sense enforced, by a government and so on, but fraternity is something, which is built from the bottom up. So between these two, it's possible to think of layered solidarities. I might feel that I'm a Tamilian, I might feel that I'm an Indian, but I also feel that I'm a global citizen. These layered solidarities are kind of very, very important to kind of build going forward. So the challenges, I have 2 more minutes. How much time do I have? Yeah, okay. So one is, we all, soon after the nuclear arms race, Bertrand Russell proposed this idea of a world government, yeah? And now to my mind, the need for a world government is much, much more than ever before. But what kind of a government can that be? That can also become authoritarian, whether it accommodates all voices of both the rich and the not so rich nations. These are questions that we need to kind of take into account. But the fact that regulation has to be transnational, governance has to be transnational is something which climate change and loss of biodiversity and the loss of global commons is telling us much, much more loudly than ever before. And one important, another dimension where we can possibly work, you and I here, is about education, yeah? Again, this is something going back to what Mr. Ashwin spoke about. Uh, yes, education towards human building capital is clearly important, but that alone is very insufficient. We need to therefore move away from the emphasis on human capital, but and focus on how to build epistemic resilience, that is knowing how to learn, to social relations resilience, how to kind of learn together, and 3, this idea of moral imagination, where we know that we are interdependent and are answerable to one another, irrespective of whether one is in one country or another part of the continent. And last, and the most important point is, it's important to normalize failure as a way of learning. And again, you started with Nelson Mandela's quote. I'm ending with that. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? It's working? Okay, I don't have any profound charts, so I won't go there. And I find my task simplified because I loved everything that was said by the 2 previous speakers. I will focus on what I did not love. My friend Ashwin talked about Alvin Toffler and the rate and pace of change. I have a slightly different point of view, and if time permits, we can create heat like the Lok Sabha without gerrowing each other. Because it's not the rate of change that matters, for God's sake. Alvin Toffler is wrong. Alvin Toffler gave you the impression that change is accelerating. Of course, it's accelerating. But the tools to cope with that change are also accelerating. I remember as a young child, sitting in my village, which is near Mannargudi here in Tamil Nadu, my grandfather would tell me stories. And he said it in Tamil, of course, but I will, for the benefit of those who don't speak Tamil, say it in English. He said, when I was a child, so he is telling me in 1950s, that when he was a child, a big black monster puffing smoke came to Mannargudi railway station. And it would take you to Madras within 8 hours. So far, we're going in a Matuvandi, which is a bullock cart, and it took 8 days. The pace of change is alarming. I don't know how you people will survive. My father told me the same thing. I've told my son the same thing. Now my son is telling my grandson the same thing. So don't kid yourself. Exponentially, there is change. Has been going on for the last 200, 300 years. But the tools to cope with the change are also rising exponentially. The gap is constant. So let's debate whether Alvin Toffler should create alarm and panic in people by telling them, oh, it's all changing, it's all changing. Of course it's changing. The thing I liked about Professor Vijay Bhaskar is that he talked of the micro affecting the macro. And I fully agree with him. The problem of resilience can be understood if you can cellularize organizations rather than aggregate them into matrices. I want to talk to both these points through a subject which have fascinated me, and I am no expert on. I am deeply conscious as distinguished cardiologist sitting here, Dr. Chokalingam. But I don't think I'm going to say anything incorrect. Otherwise, you can always put up your hand and say that's rubbish. Look at the human body. We are about to depart from common sense and enter artificial intelligence. Please be careful. There is no substitute for natural intelligence, at least so long as we are all alive. So here's my point about the human body. Which is the most resilient thing that you have seen in your life? It's the human species. Well, I'm not talking of animal species or plants. Let's keep to humans. It has survived. Not only has it survived, it has adapted, it has learned new things, and the human species has increased its mortality. You saw a chart from 30 years to 70 years. And now people are talking of living even longer. I won't be around to see it, but maybe in my next incarnation I will. What is the lesson you can learn from that? Biology teaches you more than we think. We tend to dismiss biology as a light subject. It is not. Because the human body is comprised of millions or billions of cells. Each cell is autonomous. There is no deputy general manager, super general manager, vice president. Each cell is autonomous by itself. And the cells self-coordinate. That's why you and I are sitting here. Every second, even as I'm talking to you, there are cells in your body that are dying. That cells in your body are coming alive. We are not aware of it. The pace of change is increasing. We are moving, this planet is moving at 25,000 miles per hour. Are you conscious of it? Do you think you're whizzing past at 25,000 miles? You sit in an aeroplane and say, oh, it's going at 1,000 miles per hour. Change is relative. This is the first principle that nature teaches you. And I want to therefore draw a lesson from biology and say, well, what is it that's happened? Say during the period 1800 to now, that has caused the human body, human species to have a mortality which has tripled or doubled. First, disease reduction. Second, anticipation through learning. Basically, all the mumbo jumbo can be converted into these two simple lessons. Disease through hygiene. I'm very proud I worked in a soap company. People used to pull my legs saying you studied engineering, you're working and selling soap. Soap has saved more human lives than the entire pharma industry. I want you to listen to me carefully. And when COVID came, they said soap industry is very valuable. Do you know that child mortality has improved dramatically because not only soap, by the way, I'm including in that hygiene and stuff like that. The second is vaccination. The whole science of vaccination is under 100 years, 150 years old. This anticipation through learning continuously is a characteristic of the human being. Organizations. So can you make your company like a human being? Therefore, a little more intelligent, a little more. And if you come at it from a common sense point of view, you learn a lot of lessons about how to increase the mortality of companies. You'll forgive me for taking the slightly different point of view, but I don't think it's an opposite point of view. Because, I'm 81. I value longevity as an attribute. The second is I've worked in two companies which are over 150 years old. So you may say, this is a dinosaur who's born from a grandfather dinosaur. But that's my experience. But through my experience of the last 65 years, 55 years, I have observed startups within my own company, by the way. I've got my young friend here, Suresh Narayan. I call him young, but he's retired. Okay? These are all relative sort of words. And we have seen how you can start a new venture, how you can seed a new idea which wasn't there at all earlier, and how things die. So I want to close with two little stories, and then I think I'll finish my 5 minutes. Because stories make it, I remember my grandfather, frankly, no disrespect to him, for the stories he told me. And then he would tell me all this. I never thought of the steam engine as revolutionizing life until I heard my grandfather say that instead of 8 days, he can reach Madras in 8 hours. And it's the same down the line. All of us know this when you talk to your children and grandchildren. But here are the two stories. Japan was very nationalistic in the 1920s. And a young boy was born to a family. His name was given as Hiru Onoda. By the way, I'm telling you true stories. They sound like Kadagutram, but it is not that. You can verify them if you want through Google or artificial intelligence or whoever. He's the right guy. By the time he was 20 years old, Hiro Onoda was grasped with nationalism because Emperor Hirohito was ruling Japan. Japan was going to enter the war. They were going to bomb Pearl Harbor, or they had already bombed Pearl Harbor. He joined a very distinguished group in the Japanese defense forces. He was given very tough training, MI6 in Britain, and he was airdropped onto Lubang Island in Malaysia, in Philippines. And he was instructed, he was given training. Think of this as artificial intelligence. Huh? He was given training. Get up in the morning, look around you, left, right, front, back. Take out of your haversack instruments. Take berries and nuts that you get in the forest because there's no other food. And if you see a white man, shoot him. That's a job description, what HR people will call job description. They dropped him there in 1942, and he kept doing this till 1972. The war got over in 1945. Long after the war was over, he was living in the forest, looking left, right, up, down, pulling out instruments, eating berries and nuts. In 1972, his former major came and said, "Oh, Hiro-san, where are you? The war is over. Why are you still doing all this?" He said, "Nobody told me that the war is over. I am following the instructions and the training given to me when I joined as a management trainee." And that is what is happening in companies. There's a bit of Hiro Onoda in each one of us. This is something you can laugh about, you can tell a story, but look inwards. There's a bit of Hiro Onoda in all of us. And I think once you're conscious of that, you learn to be adaptive and learning all the time. And AI is a fantastic technology. And I think people should adapt to it. But if you get into voodoo about it, then you may lose the wood for the trees. Second and the last story is about Choluteca Bridge in a place called Honduras. You'll never go there until Trump decides to invade them or do something. Honduras is a little strip lying between North America and South America. And there was a river there. It's called the river Choluteca. And it was a very temperamental river. It created turbulence because it changed, hurricanes came, and people had difficulty crossing. So the government, newly elected in 1999 or something, decided to build a bridge. They said, "We'll do the best that technology can offer." Called the Japanese. They said, "Make such a bridge that it won't fall for 100 years." They said, "Oh, we have all that technology." They built it. 1 year later, a hurricane came. The bridge was intact, but the river changed its course. And to this day, if you go to Choluteca in the Honduras, you'll find it's the world's only bridge which is bridging nothing. Not because the bridge collapsed, but because the river changed its course. And I'm mentioning these two stories to say that you can respond to AI in a mechanical way. Listen to consultants. No problem with your consultancy. All consultants other than him. But never give up your never give up your natural intelligence, because the way of the human mind is something that we may forget for a moment when you come up with a challenging discussion on what are you doing about this or that. I'll stop there and maybe have conversation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot. That was fantastic. It's, I always feel privileged to have so much knowledge. It's very challenging to get as much out of them as possible. So I'm going to jump in, although I have a few questions which I can ask them later. I'm going to ask the questions that have been put up to us from the audience. Boards play a critical role in resilience. How must board governance evolve in an era of AI risk, data vulnerabilities, and geopolitical uncertainties? Thiru has asked the question. It's addressed to you, but open towards...
I think it's a very valid question, and I think boards play a huge, huge role. But boards should be aware that they have to play this huge role. Boards are not industry specialists. They may be an industry specialist. They are not accountants. They may be an accountant by training. They are not lawyers. They may be a lawyer by training. Boards are there to bring in NI. The CEO is there to bring in AI. I remember I've served on 25 boards over the last 37 years. So I speak with the experience of having worked as CEO, as non-executive, independent, dependent, all the combinations you can think of. And believe me, when you're the CEO, you are a very driven person. It doesn't matter whether it's a startup or it's Tata Steel. You're a very, very driven person. And sometimes you can miss the wood for the trees. The board's ability to stand back and ask the questions is very important. If the board fails to do that, but checks every number in the audit statement, account statement, then they have failed. So my answer to that is very, very important.
Thank you. And maybe I will put this to Ashwin. The question is, if India is to be a stabilizing force globally by 2035, what leadership values must be non-negotiable regardless of circumstances?
Yeah, so see, there's something interesting, about leadership. Earlier also in the earlier session, Jerry talked at length quite well about the leadership part. You see, there is something which is now becoming very critical from the leadership point of view. I think mobilizing your people, mobilizing the team working with you, putting them at a point where they are at a huge advantage in terms of their skills, or help them in reskilling themselves, basically. The Sri Lankan example that I gave is certainly one of those examples. I've started realizing, people can change. It's not difficult for people to change. In a correct environment, with correct incentive, people can change. That's all leadership all about, basically. To accept the fact that I have a team and I can make them do wonders, through my ability is my responsibility as a leader, basically. And that's something that becomes very critical. I thought that was one of the... But going back to the boards, I'll have just one or two submissions to make. I sit on several boards. I sit on several large boards as well. You see, as a board member, I have started realizing one thing. There are different subjects. Accountants come from the accounting point of view. Lawyers come from the law point of view. I think there is a common aspect which binds all the board members, and that is the strategy for the business. That is, what kind of business are you in? How long will you really continue with that, or how will you are likely to change? What are the various disruptions that may come up, and how do you prepare for them? As a board member, I could just be, every quarter the board meetings happen. I can just be a post-mortem guy and look at the analysis and say, oh, so good or so bad. It doesn't work like that any longer. As a board member, I think you have to really make sure that the change happens. The change that you want your company and your senior management group to happen. As a board member, you must push that. So that's the kind of, in a very tacit, in a very proper, organized manner, you got to do that.
Super. Thank you very much. The last question, because of time, and I know there are a lot more questions, and hopefully they'll be around for you to chat with them post this session. This is to Vijay Bhaskar, and technological disruptions often creates uneven outcomes. How can institutions balance efficiency with inclusion while maintaining trust? This is from Ishwar.
When we look at this, when we talk about technological disruptions, we get a sense that in some sense technologies are independent of us. Like it has an autonomy of its own, autonomic will of its own, and then we are in some sense responding to it by creating adaptive institutions and so on. While this is partly true, I would also like to kind of highlight the fact that historically technologies have always been socially driven, right? It was institutions which in some sense delivered technology, and once you recognize that, one, and then two, also recognize the fact that technologies, like a simple example is what happened, the way agricultural technology evolved in Japan and the US, right? It just responded to the differential factors of production. In Japan, it was, it took into account the fact that land was a scarce commodity, whereas labor was available in plenty. In the US, it's exactly the opposite, right? And you have two different trajectories of technologies happening within agriculture, and both of them delivering efficiency. So once we realize that, then we need to kind of ask, okay, given our resource endowments, what kind of technologies are likely to kind of work for us, one, and then second, once you already have a technology out there, what is it that one can do to make sure the disruptions are as minimal? I think these are the two things that we need to think going forward. And at the other end, the supply end, obviously making sure that it is kind of inclusive, make sure that opportunities are opened up across the board. Yeah.
Sure, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know you're running short of time, but I want to add one small line. I think the best way for leadership to deal with the inevitable inequality that comes out of these things is for the top leaders to be in touch with the most helpless people in society. It doesn't cost money, but it creates the empathy and the warmth that organizations require. And I draw upon the experience I've had. In 1989, there was a fire in Tata Steel in Jamshedpur, and a lot of people died. And JRD Tata acted in certain ways. Then the terror attack happened in 2007, and I saw firsthand Ratan Tata behaving in certain ways. And I'm using JRD and Ratan Tata only as the monikers. I mean, I can tell many other people, but time is short. And recently, one flight in Ahmedabad went under, and I saw I say young, but Chandra behaving in certain ways. There's a remarkable organizational similarity, which showed a sort of a genetic disposition. And that genetic disposition is, when in trouble or even before the trouble, let the topmost people interact with the weakest people, and you'll have a different society. So I just thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopi. I think you moderated the session so well. May I now request the dignitaries to be honored, Mr. Mahalingam, Mr. Alex. May I also request Mr. Sanjay Shekhar to join us on the stage. The committee members, please come in, ma'am. And Dr. Chukalingam. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The four gentlemen on the stage have actually, the fabulous session we had immediately after lunch. I think none of them even thought of going to sleep after a good lunch. So they kept the session so live and straight from the heart. Mr. RG, thank you so much. So as we move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very, very interesting session that we have. This is a special session 3 on the theme R&D and innovation. I think all of us will agree in this hall. Morning also we have spoken about it, how R&D and innovation are important.
But the physicality of the business, as you called out, the metaphysicality of,
I think great leadership is.
Now for a break.
Come, Gopi. A road movement for you to take something. Everyone.
Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. What a session we had. Mr. RG, Mr. Ashwin Parekh, Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, and Gopinath. So nice. So moving on to the next session on R&D and innovation. Thank you so much, sir. Just give us a couple of minutes as we adjust the stage for the next session. So we're going to have a small teaser about the last session just now as the stage is getting set for the next session. Don't miss out on the last session, ladies and gentlemen. We are giving a small teaser about it.
Is a boring business. How do I make it sexy? Right? But the physicality of the business, as you called out, the metaphysicality of.
I think great leadership is the ability to ask the right questions.
The role of a mentor is that of a navigation path. While you might be stuck.
So that's going to be the last session. I think all of you will be there to enjoy the session as well.
How do I make it sexy? Right? But the physicality of the business, as you called out, the metaphysicality of.
I think great leadership is the ability to ask the right questions.
The role of a mentor is that of a navigation path. While you might be stuck.
So that's going to be the last session, which is going to be really enriching. Now, time for me to invite for the third session of the day on R&D and Innovation, Dr. Bala Tanjore, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Impactus, Dr. Kanagasabapati Subramaniam, Senior Vice President, Ashok Leyland, Mr. Ganesh Adiga, Vertical Head, EV, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, and to moderate the session, Mr. Varun Prakash, Partner McKinsey and Company. So all the four speakers are on the stage. Let's give them a big round of applause. I think we're going to have a fabulous session on R&D and innovation. May I have the AV, please?
Dr. Bala Tanjore is a distinguished AI scientist and Chief Product and Technology Officer at Impactiers, the world's first AI-powered B2T platform with deep expertise in AI, AGI, robotics, and deep learning. A dual PhD holder with multiple patents, Dr. Bala has led global R&D initiatives and previously worked with Steve Jobs at Apple on landmark innovations such as Apple Pay. Dr. K. Subramanian is Senior Vice President at Ashok Leyland and a distinguished engineering leader with a PhD from Cornell University and over 50 patents to his credit. A former GE Global Research Scientist and Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, Dr. Subramanian is a recipient of multiple prestigious awards for technology and innovation. Mr. Ganesh Adiga is the vertical head for electric vehicles at Mahindra & Mahindra with over 2 decades of experience in automotive engineering, platform development, and product leadership within the Mahindra Group. An alumnus of Manipal Institute of Technology, Mr. Adiga brings deep expertise in designing and scaling next-generation mobility solutions. Mr. Varun Prakash is a partner at McKinsey and Company, advising clients on strategy, transformation, and performance across industries. Mr. Varun holds an engineering degree from Nanyang Technological University and an MBA from the University of Michigan's Ross School of Business, with prior experience at Schlumberger.
Lovely. So let's give them a big round of applause as they begin the session now. Mr. Varun, may I request you to take the session forward?
Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you to MMA for continuing this yearly tradition of bringing some fantastic speakers to discuss the most pressing topics. This is a topic that I care about very, very deeply, something I'm super passionate about. So it's a real privilege to be here with leaders who are at the forefront of innovation in their respective industries. So let me set a little bit of context for the session, and then we'll hear from our eminent panelists. On the topic of R&D and innovation, there are three broad questions that we'll cover, right? One is, why is R&D important? How is India doing when it comes to R&D and innovation? And how do we continue to accelerate quickly on the back of this? Right? On the question of why is R&D important, just a little bit of a fact base on this. We did a piece of research just to baseline the innovation quotient of Indian companies, where we surveyed more than 100 companies, right? What we found is companies that invest more in R&D and innovation tend to outperform the market 3x the TRS of bottom performers, 50% more likely to outperform on a P&L basis as well. So when you do R&D well, this actually translates into real business performance. I think that's the first thing. The second is, how is then India doing when it comes to R&D and innovation? And we've made a lot of strides in the past decade or so by any measure. If you look at the number of patents coming out of India, that's tripled in the last 5 years. If you look at global bodies that look at India's innovation index, we've been consistently going up the rankings. I think WIPO's index, we grew from 81 to 38 or so. So it's a positive journey that we're on. Having said that, there's another side to the coin, which is we spend about 0.6% of GDP on R&D and innovation. The innovation-led economies, if you look at US, China, Israel, they spend anywhere between 2.5 to 5% of GDP. So it's a stark difference in how much we focus on innovation versus the other. So I'd love to hear from the leaders as we do this discussion on how can we change that, right? So that's the second question. And then the third question is, how quickly can we accelerate? And I think we can look at some of our neighbors for inspiration here. In particular, what China has done in terms of how they've transformed their own manufacturing, how they've started driving leadership in sectors like high tech, batteries, etc. That's happened in the last decade or so. It's not a 50-year journey, it's a 10, 15-year journey. So it's possible to make a material change in a reasonably short span of time. So again, we'll explore a little bit of how can we structurally enable this as we do this discussion. So that's the context. With that out of the way, maybe I'll invite my panelists to give some opening comments, and then we'll get into the discussion. So if you're okay, Dr. Bala, if we can start with you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, MMA, for having me here. See, ideally at the nth hour at the 3 p.m., we are talking about a beautiful topic, R&D and innovation, right? Which have to create a lot of injective juices from the brain. So I'll be very cautious of time also when answering my question. So first of all, thanks for all your patience. So this R&D is a bigger jargon, to be precise, right? I see it as a jargon. Research is everywhere, right? I'll put it in very simple examples. To conduct this session of MMA on this particular day, right, having this session at 3 p.m. with us, the people who have organized this event have done a lot of research about how to get this session on time, right? Whom to call, who are the guests who should be preceding this event, right? Who should be coming in. So the research happens everywhere. Right from the time you get from the airport to reach here, I would have done a lot of research to understand which is the best way to reach, right? So that's the reason I'm saying research and development is looking, the jargon, it looks as a big jargon, right? Put it in simple terms, for me, research is something that is impetus to a human being in every aspect. And when it actually having some total effect in the ecosystem that he gets into, that becomes a value change for the organization that he is working in. And during the course of time, the person who is also inclined to this get to learn one important thing, which is what not to do rather than what to do. So research and development is a thing which helps you to tell what not to do rather than what to do. So Coming in from the sessions that I've seen from the morning, initially I thought I would be renting ears, but I was so involved right from the session in the morning. So multiple people, all the distinguished experts have spoke one thing in common, which is AI, right? So all the sessions, even including our distinguished speaker, right, sitting up front. So he also had touched upon this AI. I see this particular concept of AI in a very different way. And of course, Gopalakrishnan sir, I love to thank you the way that you have put up in, if you're hearing me out. The human brain just uses, it's just 2% of our whole body, and it uses only 20% of the oxygen. And it is able to remember, write all my childhood memories. And today, for you to actually query a particular GPT, think about the GPUs that has to come into play, the processing that has to come into play, right? The computation that has to come into play, which is very, very massive. So not in near future. I think forever. I've been an AI guy. I've got 3 PhDs on my name, all in the space of AI, worked with some eminent people, right? Learned many things. End of the day, for me, innovation is something that you add value to the customers. All this tech is an enablement, right? Whether it is AI you are speaking in, quantum you are speaking in, any so-called jargon that you speak is just an enabler, right? What is innovation is adding something value to your customer. That is the innovation for me. And what research you do to get that value actually gives you that momentum to actually go from X to Y. So with that, I just close my thoughts. I'll give it to.
Thank you. So once again, Subramanian, Senior Vice President, Ashok Leyland, thank you for the opportunity. R&D is a topic that's very, very close to heart. I spent a lifetime in research and development. Learned a lot of very profound things along the way. I used to be a scientist in the micro and nanotechnology area, working in the US for GE, General Electric. Now, when I say nanotechnology, it sounds like science fiction even now, and I'm talking 30, 40 years ago, this was a topic that was pretty hot even in industry, which means they saw a lot of applications for the technology. So that was one of the first things I learned, that a lot of R&D actually flows backwards from the application. So we as blue-eyed scientists, we have the tendency to dream up our favorite problem, sit in a corner and work on it. But very often, a very thorough study of the market and the business case, which will only give you an application or an interesting need for the future, is always the seed for an R&D project. In other words, you start with the market and then you work backwards to figure out what technology needs to be invented to fulfill that market need. The result of that is obvious, which means when you do successfully invent technology, the market is there and waiting. That was something I learned very early on, which I have tried to apply throughout my life, a very essential life skill for an R&D person. Also, the fact that R&D is not just technology. R&D is cost, R&D is reliability, R&D is manufacturability. There are so many facets of R&D that you will have to bring in right in the very beginning of the project. And if you don't do that, the chances of failure dramatically increase later. So these are just certain lessons learned. And when I came back to India in 2010, very interestingly started what was possibly India's first R&D outsourcing firm, where we became an extended R&D lab of other people. So we had this grand noble ambition of showing the world that India has the brains and you can source next generation innovations from India. This was not in Ashok Leyland, but in my previous job in a company called Power Gear. right here in Chennai. It was matter of pride because we had a star list of clients. Companies like Boeing were sourcing their next generation aircraft in innovation from right here in Chennai. So it is possible. I think, like the opening speech was mentioned, we do have the brains. What we need is the focus. So back to Ashok Leyland. So I head all the new technologies in the company. And automobile, this decade is extremely interesting because it's a decade of transition for automobile. And it makes it a little more challenging in the commercial vehicle space where Ashok Leyland plays, which is buses and trucks, because it's very difficult to get people to pay for features, pay for cool gadgets in the automobile, because you will have to really hit the bottom line of the customer. But within those constraints, I mean, you need constraints, otherwise R&D is a very free-form kind of problem. But I think we have done a pretty good job in terms of defining R&D, defining innovation. So again, back to the topic of R&D and innovation, I think there is a distinction. R&D has budgets, R&D has a process, R&D has timelines and deliverables. R&D is very clearly defined. Innovation, on the other hand, is intentionally chaotic. It's intentionally follows a lack of process, right? And innovation is driven by culture. The culture of the company has to be very conducive, or if it's not, you'll have to create that culture, at least in your own local ecosystem. And innovation serves as that pipeline for R&D. So that's what I like to think I've established in my last 5 years in Ashok Leyland. And R&D is also inherently multidisciplinary. So a company, an automobile industry that was largely filled with mechanical engineers, you would imagine is not multidisciplinary enough, right? And that's true. Today, even within technology, it's filled with a combination of mechanical, electronics, AI, materials. And there's a saying that innovation happens at the intersection of disciplines, and that's really true. Individual disciplines are starting to saturate in how much more you can innovate. And therefore, that intersection of disciplines brings in that much more capability to innovate. I myself have worked in so many fields, even including biotechnology, medical, and all that. And within an automobile sector, there's a huge combination of disciplines that's required today. So we work on a variety of topics. We work on new fuel vehicles, which includes natural gas, it includes hydrogen, it includes electric, it includes any combination of the above, also known as hybrids. We work on a lot of the smart electronics that is getting added to these automobiles, but all, as I said early on, market backwards. What value will it add to the customer? And given that value, therefore, what technology needs to be invented? It's the only thing that works. We work on lightweighting of vehicles with new materials, alternatives to steel. We work on a lot of AI technologies because AI seems to be the name of the game moving forward. But it's not AI for the sake of AI. We honestly believe that a vehicle is like a newborn child in some sense. It doesn't come with much software, right? A newborn child has the capability, it's got the inbuilt hardware to learn and learn very fast. So we are building that infrastructure first. In other words, enabling the hardware on our vehicles to acquire that capability to learn and learn fast. And just like a newborn child, you have to give it certain instincts. A newborn child can cry, it knows how to feed. And from there, it takes off, right? The first 3 years of its life, it learns a complete language. Then very quickly, it learns a lot of information from within the family. And once it goes to school, the child learns a lot of information from the ecosystem. And we believe automobiles will get there. We believe automobiles, once you equip it with the right hardware, this topic is called software-defined vehicles. Once you equip it with the right hardware, you can write apps for it, and you can have the vehicle get its own personality, just like a child gets. You can have the vehicle get its own identity. You can hyper-personalize the vehicle for that application, for that customer. You can have the ecosystem, just like the child learns from school. You can have the ecosystem. You can have startup companies, vendors, writing software for your vehicle. So over time, the vehicle will adapt itself to the personality of the application. So a lot of things to do. Also the fact that given that electric vehicles have a strong place in the future, we are seeing some of the issues with that, in the sense that if you look at some of the key components in electric vehicles, you have motors, you have electronics, you have batteries. You can imagine that we are very dependent on global supply chains for all of these. Motors have permanent magnets, batteries, the cell technology that goes behind it, it's largely made in China, and electronics is made in Taiwan today, and guess who's interested in Taiwan? So if you follow the same exact path to making electric vehicles, if you put a motor in the same place, if you put electronics the same way, if you program it the same way, if you put battery packs, if you use them the same way, then the light at the end of the tunnel is quite clear, in the sense that you will end up in a situation where you're completely dependent on a global supply chain. So we are seriously innovating, and I think the crux of that can be the conversation that happens after this introduction. We are completely rethinking electric vehicles as we know it. I mean, you might think, how else can you make an electric vehicle? But you can. So there are ideas that are unique. Excuse me. Can you hear me? Yeah. Uniquely Indian ideas that will, we hope, will revolutionize how a vehicle operates, an electric vehicle operates, how a battery works. Just to give you a little hint, a chemical reaction is not the only way to store charge. There are other ways to store charge. So we are fundamentally rethinking how these things are built, right? And we feel that is essential. We cannot just copy what else is going on in the world. It's a good start because we learn a lot by repeating what someone else has done. So with that, I'd just like to conclude that innovation is something that we're taking extremely seriously. It's a question of survival. It is not a nice to have anymore. And it's essential not just for a company like Ashok Leyland, but for India as a whole. We have the brains and we have to use it and focus it to do something very different for ourselves.
Thank you, Doctor. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, all. And thank you, Captain, for having me here. And Varun, straight away jumping to the question that you asked, and I would probably answer it by going about 3 to 4 years backwards on what happened in Mahindra. And that should eventually answer some of the questions that you had put forward. I would start by saying that for an electric vehicle manufacturer, and therefore for the R&D colleagues who are working in electric vehicle manufacturing, this is the golden era. Now, there are multiple reasons why this is a golden era. We all know the engine-driven vehicles have been there for not decades, but centuries now. Therefore, the innovation on the engines and the transmissions and all the powertrain components have been going on for all this time, right from being a very inefficient kerosene engine to where it is today. The electric vehicle has seen the entire development in less than 2 decades, right? And we can see that how much more is left. We could see there is a new innovation punched in literally every month. There are new technologies getting into industrialization every alternate month. That's the scale at which the electric vehicle mobility is doing research, development, and therefore innovation. The additional pressure that comes into product development, you know, in India we have PLI, we have GST at 5% for electric vehicle against 40% for an SUV with the ICE vehicle. You could imagine the 35% which is liberated is an opportunity that the customer can get different technology, which he cannot afford, or we will not be able to give it to him in an ICE vehicle just because he has to pay 35% more tax to buy an ICE vehicle. So the colleagues in R&D have that much more opportunity to pump in technology into an electric vehicle, and therefore the idea of having more and more features pumped in, a little different from what you said on the commercial side, but on the passenger side, a little more pressure on pushing more features. Therefore, understanding what technology exists and what are the potential needs for the customers, and when we bring those technology into the different products, how do we make sure it comes better than the way it is existing today? So that's the motivation for every product development team and engineers who are working to make sure that they are learning new things, they are innovating and bringing the best into the product. Having said that, it's also important that customers look for choices. They do not want to buy the same top hat in the same avatar depending on their own profile. That means it brings a lot of stress on the supply chain to make sure they need to have different components for different top hats. So the way we took it forward, Varun, is we created a platform which was literally 92% common parts. It had the same motor, it had the same battery, it had the same wheel ends, it had the same entire underbody. All that, it had the same electronics. It had exactly the same vehicle architecture. Now the scale is visible. When the customer sees different top hats, he gets choices. But what the supplier sees is a scale of 3 or 4 or 5 different top hats. And that becomes a very strong foundation for building more and more top hats and liberating the core research and development team to innovate on newer technologies and bringing in more features into the customer, into the car. Lastly, I would also like to touch around the agility. When we started electric vehicle mobility, we started the first ever sketch in September 2021. That's when we even thought of getting electric cars into our portfolio. And we did the SOP in September 2024, flat 3 years. This is not because of the skill alone, right? In fact, I would say in September 2021, we had a severe scarcity of skill. Most of us were actually getting transferred from some other functions we were in, including me as part of powertrain. So we were getting migrated from some other core domain, trying to learn electric technology, trying to bring that car into the market. So it was so much about understanding the customer needs, understanding the technology available, understanding the work that needs to be done to enhance the features that go into the hands of the customer. And if that willingness is there, skill will come by nature. You could naturally get that into the R&D guys. Yeah, that's how I would summarize.
Thank you. Thank you. No, the great starting thoughts and really inspiring to hear the stories as well. I think all of you touched on this esoteric concept of a culture of R&D, right? You spoke about impetus and driving value. You spoke about how it's chaotic and yet there's some form of a process to it. Teams that need to learn, continuously learn and have that agency. I think it'll be great to hear from you on how do you build this culture of R&D within a company, just in the journeys that you've had.
Okay. So I'll go with a live example. Maybe you can pretty much relate with a live example. So when I entered this ballroom in the morning, okay, I have got an handout given by these people, right? I think most of the handouts are also here. So these handouts had a leaflet too inside. And it was an educational institution promoting their brand, okay? Now, the research that they would have done is being a forum like this, if we can brand ourselves here, we'll have more people looking at our brand and hence I would have a conversion to it, right, ideally. So let me put in another lens. Have seen all these handouts lying on the table still. Some of the people have their handouts on the floor, right? And most often than not, end of the day, these handouts go and sit in the trash can, right? Good research done, good forum chosen, right? And also a lot of thinking that went in to get this branding aspect done. Let me put a different thought to it. What if this handout has been placed in a closed cover and given it to you and you doesn't know it about it? You would be very curious to know what is there in the envelope, right? That would have actually triggered you to open it and see what is there inside. And this would be the first level of jugaad if someone would have thought through, rather than just holding and giving the leaflet as such. Let me actually put it in a closed envelope so that it create a curiosity for the people to open it and see it. And what would be the chance of actually getting this right? Probability is 10-20%. People would open it, look into it. Still, most of the leaflets will go into the trash can. Let me put a different perspective to it. What if I crush the leaflet and give it to a random person in the hall? I'm not handing it over as such. I'm crushing the leaflet and I'm giving it to the person, random person, and it will actually give a curiosity to the order of magnitude of n to see why some random person has come in and actually given a crushed paper to me, and it intrigues me to actually open it and see what is the content into it. So the same leaflet, research is all the same, the lens that you are actually putting out to solve the problem, right, is going to differ. Now, all these are mediums, whatever I have said are mediums, but end of the day, what is my value creation? The audience whom I am targeting has to actually look at the leaflet, see the brand, conversion should happen, the business should grow, the value gets generated, and also the end users get value, right? So now, this is a live example that I am talking in today. So in any organization, if you have to actually look at R&D, how this particular vertical has to grow. It's not about identical minds sitting in together building a product in closed rooms, right? I have learned something in a very hard way. For the past 2.5 decades I have been in this particular industry. The one thing that I've learned in a very hard way is best brains come together, sit in a closed rooms, build some fascinating product, right? And the people who use it with some common sense, they call it as crap. Right? They are not PhDs. They don't actually sit in closed rooms, right? They don't know about business. All they see is, what is in it for me? Is it adding value or not? So when you actually have that lens coming in your ethos of your R&D, that's when the value creation of that particle would actually come into existence. That's the way the R&D culture has to be set up, right? As said by Subramanian. So these are two different things. You have an R&D as one vertical, innovation as other. It has to go hand in hand. Of course, there's a lot of cost incurred into it. And when you actually see the outcomes, and that outcomes actually live for longer. So I've been part of this group called as Apple earlier. And now I'm working with a prestigious group called as Impact Years, where we actually put a lot of effort into the R&D space, right? And as said by Steve, right, whom I worked with very closely, simple is the most complex things to do, right? Making it simple is the most complex thing. Whether it is him talking in about how the consistent change happened in the EV industry and all, it's all about making things simple. That's the hardest part. So for me, when I look at the R&D, as you asked, how this R&D vertical has to proven in any industry, is about not about identical mind, not about the technology that you are bringing in, not about the tools that you use, not about the cost that you incur, but end of the day, it's about what value I'm creating in and through this innovation. So that driver, if it goes into the DNA of the company, the R&D will grow. And today, that is the right inflection point India is into. So 10,000 crores of money, right, has been pulled up just because they are seeing that inflection point today. Homegrown LLMs are coming in, homegrown technologies are coming in, we are competing with global players in the world, right? I've also surrendered my citizenship, came back here because I see a lot of visibility here in Indian environment, right? Too many good things are happening, and this is the right space to be in for any R&D guy.
Anything you want to add to this idea of culture?
Yeah. I think very well said, Dr. Bala. I'll put a slightly different spin just to make it more enriching. My father died about 12 years ago, and my daughter was a very small child. She was just a few years old, and she didn't understand what happened, right? But a few months later, she realized her grandfather was missing from the house. And then she came to me and said, I want to talk to my grandfather, right? So how do you explain this to a little child? That aside, independently, we post ourselves a problem, right? Can you use innovation to answer impossible questions? I think what my daughter posed to me was an impossible question. And innovation often helps you solve what seemingly sounds completely impossible. And I'll tell you how I solved this particular question. So you must be thinking I'm crazy, right? Because how do you talk to dead people? You can't. Fortunately, my mother's alive, and hopefully she'll be around with us for some more time. What we developed out of a hobby is an AI tool that she can speak to on a regular basis. And over time, it learns how she talks. It even learns her voice, right? And with enough training, at some point I can start speaking to that AI tool and it will answer just like my mother. So, which means after her time, whenever that is, I will be able to continue speaking to her, and literally I'll have a tool that speaks in her voice and responds to me like she would respond, right? It can only capture a finite amount of her knowledge, but in some sense it would be a great consolation. So 2 minutes ago you thought this problem was unsolvable, right? But there are ways to innovate that make such problems solvable. I think that is a huge inspiration. We actually pose unsolvable problems to our people, and it becomes a natural magnet to bring in energy and enthusiasm. Even if that problem is not 100% solved, we will get pretty close, and that's a very fascinating outcome of that exercise. We also use many other mantras for inspiring people to do innovation and R&D. I was giving this will be my second and final example, I can keep going, but I was giving a school lecture at a high school, and this was 6th standard students, just the first year of geometry that was creeping into the syllabus. So I asked the students, there was a class like this, I said, can you come to the board and draw a 60-degree angle for me? And if you remember, if you take your mind back to high school, you will remember there was a problem like this in maths that was posed to you, where without using a protractor, using only a ruler and a compass, you're supposed to draw a 60-degree angle, right? So almost everybody in the class knew how to do it. And if to remind you, you draw one arc and then you draw one more arc, and where those two intersect, you draw a line and then you get 60 degrees, right? But then my next question was, if you do this, why do you get 60 degrees? And then the whole class went silent. And to me also it was a realization that that is where you stop questioning. Everybody learned how to solve that problem. They kind of mugged up that entire procedure, probably wrote the exam and got the marks as well. But nobody wanted to question why that very simple technique of just 2 steps would give that 60-degree angle, right? So literally we started a program where we wanted people to go back to fundamentals, go back to the very basics of science and start delving in depth into why certain things work, right? And it was amazing how much innovation that process would spawn. These are very, very simple facts that you simply read through in your textbook in school, and then you forgot to think deeply about it or didn't care, right? But that process is so inspiring and it's so simple that it gives extremely profound ideas. And this kind of brings back a quote of Ramanujan. He said, an equation to me has no meaning unless it expresses a thought of God. Right? It says an equation to me has no meaning unless it expresses a thought of God. For him, it was God. For you, it could be nature, it could be physics. But the real thing he was trying to say was, what does that equation even mean unless you understand what nature is trying to tell you through that? So that is something we practice day in, day out. And that inspires innovation quite a bit.
I should point out at this point that there are 2 people with doctor and their before their names who are basically saying you don't need to lock yourself up in a lab for 5 years to come up with innovation and R&D. It's about curiosity, simplicity, and just that desire to drive value. But
good, Varun. So again, a story. If you manage to get the R&D engineer to believe that the problem really needs to be solved, the problem is already solved. Now, the product is ready, the jury is done, and the jury says, I need a rating of 8, it's a 7.5. What do? You say you are not ready for the launch and therefore you need to do something about it, right? This is natural. Now the guy who has worked on that product for last 2.5 years, 3 years, he's so passionate about what he has done, he's just not able to believe that there's something more to do. For him, it's just perfect, right? And we just could not bridge this gap, and we just could not believe that we can do something about it. What we did is we introduced something called as a family jury. Now, what is this family jury? We asked the spouse and the kids of the employees to come to office. We asked them to drive the car. Right? So they were sitting in the car. If they were eligible to drive, they were driving the car. And we asked them to comment about decisions. So the rating actually went from 7.5 to 7. Okay? But this time it was that much more easier to solve. Trust me, in 2 months all the problems are solved. When their own spouse, their own children were telling them that this is not okay, you did not need any explanation beyond just not okay. And this really happened. Really, really happened. So when we launched the XCV700 before the BEVs, we did exactly this, and we got a leap jump on the level of quality improvement that we did right from engineering to part development to actual launch. And this is culture. Again, going back to what I was saying before, it's so much to do with what is there in your mind than what skill set you really carry. Right? And this is a fantastic example for us, and we continue this culture now. We do regular evaluation, and we have no arguments in any closed room saying that should we do it or should we not do it. Yeah?
I love the idea of a family jury. I think the only reason I cook even half decently is because of the family jury. Maybe if we look at the other side of the coin, you've all established that if you do good work, there will be a market for it, right? Ultimately, you need to listen to customers, etc. But if you do good work, there will be a market for it. And yet, at least when I started, I said the amount we spend on R&D is lower when compared to some of the larger economies that we see. Is there more we can do? And if so, what are the challenges we're facing to breaking that ceiling?
I think it's $1 million question, literally. So I think we are not there yet, honestly, right? We should be spending a much larger fraction of our turnover, or at least a large fraction of our profits, and put it back into research and development. There is a lot of inherent lack of appetite to take risk. I've seen a lot of Indian companies, and it's a self-criticism as well, who would pay more to acquire a mature technology rather than pay less and take the risk and develop it internally. That is changing, right? For sure it is changing, especially the last decade, especially, again, I can speak for automotive, because now it's a question of survival. So that change is happening. There is also an internal, back to culture, there's a little cultural element. For those who have been fortunate enough to have grandparents at home, you will see that there is a very interesting interaction between a grandparent and a grandchild. It's not the same interaction between the parent and the child. The parent and the child, the parent tends to micromanage. The parent is very worried about the child all the time. The grandparent is much more at ease, right? The grandparent brings in a lot of wisdom. The child brings in a lot of the millennial Gen Z type features, right? R&D is that millennial Gen Z within that enterprise, within that legacy enterprise. So how does that family or the enterprise handle that newfound thing, which is that Gen Z type thinking, right? So that's where that cultural element comes in. So going from that parent style of management to that grandparent style of management, where you have wisdom interacting with Gen Z, rather than a keen micromanagement, well-intended but very tight micromanagement, interacting with Gen Z is actually a winner. We have seen this work. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
And maybe a question for you. You spoke about how you came back here and there's a lot that's happening in India. Where do you see the difference with respect to the innovation ecosystem, R&D ecosystem here, and what can we learn as well?
See, the competitive landscape is everywhere, irrespective of the geo that you are in. And also the adoption is very fast these days. I'll tell about my perspective, my 2 cents. Earlier, the life cycle of adoption of any technology, any innovation, any good stuff, it used to be a considerable good time, right? Any new product comes into the market 10 years before, 15 years before, people used to actually adapt it, live with it for a considerable amount of time. But in the recent few years, if you happen to see recent 6 years, 7 years, where there is much hype about the AI coming in, there are many new products even today coming up, right? Many new models coming up, many good stuff that is happening in, but the adaptability validity period has drastically come down, right? The obsoleteness are also going up in the drastic way. The way that you are adapting to the technology, the obsoleteness is also happening in the same way. Now, this phenomenon is all because of the sheer ignorance. So what happens, I actually trace back to the previous question and with this as well. See, most of the time why people hesitate to put a lot of money in the R&D and see it still as a capital intensive exercise because of the sheer ignorance of the building blocks that they own. They may not be very good. The building blocks that are in the ecosystem today of any organization, right, has to be structured first. Then adoption of any new innovation, any R&D will have a considerable value to the company. Today, that's where the tangential happens. People don't understand the building blocks, are they right? And then invest on a tech like AI, invest much, and then after a point in time, they understand it is not yielding and see that the entire building is tumbled down. This is because of the ignorance. Now, coming up to the second question that you have asked, what made me to come here? So what is it happening? And there are a lot of examples that has been given by the speakers since morning, right? Sarvam.ai has picked up a 10,000 crore project with the government of Chennai, right? There is an AI summit that is happening in Delhi, right? Believe me or not, the prices for a hotel in Delhi for that event has shooted up around 1.5 lakh. This is still because of AI only. AI has drastically actually pumped up the changes of prices, and then every player who is selling out rooms there has actually inflated the prices. So what I am trying to say here, right? End of the day, the entire global landscape is up for transformation, up for innovation, up for R&D. And now, never late than ever, India is also actually pumping up a lot of money, also put in a lot of focus in trying to actually get this ball rolling in the way that it wants to see. I'm also part of NASSCOM Product Council, right? I'm also part of 10,000 Startups Initiative, AI Initiative. I'm mentoring a lot of AI companies today here in India. There is a lot of potential. So earlier we used to see a lot of people joining many organizations, right? And it's more of an employment landscape. But here today, 2 people or 3 people come in and they say like, I'm an entrepreneur, I have got an idea, I'm bringing this up. Because now here in India, there is a scope for such kind of change happening. And so this confidence is even given the Indian government to put in a lot of money. They are seeing a lot of budding entrepreneurs in every space. You take any space today. And fundamentally, the other thing that I wanted to put in a thought to many of the people here. So many people think that, okay, I'm building one of the products that have never existed before, right? But that's not true. Somebody in some part of the world would have thought through this. It has not been implemented, that's it. So what I am saying is the execution is the key cycle for everything. So if you have to ensure the country's economy is growing fast with a lot of R&D put in together, it has to be directly proportional to the execution cycle of the product. Otherwise, you still see it as a capital intensive part in any organization. This has to change. That's how I put it.
I think sticking to the theme of AI, the discourse on this is quite varied, right? From doomsday scenarios to how you can launch cars at a fraction of the time and cost compared to what we did in the past. I think would love to hear your view on what's actually happening on the ground and how do you see this playing out?
So on the AI, so 2 extreme things. One, how do we make sure customer voice is easily heard, right? From that point of view, just imagine X number of cars going to dealership for service action, and we have so many different verbatims getting factored somewhere, and there are 50,000 line items today, and we don't know what is the real product feedback coming from there. It's humanly impossible to bring a method to understand what are customer feedback coming from there. Now, here you are already seeing AI helping us, directly telling us what should we be doing. Forget about telling where are the concerns. So this is one extreme of front end trying to take care of what the R&D folks should be doing. The other extreme is simply the time required to convert a red status of a CAE simulation to a green status is migrating to become faster and faster, because there are easier solutions available to try and achieve the results faster, and this definitely allows the product development to become much faster than where we are today. So these are the 2 extremes of trying to manage information going to product development at a faster rate, and within product development doing something at a faster rate. So that's how we are seeing it happening already.
Maybe I'll just speak to the other side of the coin. I'll give an example of what did not work. So we were in our conventional vehicles, not electric vehicles, creating an AI model which would predict the failure of certain components before they would happen. In particular, we were working on predicting the failure of a clutch, because the clutch is typically the weak link in an automotive powertrain. It's meant to be that. It's meant to be like a fuse. It's meant to fail first if the vehicle is abused, so that thereby protecting other components. But if that same clutch fails in the middle of the highway, given that it's a truck, then it's a problem, because the vehicle may be down for a day or 2 just to get it repaired. So we were doing this model, AI model, to predict how a clutch fails. We actually outsourced it to a very well-established company, certified and it has everything to do with AI and all that. Gave them about 2 months to make this model, gave them the data. Unfortunately, they miserably failed. Just did not work with AI. The missing piece was the knowledge of AI and the domain, right? And that's the hardest skill to find. You need people who know automotive and people who know AI, right? Or at least within a team, you need that combination. So we are now constantly getting either AI analytics people and training them in automotive or upskilling our own automotive people into AI just so that that combination works.
Awesome. So let's.
I wanted to just share, just taking a minute. Of course, I don't belong to the EV industry, but I've seen it very close. One of the thoughts that I wanted to share when I was sharing the with Elon, who is famous for this particular industry event today. Right. So one of the questions that was asked is, what makes you the front runner in this space? So he said, like, okay, you think Tesla as a car manufacturing company, what is the end product that we do? Is what the question that he asked back. The people said it was the car, right? Then he differed, no, we build factories that build cars. That's our product. We invest a lot of money, we invest a lot of R&D, we invest a lot of energies in building factories that manufactures cars. Our end product is not cars, our end product is factories. So that's a fundamental shift of thought, right, that Tesla has taken, right? And one of the things they have done right from the start, which I've been seeing close, is what he has shared. The domain knowledge getting along with the artificial intelligence. The human intelligence getting along with the artificial intelligence, improving the quality of it every now and then. So I think this is a phenomenon for every industry. Irrespective of EV, I'm talking about any industry, it should be complementing human and artificial intelligence, complementing each other would actually drive the value.
Great thought, great thought. In fact, I'm sure auto companies will start calling themselves software companies very soon, just given what goes into a car today. We'll just take a couple of questions from the audience. So a very easy one for you, Bala, to start with. So I think, I can't see the name, Krish. Krish's question is, India has a strong engineering talent base and we do well with applied engineering, but how can we move up the value chain towards foundational research, original IP creation, especially in AI and emerging tech?
Yeah. So this is some question that has been asked to me by multiple people. So that's where I again allude to the same answer. It is no more just an independent skill. AI is not just an independent skill. It has to actually get complemented with domain knowledge. That is what is expected in today's economy. So if you are actually working in an edutech space, you need to understand the business ecosystem of an edutech space. If you are looking at an EV, you need to understand the business ecosystem, right? The nomenclature of it. So I'll tell you a very simple example. If you are an engineer, right? If you're asked to write a program to add and delete, it is easy for you. But if a business person comes in and tell you, could you write me a program to actually do a credit and debit? You need to understand what is credit and what is debit. Otherwise, if you go the otherwise, the entire system will tumble down, right? So what I'm saying is anything that you do has to actually be alluding to the business knowledge. Engineering is no more an independent skill. AI is no more an independent skill. It should actually go with your business knowledge. So that's where your patents or the investments in your specific, or moving up the ladder or to be on the top 1% of the hires. If you want it to be that, you need to have some domain expertise as well coming in. So that is how I wanted to answer.
And Krish, the direction of travel is good as well. More than a quarter of the patents that India currently files for is in the AI space. So I think that we're moving in the right direction as well. A question for Ganesh: How can Indian EV innovation move from cost efficiency towards a source of global differentiation?
So first of all, it's a wrong understanding that we are just trying to cost effectively producing EV. We are trying to bring value to the customer finally. And as long as that is the intent, global is not far away. Just to give an example, you might be buying a cell from somewhere, but the very research that happens within our facility in Chennai, we get to a point where we decide what should be the carbon coating thickness on the electrodes to understand how fast a lithium ion can go and sit back in an anode during charging. Why? Because we want to give a 19-minute charging cycle from 15% to 85%. Now, if that is the goal, then you are only looking at value creation, you are only looking at how to bring a customer wow. You are not trying to save 5 rupees out of a cell and trying to achieve cost competitiveness there. Of course, cost is important, and there are many other levers to try and do cost competitiveness. But the primary objective must be to make sure that the customer values the product for what he is spending for, and therefore that should be always attempted to be made more and more reliable and more valued.
Excuse me. Moving to Subramaniam, how can Indian manufacturing companies drive R&D into a core part of their strategy rather than as a support function?
Yeah, so it's actually an easy question. I used to run a manufacturing entity before this. I think one answer is sheer necessity. Anybody who's run a manufacturing unit will realize that every year your customers will beat you down on cost. So you have to make your product cheaper and cheaper and cheaper every year. Every year your labor will need increment. So your input costs will go up, your raw material costs typically go up. So at some point you will reach a point where you won't make profits, hence the need for R&D, right? So there are two kinds of R&D you go after. One is the R&D which gives you innovative ways of manufacturing, which you can make your manufacturing itself smarter. And when I say smarter, I mean, I'm not talking about full-fledged IoT and stuff like that. That is obviously part of smart manufacturing, but we've even done things as simple as GPS tags and WhatsApp groups with our vendors. That itself is smart. At least that we ask them to post photographs of where they are in their manufacturing sequence so that they don't give us stories on when they will send us the parts for us to assemble. So there are very, very simple things you can do with tech in manufacturing itself. And of course, if you are a product company, if you're not just a manufacturing services company, then this is the point where you innovate on the product. Otherwise, you don't survive, right? Because your margins are effectively zero. So ultimately, it's a cultural thing. It has to come from the top. The management has to decide to invest in R&D. And precisely to fill this kind of gap, because a lot of manufacturing entities are MSMEs, and it's hard for them to develop the multidisciplinary setups required for R&D, is why we started into this R&D as a service kind of offering, where I believe it's an essential part of the ecosystem. So you have academia, you have government, you have large industries with their own R&D, but you also need people providing contract type R&D services, so that not everybody needs to have their own internal R&D. They can always source it from other people.
A bit of a prescient answer, because that's linked to the next question that's coming through as well, around collaboration and ecosystems, right? What role does industry, startups, academia, government, that collaboration, what role does it play? And based on what you've seen, maybe I'll start with you, Bala, based on what you've seen, what can we do better?
See, I see it as a loop, actually. So first, it's like in cultivation. You need to sow the seeds of it right from the institutions, like college institutions, right? When you're at the school, you need to have that kind of what if experiments to be carried out. So as he said it right, asking questions is the most fundamental thing that you could do, which would actually drive you that impetus of R&D. So that should happen right from the schooling and also from the institution. And today, most often than not, I actually love this joke. So what is the sequence of becoming a chef? Do the engineering, become a chef. What is the sequence of becoming and what an entrepreneur? Do engineering become an entrepreneur? Right? So there is a sequence that is followed, which is fundamentally wrong. Okay. If you are going to actually have that impetus that you can add value to some particular ecosystem, right? You need to start actually looking at it very close. So this is not happening in India. So that's where the company that I am actually part of today, where we are looking at giving this kind of transition, right? Right from the cultivation of that knowledge from the college and getting it up to the space of the work culture, wherein there is a consistent innovation, consistent knowledge transfer happening, and where you have a lot of mentorships, right, that can happen. And continuously you evolve every day. So in the scheme of things, even government today has actually taken up these initiatives, right, wherein there is the NHRD, right, many an institutions, even you had other session where people internally are upskilling every day, right? I heard from one of the speakers saying that they have this kind of hackathons going in internally. So this should become the culture, right? Then only it can become an integral part. So fundamentally, what I'm trying to say is it's a loop. And this should actually start from the institution that you are part of and then grow up to the way that you are upskilling your career. And it should not be the other way around. The value creation has to happen to the ecosystem that you wanted to be part of, right? I preferred working with computers, right, at my age, and I still prefer I love doing things. So that's how it should be. So the transition should be more of doing what you know rather than doing what you love. So then actually the R&D comes into play, the innovation comes into play, the value addition comes into play, and this entire ecosystem actually will be a kind of rider for you. Otherwise, it would be kind of a derailed stuff. So that's the thing that needs to happen. And of course, today, as I said, even many and distinguished speakers today saying that is the inflection point that we are in today. So every part of the ecosystem is up for it. Government, institutions, right? These kind of forums, grabbing in together, everybody is up for it actually. And we need to leverage it. That's all we have to do.
Thank you. And just as we wrap this up, a couple of things that just stood out as we had this conversation. I think there was a unanimous push for R&D needs to be focused on value, right? Value to ecosystems, value to the market, etc. So I think there's a consistent theme of how do we use innovation to generate value, because then the market creates itself. Second is this idea of culture. Right? How do you excite colleagues to be curious? How do you take the grandparent mode of using wisdom as a guide rather than the parent mode of setting rules to how we do it? Right? A big part of the culture of R&D. Third is some practices. The family jury is standing out as a very, very interesting way to push people to keep trying and bettering what they do. And finally, the whole idea of building the ecosystem. This has been an extremely fascinating conversation. So thank you, Ganesh, Subramaniam, and Bala for sharing your thoughts and sharing your wisdom with all of us.
Thank you, Varun. It's been a fabulous session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite on the stage Mr. Kumar, our committee member, then General Chauhan, please join us for honoring these dignitaries on the stage. Mr. Sitaraman, Vice President MMA, may I request you to please come up on the stage, sir, to hand over a memento to these lovely gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that it's been a fabulous session. And with these kind of bright young minds leading R&D in different institutions, I think all of us can be assured that we are on the right path to innovating many things in decades to come. Let's give them a big round of applause. It's been a fabulous session. Ladies and gentlemen, we had Bala Tanjore, a triple PhD holder, lovely Mr. Kanaka Sakapati Subramaniam has been leading the R&D in Ashok Leyland, and Ganesh leading the EV vehicle R&D at Mahindra & Mahindra. Fabulous minds there, and Varun, thanks a lot for facilitating the entire discussion so well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, as they take a group photograph, let's give them a round of applause. Thanks a lot. It's been lovely having all of you with us together on stage, leading fantastic initiatives. Wishing you all the very best. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the last session of this convention now, session 4, on a very special theme, that's DNA of future leaders. And you're going to see some excellent leaders coming up on the stage now.
But the physicality of the business, as you called out, the metaphysicality of...
I think great leadership is the ability to ask the right questions.
The role of a mentor is that of a navigation app. While you might be smart.
It's my pleasure inviting on stage Mr. Shyam Srinivasan, former MD, Federal Bank, Senior Advisor, Operating Partners, TVS Capital Funds. Mr. Harish Bijur, Brand and Business Strategy Expert, Founder, Harish Bijur Consultants. Mr. Suresh Narayanan, former Chairman and Managing Director of Nestle India Limited. And to moderate the session, we have the young and dynamic Mangalam Malu, Anchor and Deputy Editor, CNBC TV 18. Let's welcome all the 4 gentlemen on stage with a big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking your time off today for being with us this evening. You're all excited for the session that's going to come. As they settle down, may I request the AV team to have the AV, please.
Mr. Shyam Srinivasan is a seasoned banking leader who served as MD and CEO of Federal Bank, leading its digital transformation and sustained growth. An IIM Calcutta alumnus, Mr. Shyam now advises portfolio companies at TVS Capital Funds, bringing deep expertise in leadership, technology, and financial services. Mr. Harish Bijur is a leading brand and marketing strategist with deep experience across FMCG, telecom, and consumer durables, advising companies globally through his firm, Harish Bijur Consults Incorporated. A sought-after speaker and faculty member at ISB for over 2 decades, Mr. Harish is widely recognized for his insights on consumer behavior and brand leadership. Mr. Suresh Narayanan is a distinguished FMCG leader with over 30 years of global experience, having served as Chairman and Managing Director of Nestle India and CEO across multiple international markets. An alumnus of the Delhi School of Economics, Mr. Suresh is widely respected for driving growth, transformation, and purpose-led leadership. Mr. Mangalam Malu is an anchor and deputy editor at CNBC TV 18, known for his incisive coverage of India's consumer economy across FMCG, retail, e-commerce, and logistics. A CFA charter holder with an MBA in finance, Mr. Malu hosts popular shows including Chartbusters and Halftime Report and is an award-winning business journalist.
Great. Let's applaud them for being here. And I now invite Mr. Mangalam Malu to take the session forward, please.
Yeah. You guys can hear me? Perfect. We stand between you guys and, the high tea. So we try and make it a lot more energetic, and we'll tell you the DNA of the future leader. I can tell you one thing. Between all of them, the kind of experience that they have, the life experience, the leadership experience, the kind of, richness in decisions, the quality and the value that they've created for India, not only for the Indian consumer, but Indians across the world, is just incredible. So a huge round of applause for all these 3 leaders to come here. You guys can do a little better. All right. So, when I think about leadership and when I think about, having these conversations here, when we look back, the thing is that when you start out as leaders, you don't have this idea of, this is what my leadership style will be, or this is what my legacy would be, etc. All of that is in hindsight. When you start out, it's usually the decisions that you make on a consistent basis, delivering what you have to do. And over a period of time, the quality of those decisions and how they panned out is what sets your leadership apart. So if you could tell us, in your life, in your careers, a few decisions that you all took, which at that time felt as just another decision at work, but over a period of time you realized, they were the ones that were the major pivots or major moving points in your life, so to say, as your leadership developed. Let's start with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to MMA for having us here. Look, if I were to share really 4 learnings from my leadership lesson, firstly is learn to accept accidents because sometimes they can be pleasant. I never set out to be a corporate honcho. I wanted to be a bureaucrat. I was coveting the 3-letter symbol that most people in bureaucracy have. That was what I set out to be. Therefore, my background at the Delhi School of Economics and not IIM Ahmedabad or Bangalore or any of these places. And a company called Hindustan Lever came on campus and decided to make a pitch, and lo and behold, I got recruited. So here I was wanting to be an IAS officer, landing up being a person selling in those days soap and dalda. And in fact, one of the distinguished speakers here, Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, was my first boss. So, explaining to him how economics was relevant to selling dalda was itself quite a challenge. But that's how it was. That's how it started. So accidents can happen, and therefore, I think just as crisis doesn't come with a calling card, what has happened ever since then has been a saga in itself. My first leadership lesson was to learn quite simply, and this is something that is part of, there are 2 parts of DNA which I say is important to a person. One is innate DNA, which is what you're born with. That's your family, background, values, and spirit that you're schooling, your parents, your aunts, your grandparents, they teach you. And the other one is what is called infused DNA, which is what the organization brings to bear. And in that context, I think one of the simple lessons that I learned was that you're not alone in this world. Any achievement is done because of people. People don't write the balance sheets, they make the balance sheets. And that's something that we have to remember as leaders, that whatever we are doing is not because of me, the individual, because of us, the collective team. So that was the first experience of shutting down a factory in Ahmedabad in my early 20s, where most of the factory workers who were in their 50s were as old as my dad then. And that was an experience in itself. And one of the highlights of that experience was if you treated them with dignity, with honesty and with transparency, instead of me giving a farewell to the workers actually gave me a farewell. So which will stay with me all my life. The second lesson is that failing to succeed sometimes helps you to succeed. I had in my corporate career in the Unilever Group, one of the brand launches that I made, that I was part of, was a big disaster. And it impacted the Lipton P&L quite significantly in those days. I'm talking about the mid to late 80s. And that's when I realized that leadership is to stand up and be counted. I could have been fired then as one of the many people who should have been fired because of success not happening to us. But instead, the leader of the pack took the rap on himself, which taught me the simple lesson that in a crisis, it is the leader who has to stand up and be counted and who has to do the talking, and not leave it to somebody else in the department and do the work. The third simple lesson that I learned many years later as part of my exposure in the Nestle group to North Africa. And I am one of those people who was a little bit of an albatross. I either fall into a crisis or I create a crisis. That's been some of my career has been evolving in that. Is Jada Vishesham, as they say, so a little bit of that. And there I learned a simple lesson that leaders need to look through the periscope rather than always do rear view mirror driving. Because you are in an alien culture trying to combat an environment that was hostile and that was going through the Arab Spring, so the country had its own motions. And that's when one realized that as a leader, you play a pivotal role of directing the crowd in a particular direction, however fuzzy and however hazy the environment is, rather than trying to dictate every single action of theirs. And that was a lesson in being a leader looking through the periscope rather than through the microscope that made the difference to me. And the fourth important lesson that years has taught me, it is never about you. It is about the issue at hand. I think more often than not, we attach and ascribe personal egos to the problem or the situations we are asked to come upon to solve. And in the consequence of that, we make stupid decisions and foolish decisions which are person-centric or self-centric and not centered around the people and what is good for the people. And I think we had General Chauhan this morning talking about the incident where he stopped the soldiers from firing into a village, despite the fact that some soldiers had been killed from inside that village. I think that takes courage to stand up and be counted and say, look, that decision in a fit of emotion of allowing people to do what they felt like might have also been what you felt, but better judgment has to prevail on you. And those judgments and that ability to look beyond the obvious or to look beyond the immediate nature of the problem helped me in a number of situations. So these would be the 3 or 4 lessons that my journey has taught me on leadership.
I think his leadership lessons has left everyone else speechless, which is exactly why my mic, refused to accept my voice out here. But the way he set the platform, you have to embrace accidents. You have to ensure that it's not about you. It's the entire organization. It's people. It's more than just one person. The third thing is when you are in the crisis, you have to ensure that you take it upon yourself and ensure that your team is protected. And the fourth most important thing, leave your personal battles aside. It is the battle for the issue. I mean, Mr. Srinivasan, you are a big fan of cricket, I know. The great opening batter that he is, he's set the tone for the team. If you could tell us, a couple of shots from your leadership, which you believe have, defined what your idea is.
Thanks. Unlike him, I did want an IAS, not an IAS, I wanted an IIM. So I worked very hard to get it. And I have to tell you a story here. My dear friend Mahalingam is here. He and I gave the exams at the same time. We were waitlisted. He was 69, I was 70. The bloody rank stopped at 69. He got in, I didn't. I said, I will not give up. I will again give it. So the succeeding year, I went to IIM, following him he was my senior on campus that year, right? But anyway, jokes aside, for me, very early wanting to be I'm not saying a leader, but wanting to be in the management space and having, I think the earlier speakers had a joke on engineering, right? To become a chef, study engineering, to do this, study engineering. I became a leader by studying engineering, but never practicing one. But I think the point is, if you want something, if you obsess about it, invariably it comes. And I'm not trying to be alchemist, but I'm just saying that manifestation does happen. And of course, I think always life is understood backwards. So having had the privilege of working and being a leader for many years, now I'm trying to give it structure, and hopefully that's valuable for other younger aspiring leaders. One thing that I've always followed, and now I'm coining it as being happily dissatisfied. I do want to encourage a crazy amount of positive restlessness. Right? In the teams that I worked with, I always encourage, please remove words like good, satisfied, comfortable, all from your dictionary. It has no meaning. The moment you're doing that, good is the enemy of great, as Jim Collins said, right? So The moment you start with that, saying I'm doing good or this is enough or I'm comfortable, I think you're beginning to build your graveyard. So in hindsight, I'm not saying that's how I began, but I do believe being restless positively, sort of a constructive anxiety to be one level above, influences how you behave and how you are sort of able to move. And this is not about personal greed. I think I concur with Suresh. It's never about us. But these are easy to say after 30, 40 years of working, taking the scratches, as Mr. Chauhan would say, you've had the bullets on your face, so you have the scars to show. But when the scar is going to happen, you're thinking about yourself. But I think that moment where you can distance yourself and rise above it is when your leader in you is born. So that is what I would encourage, and I see a lot of our younger colleagues here. That moment and that awareness is trained awareness. You have to create intuition to come by virtue of the practice and the experiences. And sessions like this or talking to many can help that. If there was one thing I look back and say, did I learn more from studying or learn more from experiences of myself or others? The answer is obviously the second, right? We learn what we do in the first 20, 25 years of academics is good, but I think the next 30, 40 years or the years that you work is just incredible. So hindsight teaches me about being restless, about not giving up, about taking chances where most people don't want to. I mentioned I want to be in management, I wanted to be in a bank. I did not get into a bank on my right out of IIM. I went to sell computers, and then I said, no, I'm not giving up. I went into Citibank, and then, God was kind and things moved well. But it's all along that obsession to move one restlessly, in some direction which sort of excites you. And invariably you end getting it because that restlessness creates energy that is supported by, the ecosystem. So yeah, that's what I would say. Mike doesn't listen to you, Mangalam. This is not CNBC.
I don't think the mic needs to listen to me here. I have the easiest job on the panel of just keeping quiet and listen to all you guys speak out here. But, Mr. Bijur, your experience among all of them is the most interesting one because you've experienced leadership at organizations. You were at Unilever, thereafter the Tatas, and now you are experiencing leadership through what you're doing as well, and you are seeing it across organizations. What are the few things that you can speak from your experience and your experience through consulting every leader here? 4 or 5 things that codify a leader which makes him or her timeless.
See, Mangalam, first of all, it's an absolute pleasure being here with you and in the midst of these two titans, both of whom I admire. I'm going to say that, my leadership lessons started early, when I started work, when I first got out of campus and started work. It's crazy. I've known Suresh for a while, but I didn't know we had so much in common because, I also wanted to be an IAS officer, nothing but an IAS officer. But it so happened that my rank wasn't good, so I got into the Indian Audit and Accounts Service, one additional A added to it, and I didn't take it. So eventually I landed up by accident, Suresh was possibly selling dalda, but I was selling red label tea in the bylanes of Bengaluru. Very embarrassed because, I had some of my classmates driving up in their nice snazzy cars and I would be selling tea and I would hide, when I was actually billing because as a group management trainee, you had to do a stint of a full year and you had to be selling tea with a van man who would actually load the van and he'd pull the van by hand and you have to take care of stock and then you have to do billing. You have to work 35 shops minimum every single day, collect the cash, go hide it in the depot and then bank it the next day. Now, a lot of leadership comes from the grassroots upwards for me, And I think, one of the first lessons that I learned was inclusive leadership, being inclusive. In fact, it was taught to me very, very subliminally. We had a corporate office in Bangalore and in Bengaluru, what is today Bengaluru. We had a corporate office, which was in Bengaluru. We had a very nice, snazzy office put together. And incidentally, it so happened that it had 3 restrooms on every floor, on every executive. So one said men, the second said women, and the third said executives. So executives meant, you know what, whereas which meant that executives were not men or women or whatever it means. And that was the first thing that told me that, hey, listen, this is the way things are done. But when I got out of corporate office and went to my area sales office, and I was an ASM in Chennai for a while, and n numbers of other places, I decided that we must not have these distinctions between one human being and another. Okay, today it's very fashionable to say that this is the way it's done, but I'm talking 30 years ago here. In those years, people were very, very conscious about hierarchy, the way things were done, etc. So one of the things I said was, I mustn't do what we do. And I kept looking out at the grassroots level to say all the wrongs that we typically do in management. Now, we have many, many organizations which believe in discipline. Half the time, this discipline is imposed discipline by a certain culture which comes top down, which is most of the time Western. And I've always worked for Western companies. A multinational corporation is a multinational corporation. And a multinational corporation brings with it a set of MNC views. And in the olden days, they used to be quite rigid. So I think that is a part of leadership that came to me very strongly. Now, second part of the question, to answer, I would simply say that, hey, I think we are in the Kali Yuga of leadership at this point of time. My mother keeps saying all the time, Kali Yuga, whenever something goes wrong, And I think we're in the Kali Yuga of leadership to the extent that I think leadership exists in certain organizations, which is reasonably positive. And in n numbers of organizations, leadership is quite toxic, convoluted, and something which, is not such a happy leadership as we make it out to be. There could be a clutch of about 16 to 18 companies in India, which are mostly global companies, who believe in true blue leadership of a particular, decent, straightforward kind. Now that's missing. So this toxic leadership needs to change. And I think this is the Kali Yuga of leadership. I think the Kalki Yuga of leadership is ahead. Okay. And when I look at Kalki Yuga, I wrote a paper on this recently called the Kalki Yuga of leadership. What's the meaning of that? It simply means to say that the Kalki Yuga is an undoing of the Kali Yuga, the Black Age. And if you really look at the Kalki Purana in particular, you will see that, there is this new age of leadership which will emerge. And it's fascinating to read the Kalki Purana. I would insist that, if you can, it's a beautiful way of looking at leadership. It says, this leader is a guy who is riding a white horse. And this white horse for me today is not a horse, it's a horse with one unicorn. It's more of a unicorn. And incidentally, it's that unicorn. And there's a blazing, sword which he's holding. And that blazing sword is of one of knowledge, which actually is about intelligence. It actually says intelligence in the Kalki Purana. The only thing is it's artificial intelligence. So this is the unicorn, artificial intelligence, all of this is the future of leadership. Because, I think leadership must be fair. Leadership must be unbiased. Unfortunately, human beings are not fair. Human beings are not unbiased. Machines can be fair. Machines can be unbiased. The digits can be unbiased. AI leadership is the new leadership, or AI-enabled leadership is the new leadership that I talk about. And today, within the startups that I really look at, all this is falling into place here. HR departments are getting revamped altogether. AI agent-managed relationships is the truth. So in the old days, we'd be totally governed by AI as an assistant, right? Now the AI is not an assistant. AI is my colleague, works along with me. And now in the future, the AI is my boss. And eventually, sentient AI, the moment we are able to experiment with it in a more reasonable manner, is the new AI of the HR manager is dead. It's not the human resources manager. It's the machine resources manager. And by the way, it's crazy, but 18 years ago when I came to the MMA, I think that's when we had spoken about the same subject, saying HRM is going to become machine resource manager, and today it's the machine resource manager. I think superior management comes through, neutral management. Yep.
Superior management comes through neutral management. So this is a perfect, batting lineup, so to say. He set the stage up fairly well, and then he came back, hit a few shots as well, and then towards the end of the innings, he just came out, whacked a few out of the park, and all in all, the team has a good total now. The point is,
over now.
it's a super over, as it was this afternoon as well. But, now let's talk about a couple of difficult things about leadership. Like he said, he raised a few pertinent points. It's very easy to say all the positive things about leadership while you are, at a panel like this, and when you have the benefit of, hindsight of having led companies for 30 to 40 years, etc. But what he said also had an important point, that beyond the top 17, 18 companies where leadership is genuinely good, there is a fair amount of toxicity, there is a lot of negativity, there is a lot of, individualism when it comes to leaders. And we see that across generations, be it the yesteryear's Babu or be it the current year's, new age founders who think that they are the be-alls and know-alls of everything. So how do you cultivate humility, and how do you cultivate the next batch of leaders who will obviously think beyond themselves and be a lot more inclusive and be a lot more positive as against toxic or negative?
Look, that's a very, it's a very potent question, Mangalam, and I would like to keep the answer relatively short. I think it's been said many, many years ago, more than 50, 60 years ago by Peter Drucker, that culture eats strategy for breakfast. I think in this day and age, which is that of fractured relationships, fractured global environment, fractured organization, and as my friend Harish said, toxic leadership, I think culture is eating strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In fact, all the meals are being devoured by it. And what does it take to build culture? And culture is a subject that is not discovered and not discussed enough in the boardrooms and in the corporate because it's a soft aspect. We have all got used to KPIs and strategies and directions and outcomes. But we have not got used to the fact that there is a method to the madness, and there is a way in which we approach the problem and how we do the thing. Culture, in my view, has got a simple definition. Culture is the language that is spoken when no one is watching. That's what defines the culture of the organization. So what the last man in the field or the front end, how they behave is the way in which the culture of the organization is. And there are 4 elements that go to build a culture, in my view. I've been a passionate advocate of culture. I believe that I've been blessed to have a career where compassion, where empathy, where respect, where dignity, where pride, where humility and hard work led to results, and not necessarily being toxic and difficult and brutal at all points in time. The first important lesson that a leader imparts to culture is courage. Courage is the least mentioned and least available ability in political life, in social life, and in corporate world. Nobody has the courage to stand up to the convictions, and nobody has the courage to stand up to a difficult situation. It's easy to pass the buck. The world is moving around, people blaming each other for why the sun is rising the way it is and why pollution is happening and why this is happening and that is happening. But courage is not happening. So courage is number 1. Number 2 is competence. I think competence in this context means sequential and situational and relevant to the organization not only today but also for tomorrow. The third is communication and coherence. A lot of strategies in companies become so convoluted that only probably a few board members understand it. It is put up on the boardroom, it is put up in probably the reception, but nobody else seems to understand it. So communication means the clarity and the simplicity and the transparency of what is being sought. What are the values of this company? Is it honesty? Is it respect? Is it humility? How does the leader and the leadership team translate this into action? To me, the chairman of the company and the coffee boy are exactly the same respect and the same dignity that they deserve. I have to practice it, and I think in the morning there was a discussion around how you interact with the people below you and interact with, I think Mr. Gopal Krishnan talked about it. I had a habit in the Nestle office, much annoyingly to my colleagues. I used to walk the floors every single day. Every single day. I used to walk the floor when I was in the office, not only selfishly to cover my 10,000 steps, but also, more importantly, to talk to people. What is happening? What is the issue? Sense a few things, including things like sensing office romances, right? You're able to figure that out when you are walking around and say, there is something brewing here. So I think the ability to embed and follow the culture, and the last is consequences. A culture has consequences. If people go out of line and they behave in a manner that is dissonant with the culture of the company, whatever be the culture of the company, there has to be some punitive action. More often than not, what we do, we say, oh, he's a high performer. He is a toxic high performer and a corrosive high performer, but he's a high performer. So he must exist in the organization. Organizations must take a hard look, especially as you're getting into more difficult waters and into more technologically challenging waters, on whether to accept a lousy culture and outstanding competence, or an outstanding culture and a average to outstanding competence. I think these choices need to be made as far as organizations are concerned.
That'll be very interesting in this marketplace where, you know, PEs are decided by a couple of 100 basis points increase in margins as against, you know, cultures. Unfortunately, we are yet to develop a model where, you know, culture can be codified into the valuation of a company as well immediately. But you have something in common with Mr. Srinivasan when you said you had a sense of finding out whether there were office romances as well. In Mr. Srinivasan's case, he could find out whether there were romances in other offices as well by just virtue of watching the television. That's where he saw me and Sonal being married, and he called our managing editor and said, oh, these two anchors on your channel, I think they are married. But, you know, that story for another day. Mr. Srinivasan.
Yeah, that makes me sound like a nosy Parker.
No, just kidding. But, you know, we were talking about how in our experience, leaders who take their work very seriously, but not themselves very seriously, are known to be ones that rise above and beyond the others in that clutter or in that league. How do you teach that? Is that something which is innate? Is that something which can be taught? And if it can be taught, what can people who are watching right now or should do to instill that in themselves?
Yeah, I'm firmly of the view that experience and behavior of the leadership sets the tone of any organization, right? Any amount of PowerPoint, vision statements only mean that much. And I go back to what you said, culture compounds, right? Personally, and it's worked for me, and I'm guessing it's not done badly, I go with what Suresh was mentioning, that walking the floors. Sometimes, if you are not endowed with all the knowledge and all the skills, actually it's an advantage. I never claim to know everything, even today, but I was open, or many of us who have been reasonably successful in leadership have to have both the humility and the wisdom to understand you don't know it all. In fact, you don't know it all. But the collective community knows a lot. How do you walk about, talk about, convert, content and synthesis? The leadership is about synthesis and giving credit where it is due and not assuming it for yourself is a brilliant format, because then you are ensuring that the people who have contributed get the benefit and the institution gets the benefit of collective wisdom. And I think it's proven across time. On the point about culture does not get value, I'm increasingly of the view the world is recognizing it, right? We've seen it. I mean, if just the industry that I was so closely linked to, banking, we've seen some superstar performers who suddenly went up from 20 rupees share price to 700 rupees and came back to 100 rupees and struggling, right? And there have been companies which have 20, 40, 60, 80 and have compounding nicely, and time is a great leveler, and we've seen that happen. So I think increasingly people are putting a premium on integrity, culture and quality. I don't believe we don't have to wait for another day. I think that day has arrived. Of course, this is evolving. The other and equally important part is which you mentioned, Suresh, is the communication. And this is not just expounding some vision statements, it's the frequency, consistency, and the ability to stay the course and say the same things, which is usually very boring, but make it sexy. And I mean, not to show off, but there is not a single Sunday that I missed in my term as a leader that I did not write to all my employees. Every employee received a short, maybe 10 sentences, 20 sentences, nothing about the world, banking. I saw a movie last night and what I learned from it. It could be anything. But it ensured that the chain in the organization was informed of the same thing, were involved, engaged, and it cut the level of the organization, flattened the organization. Anybody could write to me. So the ability for an organization to stay true to what it seeks to achieve is possible, and the institutional sort of, again, to go back to the culture, eat strategy for breakfast, I have the other one is feedback is the breakfast of champions, right? If you are constantly listening to the field and whatever that hierarchy is, lot breaks. And in the new age, and since our topic is about DNA of the future leader, the biggest thing that is changing right in front of us, and I'm not talking 20, 30, 35, I'm talking of today, hierarchies are breaking, right? Nobody today wants to live the way we lived. There's you mentioned executives. It's so flat now.
Yeah.
Right? And the 60-year-old leader talking to a 20-year-old in the same language is what probably is the timelessness of leadership. How do I appeal to that community and stay relevant? Because their attention span is low. They don't respect your badge. They respect your knowledge, if at all. And if you're not adding value, thank you very much. And so how does the leader stay as relevant for that audience? Learning from them, giving it back to them, maybe repackaged with wisdom. That is the art of all of us, hopefully being effective for that community of workforce.
And Harish, how do you create this ecosystem around leaders where they are, open to feedback, they are open to criticism, they are open to someone telling them that, the sun does not rise from where you wake up?
Oh, this is a very difficult thing, Mangalam, because there are leaders far and few who can keep their ego aside. Bulk of the time, it's the ego that doesn't allow people to listen. So one of the biggest things that's very, very important is the ability for a leader to listen. It's so lovely to hear this management by walking about, which and this business of writing a missive on a Sunday to every employee without missing a week. This is communication. This is very, very important, and that communication must not come top down. It must be level, and communication is very important. You have to learn from the political leaders of the day. Man ki baat. It's a classic way of communication, and that communication goes into the remotest corner of this country as far as PM Modi is concerned. Now, please listen, the more you communicate, the more you tend to open yourself up to the entire audience you're talking to. The second issue is this business of older leaders versus younger leaders. I face this in every environment that I work in today. I do a fair bit of work within the startup ecosystem across the country because that's the most robust ecosystem today. And that's the ecosystem that wants learning to come in from outside. What happens is young people think very, very differently, whereas older people think very, very, very differently. And attitudes to various things are very varied, and therefore, there could be an older person who says that I want you to work 72 hours a week. And there could be a younger person who says that, to hell with it, I will not work 30 hours a week. And if you ask me to do such things, I will troll you no end. Both are right. 72 hours is something great to work. 30 hours is also great because the balance of life, etc., etc. And particularly if you look at, the fact that Europe works in a particular manner, we need to be careful. The thing is, the twain does not meet. The oldies think like the oldies, the youngies think like the youngies, the twain does not meet. Now, making it meet is a very difficult thing. So, whose role is it to make that meet? It's actually the role of the older generation to make it meet, not the role of the younger generation. And therefore, leaders must not age. Leaders must not talk their age. Leaders must think 20 years less than their age. That's a very important thing for me within organizations. There are some leaders who pretend that they think like 20 years less than their age. That's not on. You must not only, you mustn't pretend. Because one of the cornerstones of good leadership is integrity. One of the cornerstones of good leadership is the fact that you be you. And you communicate and there is no double talk, double speak. And I think, we must appreciate that everybody who works within our organizations is very intelligent and more importantly, very intuitive. So that intelligence and intuitiveness, they recognize you within 3 days of meeting you, full stop. The senior leader is assessed, understood, and denigrated if necessary within 3 days. So you lost the battle in 3 days. Leaders who don't lose the battle, like let's say current company around us, are guys who have reinvented themselves again and again and again with tools and with various kinds of ways and means of doing it. Somebody's walking around the office, somebody's spotting office romances. Suresh, I didn't know this skill of yours. And somebody is communicating on a Sunday, talking all kinds of things. Somebody is sending out whose romance is going on CNBC, stuff like that.
So, it's insightful, and of all the things that you're saying, I'm also, while the leaders are keeping an eye out on themselves, I'm watching the clock because strategy eats culture for breakfast, feedback is the breakfast of champions, audience eats panel discussions for high tea.
I want to add one more, which we recently heard, saying that if you're not at the table, you are the breakfast. You're the meal. Okay. And this is Carney's statement at Davos. He quoted someone else.
Yeah.
But that's so true. If you're not at the table, you are the meal. My problem is a lot of young people think they're not at the table and therefore they are the meal. So watch out for that.
We will. And we'll try to keep this rapid now. Quick 1 or 2 word answers from you all on a whole host of things. The thing that you learned from your leaders to never do.
To never do.
Yeah. Leaders teach you, bad leaders also teach you what not to be, right? So
I think from the bad leaders, actually, I learned a lot.
Exactly.
Even more than from the good leaders. And from the bad leaders, I learned how toxicity kills.
How toxicity kills.
And how to be polite and to be respectful is a very powerful tool. You don't have to show your stars and stripes to show who you are. I think being non-toxic is itself a learning in itself.
All right.
Never talk behind anyone who's left the room. That's a big learning for me because the moment that happens, you know who the character of the individual. Yeah.
I think for me, the guts to be patient. It takes a lots of guts to be patient in an institution, particularly if you're an institution builder.
Yes.
Because if you're a listed entity, every 3 months or every day, but every 3 months the scorecard is up. The analysts and the investors are finishing you off. You need to build an ecosystem that trusts you and backs you as a leader, right? Which is the toughest part. I was blessed with a board that stayed with me. There have been quarters where on my face, why are you in this job? You should be out of this job. I'm sure every leader, particularly in a listed entity, they're going to be faced. You need the guts to stay, provided you have the integrity and the authenticity to hold that core. And we've not spoken about authenticity. I think it is the signature of everything, right? If you're not yourself, everybody else is taken. If you're not yourself, walk away. If you can't be that, so I would think the guts to hold course, of course not arrogantly or stubbornly, but if you sort of built a good construct, the ability to hold, that I think is paramount.
All right. The darkest day for you as a leader, something that you felt that, I could have done so much better on this.
I think it was during COVID when I lost almost half a dozen of my people in a week. That was when I really felt completely helpless. I said, despite being the head of a large company, I could not save the lives of people to COVID. That was my darkest day.
How about you?
I'm still thinking. I don't have an answer. It's such a good question. Still thinking.
For me, I mean, other than COVID, I used to live in Cochin, right? In 2018, August 16th was the flood of the century. My house got washed away. So me and my wife were displaced from home. But that actually was the lesser part. Like him, the whole city got washed out, as was our headquarters. So we had to make sure the business bounces back. People, including my house, was floating out and content was going away. And employees, just like us, were suffering with so many things. We had to bring back everything with the least interruption. It was tough, but I think it was, I wouldn't say dark. I mean, it was obviously a dark outcome, but luck even. But I think the comeback was the most satisfying part. Within 48 hours, we were back in business. Life was okay. I think crisis brings people together in a manner that none of us can visualize, right? I
Who
mean,
better than Suresh would know?
Yeah, he would know that. I still remember his interview when he joined Nestle when the Maggie issue was, and it's such a sensitive topic. But yeah, so I think crisis, the way it comes out, as it happens, of course, is atrocious. And personally, I knew my home was getting washed out, but we had other things to do.
Right.
Well, I think for me it was a very personal one. Day on which I had to sack someone who was reporting into me, one of my best employees and a very senior employee, for reasons which were related to integrity issues. And to think that I was shocked at the fact that I had known the guy for 21 years and he had worked with me for, not directly, but under me at various points of time, and yet I did not know that guy. So that, humbles you to say that you think you know everybody, but you don't know everybody. And sacking that guy was a sad day for me, but I think it was the right day. Yeah.
Right. If the leader of the future had to have one quality from Suresh Narayanan, what would that be?
Being authentic.
Yeah, totally. You be you. That's the new language of the young. They tell you be you. You know, my son came up to me and said, you be you. I've always thought I'm always I. But he says, you be you, I be I. And I think that's very important. Let the young be them and let the oldies be them.
He sounds like Swami Nityananda. But yeah, I mean, I would agree, authentic, but I would add empathy. Empathy.
And since everyone is talking artificial intelligence, etc., we're trying to code the future leader of 2035. If you had to give a prompt, what would that prompt be?
Ample intelligence, not just artificial intelligence.
Ample intelligence is what one has to have.
Kalki Yug intelligence with Devadatta. Devadatta is that horse, the unicorn.
Be restless, better never stops.
And I think a longer version is coming on LinkedIn this Sunday.
No, I've already written about it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wonderfully insightful discussion about what leadership looks like in 2035 through a lens of such expertise on the panel. And there are some questions as well. We have one coming in from Yugesh. Mr. Shyam Srinivasan, in your view, how must leadership evolve when managing organizations in a highly regulated sector like financial services amid rapid technological change? That's important.
I say I'm not trying to sort of simplify it, but I think this hype about technology changes everything will make it difficult. I would argue that the other way. Many of us in this room who started out in the 80s, 90s, whatever, we've heard the same thing, right? Change, technology, these are constant buzzwords. I won't get too stressed by it. I would think the biggest challenge for leaders of today and tomorrow is how do you be decisive in an era when there is a deluge of data? How do we make sure that you make decisions through that phase? And invariably we get into this analysis paralysis. You want 100% information to make a decision, but the time would pass. So in my answer to this question is, it's 60-70% information. If the time is right, make that call. The decisive call that a leader makes with broadly the right set of information makes the case for being a successful leader, as opposed to getting into a severely analytic, paralytic situation, trying to synthesize 10,000 points of data to get an outcome, but the time has already passed. So that would be my answer to this question.
Making a decision is always better than waiting for data. And obviously, you know, what Amazon's Jeff Bezos said, that it's far easier for me to focus on things which are not going to change than to worry about things that are going to change. Customers are always going to want products faster. Customers are always going to want products cheaper. Customers are always wanting to, you know, get their product easily on the website. So if I keep focusing on all those things, so obviously from a financial services standpoint, people are going to want all these things better at lower costs. And for him, it has to be a lot more safe when it comes to lending than anything else. There's another question that's come from Mr. Bijur. In a world flooded with data and metrics, can leaders ensure that human intuition and empathy remain central to decision making? Netflix has this gut philosophy where you go with your gut, then back it with data, but eventually you leave it to the gut. How do you do that?
Yeah, I think this will continue for a period of time where decision making, decision taking, intuition, etc. is going to be important, and it's going to be dealt with by the human being. But I don't give it too many years, in the sense that I know I'm no Cassandra, but I'm just saying that, you know, even that will go. With sentient AI, you're going to have decision making which is going to get out of our hands as well. And so expect it, yeah. Don't say that it will never happen. Youngsters in particular must be careful about it. Because, you know, you need to ensure that, you know, all the mundane work is going out of your hands. So you need to upskill and reskill and cross-skill to ensure that you are handling the better pieces of work. Working with your mind is a very, very important thing for you to understand, because thus far, youngsters were only trained to work with their fingers. Repetitive stress injuries, etc., routine coding work and stuff like that. So I think things are changing today. So we need a lot more thinkers coming out of our engineering institutes today. And the moment you got out of your engineering college, you must insist that there needs to be a yin and yang in your work. The yin must be maybe a 40% thinking and a 60% actual working. Now that used to happen only in senior leadership in the old days. Now that time doesn't exist. You have to start thinking earlier in your career, not later in your career.
That's a very fair point, you know, and the old saying that the illiterate of the future will not be the ones who can't read or write, but the ones who can't learn, unlearn, and relearn. Final question to you, Mr. Narayanan. Having led across diverse geographies during volatile times, what leadership principles helped you navigate uncertainty without losing organizational purpose? I think the best for the last.
I think I have developed the reputation of being a somber horse rather than a happy horse. Having been in different situations, I think I have 5 very simple principles that I've used in any situation, in a crisis or even in a normal time. Number 1 is courage. Number 1 is courage to stand up to whatever needs to be stood up to. Number 2 is compassion. I have never abjured compassion in the place of anything else. Compassion comes one of the top and most important emotion for me. Number 3 is collaboration. I think the leader must have the humility to realize that you are not the person who moves everything. You know, I have this famous I'm very fond of dohas of Kabir, so pardon my saying this in Hindi and then translating it into English. जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, अब हरि हैं मैं नाही. सब अंधियारा मिट गया जब दीपक देखे माही. When I was there, ego was there was no God. Today, there is God and I has vanished. I think the humility comes from being able to collaborate with people. Number 4 is confluence, which is the ability to get things done, to get things going, to achieve what needs to be achieved. And number 5, and the least important, is competence. I think I go back to the point that Shyam said, we don't need to know everything about everything as leaders. We are like orchestra conductors. We know the music, we know the instruments, and yet we don't make a sound. The sound is made by the orchestra. I think these are the principles that I have tried to use.
I don't think I need to say anything after that. I'll just put the mic down.
Thank you, Mangalam. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fabulous session. You'll all agree with me. End of the day, it's been a lot of takeaways from us, for us, particularly from this session, I would say. My request now, Mr. Unikrishnan, Senior Vice President, MMA, Mr. Malingam, Past President, MMA, and also Mr. Annadurai, to join us on the stage to give away the memento to the guest speakers of the last session, please.
Brilliant.
You'll all agree with me, the last session was as if we were watching a show on CNBC. So, Mangalam, I think you moderated those, so just as only an anchor can do it. Thank you so much. It's been a fabulous session. We got the best out of all these very, very experienced industry people, and that was really nice. Yeah, let's give them all a big round of applause as they post. And a special one for Mangalam. Thank you, Mangalam, for being here, flying all the way to be with us this evening and to moderate this session. Please come forward. So meanwhile, let me remind you all that there is a QR code for us, for all of you to give us the feedback about the entire convention. We'll be happy if you could do that even before you leave this hall. But otherwise, please do it when you reach home if you're not able to do it right now. On the back side of the program sheet, you have the QR code. Just another 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, please let's wait and then move out of the hall. We've had an excellent day throughout the day. Let's end it up with a good word of thanks and then followed by a national anthem before you leave. Please hold on for a few minutes. May I request Mr. Sitharaman to come on to the dais to propose the formal word of thanks. May I have the AV of Mr. Sitharaman, please?
Thank you, Ari.
Mr. S. Sitarman is the chairman of Super Auto Forge Private Limited and a pioneering entrepreneur who introduced cold forging technology for auto components in India. Founder of SAF in 1974, Mr. Sitarman has built it into India's largest exporter of forged steel and aluminium auto parts and now serves as mentor to the next generation while actively supporting social causes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure to be proposing a vote of thanks. We were lucky throughout the day to listen to some very eminent personalities, great managers, researchers, and a lot to learn as we heard very patiently to them. And I wish to thank all of them to have spared their time, come over here and give their experience and thoughts on management and other subjects. Very, very much thankful to them. McKinsey & Company has designed and conceptualized this event and put together the whole program, and as a knowledge partner, I sincerely thank them for the same. Conventions of magnitude and stature can only be organized with the support of industries and sponsors. We acknowledge the support that they have given for this event, and the sponsors' names have been displayed on both sides of the podium, but for them it would have been very difficult to have organized an event of this size. I thank MMA Management Committee headed by Lakshmi Narayan, President, Unikrishnan, the Convention Chairman, and committee members and other members to have actively worked and cooperated to have made this a great success. Thanks for them. I also thank all our past presidents and past members who have actively participated today. Finally, I thank the MMA Secretariat headed by Group Captain Vijay Kumar and his team for their unrestricted support and excellent work in making this convention grand success, as has always been doing. It's a great work done by them. I once again thank every one of you to have made this occasion a great occasion. Thank you, and I request everybody to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us the entire day. And all the viewers watching us online, over 1,100 viewers have been watching us online. Thank you for being with us the entire day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a cup of tea before we depart. Thanks a lot until we meet again.